Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
Introducing EvoTrade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download EvoTrade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
iconic venue here in Singapore. It's the start of the Token 2049 week. A very warm welcome, first of all. I would like to get everyone to first, really feel the energy. Can I get some bit more energy, guys? Come on. It's not enough, guys. We haven't even started Token 2049 yet. It's just the first day, the eve of the Token 2049 week. So come on, let's get more energy into the room. Guys, come on. Some claps, some energy. Let's go. All right, so first of all, guys, warm welcome to the offline event of Crypto Fastlane, Accelerating the Future of Web3, hosted by BlockDAG, co-hosted by Blockchain Founders Fund, and powered by CoinStore. I'm Dalen. I'm your host for today. I'm one of the regional leads at CoinStore. And it's a great honor to be here with you all to discuss and basically co-build the future of Web3. You see, at CoinStore, we've really organized many events. Those of you, if you're familiar with CoinStore, you've probably seen us in Token 2049 Dubai, in Consensus in the States. We've done so many conferences, so many events, so many after parties. But I'm very proud to say today is probably the biggest one yet. And that's all thanks to BlockDAG, our co-host, to make this all happen. Come on, guys. So I think that deserves a clap. Yeah, so we're very proud to collaborate with them to make this happen today. And I'm sure most of you, before you came up the escalator, you probably saw a stunning Formula One car right at the entrance. And that's all thanks to them, with BlockDAG's partnership with Alpine. Guys, round of applause for that, please. Come on. Just a quick, some reminders before we start officially, right? Those outside, those at the back, if you guys can get seated, get yourself comfortable, please bring along your coffee, no problem with that. At least we can, get the conference started with a very proper setup. I know we all want to be networking at Web3 events. I'm with no problem with that, but there'll be a lot of time for networking. Let's have everyone seated for the actual official start of the event itself. Guys, my team, CoinStore guys, please, can you get everyone to get themselves inside, please? Okay, guys, so, as all of you can see, I think from the backdrop outside, from our LED inside, it's very clear that, this event, this summit integrates crypto with Formula One, right? Reflecting our aspiration for the Web3 industry to accelerate continuously, much like a Formula One car, right? And together with global VCs that we have today, leading projects, stablecoin giants, top exchanges, infrastructure providers, regulatory bodies, industry pioneers, corporate leaders, the list goes on, right? And we're basically united today by just one mission, to accelerate the future of Web3. And before I also start, I would like to also thank some of our other partners and sponsors, Now Chain, Evo Trade, OKAN Gold, Racer, and Nuts for all their support for this summit today. Today we'll be exploring a range of different topics, from technological innovation to cutting-edge market trends, DeFi, stablecoins, and the convergence of AI and RWA. There'll be all these topics covered, whether via panel sessions, keynotes. We have some of the biggest players in the industry, along with BlockDAG as well, really spearheading the conversation today. And, without further ado, I don't want to waste too much of your time, to really get this thing started today. And I hope we can start it with a strong round of applause from everyone when I welcome this very important person today. I would like to officially commence the highlight of today's agenda. Please give a warm welcome, guys, to our main host for today, Mr. Anthony Turner, the CEO of BlockDAG, to give his opening keynote. Come on, guys. Rail some energy, please. Come on.
Okay, everyone, good to be here. I see our sign is keeping everyone at the back, so it'll be great if everyone can come forward a bit. Nice to see you, otherwise you're in the shadows at the back there. So, thanks very much, Dylan, and thanks to CoinStore. Thanks for the warm introduction there. So I'm super excited to be here for a number of reasons. The first one is I actually lived in Singapore for a year, so for me this is a bit of a homecoming. This was in 2007, 2008. So as you can imagine, a lot of things have changed, but it's still a beautiful city. I'm excited to be here in iconic Raffles, magnificent. I mean, you can't fault where we are. Magnificent ballroom. If you guys don't know about it, you need to go to the Long Bar, where the Singapore Sling was born. And I'm also excited to be here representing BlockDAG, speaking to all of you guys here, and obviously representing the crypto and the blockchain industry in general. So I'm also here with my team. So we've got Nick over there. He's going to be on the stage a bit later, and he's going to tell you about what we're doing. We've got Jeremy, our CTO. We've got Robert, product manager. Lisa, who manages the hackathons. Manuel might be here a little bit later, so we've got a nice team here. So please find us. We should all have branding on us. We'd love to chat to you. So when I left Cape Town, so I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. When I left a couple of days ago, I said to my son, he was around, I said, so what do you think of this jacket? So I don't know, it's probably the wrong word to say, but he said, Dad, but that's a pimp jacket. So I was about to explain to him and tell him, no, it's not. It's actually a very classy jacket. And then I thought, actually, no, that's not right. We had to make a difference. We had to make a stand. We had to be bold. So I'm going to wear my jacket proudly. You can call it what you like. So I'd really like to thank CoinStore. Some of you might be aware that we actually had a platinum sponsorship with Token 2049. For various regulatory reasons, we had to pull out of that, which was disappointing. And we managed to have a chat to CoinStore, and they've been absolutely fabulous. I mean, they've taken this on. We've worked with them, but they've done all the heavy lifting, and they've made this event what you're seeing here today. So thanks very much to CoinStore. And also to Blockchain Founders Fund as the co-host as well. So thanks to them and all the other sponsors and partners. Great to have you on board. So a little bit of background on BlockDAG. In case you don't know, so we're a layer 1 blockchain. So one of the questions we often get is sort of another blockchain. Why another blockchain? What's different about you guys? And it's not always that easy to answer. So I'll take you through sort of what I think is quite key to the whole thing. So we believe we're the first layer 1 blockchain that uses its proof of work, fully EVM compatible, and also has a DAG in the underlying technology. If anyone's not sure what a DAG is, it's a directed acyclic graph, which is basically a fancy name for a blockchain that runs in parallel. So instead of sort of one block after the other, the DAG runs a whole lot quicker. It means we've got a scalable, super fast blockchain. And that's obviously what's needed these days in the modern world. The other thing is we've got no VCs that have bought into us as part of the pre-sale, so we're still in pre-sale. No VCs, so there's no one dumping on, obviously, our token holders, which is important. The other thing is we've sold a lot of ASIC miners. Now, again, that's pretty unique. There's no chains that launch with their own ASIC miners. I flip-flop between saying it's fantastic, we're very proud of it, and also saying it was a terrible idea. So depending on which day you catch me, it's been challenging, but it is unique, and it also means that when we launch with 5,000 ASIC miners spread around the world with our community. So there's no big pools, there's no concentration of ASIC miners. We're fully decentralized, or we will be when we launch. So I think that's a very unique characteristic. And and then also just to add to that, we're embracing a lot of the new trends, so chain abstraction. We're adding in the different technology that enables the real world assets. So those are all part of the multitude of technical innovations, which I won't go through here. In terms of numbers, and again, this just sort of gives you an idea of the scale of BlockDAG. So, I mean, everything we do big. And obviously, we'll come to our sponsorship. And again, that's us doing things in a big way. So we have about 150,000 token holders. And those are people that have bought the token. So it's not people who have got an airdrop. It's no freebies. So those are people behind us that have put money into it and that believe in the project. So a lot of momentum there. We've got 300,000 social community. We've got about 3 million people using our mobile mining app, which is, if a lot of you probably know the Pi network, so it's not that dissimilar to that. So it's a really super viral mechanism that brings a lot of people to the network. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we've got 4,800 ASIC miners that we are starting to ship. So that again is a unique, and it's a big number as well. So a little bit less about us now. That was just to give you some sort of context on why we're here and what makes us different. But this is just a sense for when we approach partnerships, when we approach sponsorships, what's important to us. So the important thing is we're looking for premier brands. I mean, as I've shown you with the numbers, we're a big chain. We've got big aspirations. So we want to partner with the best, with the biggest chains, with the biggest brands. We want global presence. We already have token holders in 180 countries. So whatever we do, we want to make sure that it's fully global. We also, everything is about innovation in terms of the tech that we're involved in. So it's important that the partners that we subscribe to or we work with also have innovation at their forefront. And then the last thing is we want to work with guys that are cool, that are fun. That's also important. So with that having been said, the big announcement here, and obviously a lot of you have probably walked past the car downstairs, and hopefully you noticed it. I mean, this is the unveiling of our big partnership. So we are super thrilled to have signed up a partnership with BWT Alpine Formula 1 team. They represent everything we believe is appropriate for BlockDAG. They have all the tributes that make us proud. And yeah, so let me just flip to that screen. So in terms of that partnership, we've signed up for 3 years plus the tail end of this year, so it's a big partnership. What was important also is to find partners that we can have meaningful engagement with. So it's not just using their logo or them putting our logo on their website. It's important that we can work with them, that we can integrate our blockchain and our technology into them and into their fans. So BWT Alpine have a program called the RISE program. So that's their fan engagement. So we're hoping to work closely with them on that. And there's other initiatives that we're already talking to them about. The car. So you saw the car downstairs. So the plan was to have the car up in the foyer here. You probably noticed the car's bigger than the stairs. It's pretty heavy, and it's not exactly easy to pick up. So we came here last night, all intentions of bringing it up here. We had a moving company, but it just wasn't going to happen. So go and have a look at the car, take some photos with it. Yeah, we're super proud to have it here. We've got some swag and we've got some giveaways as well, which Nick will talk to you about. So, and that's all branded with our partner as well, which is great. And then you would have seen the racing simulators outside, so please have a go on those. We've also got Ian Goddard, who's going to be speaking later. He's delivering a keynote, and he's from the Alpine team, so we're excited to have him here later. So I'm just going to read this. A dreamer of crypto once said, "The future's a few steps ahead. With blockchain in hand, we'll prosper and stand on paths that the old banks once led." And that's penned by Chad, and this is a little bit of a joke in our office. Chad is ChatGPT, shortened, so it didn't come from me or any clever person, but I think we're all here because this is a new technology. It's taking over, it's replacing what the banks have done for a long time, and it's everything we stand for. So just looking at sort of where things are with crypto and with Web3 right now, and then I'll look at sort of a little bit of where we're going. And just to mention, there are a lot of guys on future panels who have a lot more insight, and they're going to go into a lot of these things in a lot more detail. So this is really just touching on a few things. So right now, the big pressure is better UI. We know that to bring people into the ecosystem, we need it to be seamless and easy to use. So there's a lot happening around that. Obviously, stable coins, we know, we've got a panel later, the Genius Act, all the things around stable coins, they are now becoming sort of the plumbing that's running a lot of the world, or it's going there. So, that's been a massive change over the last probably 6 months to a year. Payments, Stripe has re-enabled after, I think, quite a period there, crypto payments. Visa's moving into settlement on the merchant side. PayPal with its launch of coin as well. So a lot of stuff happening in the payment side. Obviously, DAI or AI, there's I think probably a quarter of the conferences here and the side events are AI based, so there's a lot of activity there. And then also remittances, financial inclusion, a lot of it being driven by the stable coins. And then obviously ETFs, certainly the latest release of or launch of all the ETFs, that's brought a lot of liquidity or a lot of buying into the market as well. So where we're headed, again touching on the point from the previous slide is still better UI. So chain abstraction and just making it simpler, seamless UX. We've captured the crypto audience. We've captured people that sort of embrace the wallets and seed phrase and all the rest. We now need to capture the rest of the market, the people who just want to log in with a face. They want a simple password. So that's pretty important. And they're less worried about what chain they're on. It's all about sort of multi-chain, cross-chain. Where's the best app? Where's the user experience? Another thing is modular stacks. So it's all about Lego. It's about piecing things together. It's not about building sort of monolithic apps anymore. Something else which is interesting to see, and I've come from sort of a little bit of a fund management background from a tech perspective, is how DeFi is replicating some of the traditional finance mechanisms, but it's in its own way. So as an example, something you might have heard of called Morpho Vaults. They've now implemented something which allows you an owner of the vault, an allocator, and a curator, which starts to mimic how the traditional finance works, but it's all done through obviously the nuances of decentralization. So we're starting to sort of take the best from traditional finance and implement it in, call it, clever ways. And then obviously real world assets as well. There unfortunately hasn't been that greater set of successes in that space, but certainly there's a lot of pickup there, and we're going to see a lot more action, and as a chain, we're certainly embracing that in a big way. And our journey is just beginning. And when I say our journey, I'm referring, first of all, to BlockDAG, our journey to our token generation event, to our launch, to our listing. We're on that journey and the journey there afterwards. But more broadly also, it's a journey that crypto is going on, that blockchain, that digital assets are going on. And we're excited to be part of it. We're here for the long run. And please come and have a chat to us. We'd love to find out what you're doing, whether we can partner with you. We're looking for builders. We're looking to partner in the ecosystem. So yeah, love to hear about you. And yeah, that's all from me. I just, again, like to say thanks very much to everyone for being here. Great to see so many people, and look forward to chatting you all over the course of the day.
All right. Thank you so much, Anthony. It was a very insightful presentation. I think it really covers the strategic vision of BlockDAG, especially for those who perhaps have not heard of them, which I'm sure you know is a very small percentage, because given how massive they are in the recent times. All right, next up, we have a very special guest. I'm very proud to call this person a good friend. His energy is really strong. I think everyone would be able to feel it. And I think I would like to just remind everyone about this one thing. You really would want to pay attention when he speaks, because there's something really massive that he's going to give away. I'm just going to give you the small tip. Without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Nick Vanderberg, the CMO of BlockDAG.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. So I've got the great job of talking about myself, but more importantly about you. And today, I'm actually going to talk about, oopsie, how I got my first tattoo. So I think you're probably at the wrong convention, but the reason I tied the tattoo to the Web3 story is quite simple. I don't know if any of you have had a tattoo or gone through the tattoo process. I can tell you, though, it's permanent. And I guess just like, you know, the connection that the blockchain makes in this world, there's that, you know, permanency about it. But it's also more than just code. It's your digital identity, and it's your real, like, permanence in this digital age. So it's really kind of connecting you with this incredible ecosystem that is Web3. So first of all, don't recommend you getting a tattoo. It's a spontaneous decision, but it certainly is permanent and similar to, you know, the blockchain. But, you know, I guess the key here is that users aren't actually asking, you know, what blockchain are you on? Or, you know, they're certainly asking, how does this fit into my life? What can I earn? How do I create? How do I belong? And how do I build with it? So we're watching this massive shift in technology where behaviors from a consumer perspective are evolving. And certainly there's this blurring of lines between, you know, utility and the technology. This is where we're fitting in at the moment because, you know, BlockDAG, we're believing in that code is essential, that our community is really everything and it's driving the engagement. And I guess for us, you know, culture is the connective tissue. So it's an incredible moment when you start to deal with, you know, individuals from across the globe and how they're using blockchain in their day-to-day lives. So it's not just about this like boring infrastructure. It is actually a living, breathing thing. Well, that's certainly how we see it. And what does that mean for us? Well, we've just come through our Awakening testnet launch. It's been very successful thanks to the team that's been working tirelessly behind the scenes. But it really gives us an opportunity to flex our muscles, to showcase what we're about, and how you're able to get involved with this ever-growing ecosystem that is BlockDAG. What does that really mean, though? We've got a whole series of various initiatives that we're launching across the globe, and my colleagues are really driving this kind of build-a-thon, hackathon movement in various locations. And that really gives an opportunity not only for, you know, senior developers and teams to build within the Awakening testnet, which is, you know, the current version that's out there in the market, but the devs are able to not just deploy, they're listening, they're pushing themselves, there's massive commitment. It's certainly shaping the future of BlockDAG. So if you're interested in, you know, how to get involved from a build-a-thon or a hackathon perspective, please come talk to us. We've got these running in a number of the geolocations around the world at the moment. And, you know, these projects that are coming out of there just really kind of shaping the future of this Web3 space at the moment. Certainly in terms of, you know, code is cool, yeah, but, you know, you've got to move the market. So it's really around, you know, what is that next D app? How are you going to be engaging with your community? And is it a meme? Is it a podcast? Is it a tutorial? Is it your Discord? You know, depending on what it is, we've got a grant program that is facilitating some incredible projects that are coming to this ecosystem. So how does the grant program work? Well, the grant program is actually quite simple. Through the application process, there is a way for you to be able to highlight your product, your venture. It's not a venture capital fund, Anthony, but certainly it's there to facilitate engagement within our ecosystem. We've got some amazing projects that have just come through the grant program. If you look outside on the Energizer wall there with the video wall, you'll see some of these projects. There's some recognizable music that gets played in a loop. The likes of Starvara, the likes of Motordex. There's some incredible applications, Zelf, which is leading the way in terms of face recognition from a wallet security perspective. So there's some unbelievable projects that are coming through the grant program, and it's really a way for us to, take individuals, developers, businesses that are coming out of these hackathons, buildathons that we're globally running. I mean, Lisa's running these globathon hackathons now, in every single market, pretty much weekly now at the moment. So, I mean, there's a lot of hype and grounds, root engagement that's happening there. They're coming through into the grant program. They're getting funded. They're then building into this ecosystem. So a lot's happening in that space. So if you're interested in building within our world, come talk to us and we'll show you how that process works. One of the other components that we really felt that we needed to add, and it's very, very exciting, we now have a crypto academy that's running in multiple languages with global content. So not only are we able to showcase what we're doing from an ecosystem perspective, we're giving back into the community, we're facilitating an education program through the academy, and this is really highlighting all the various components of Web3. We forget, we're part of this ecosystem, we're part of the early adopters within the Web3 crypto space. But there's a bigger community out there that needs to be educated in terms of what we believe and why we're so excited about what's going on. And that's where the Academy plays. The Academy is playing into that space where we're able to educate the community at large, not just the Web3 enthusiasts, around what's actually happening. Furthermore to that, I think for us, we're open for business, as Anthony says, from a partnership perspective. Anthony outlined a 4-step process where we're looking for partners, and I think this resonates with everything that we're doing. So it's forgetting about the buzzwords. It's about how do we access trust, make those human connections. It's really built into our marketing strategy going forward that, we have a product. We've built this incredible technology platform now that facilitates speed, scale, access. And I think for us, it's now around having that presence in the market. Today is really a showcase of that. We're here, we're arrived. We've got this incredible partnership with BWT, Alpine F1, and we're going to showcase what we're about to the community. So, I think for us, the future, you certainly belong with us. Whether you're marketing, you're a dev, you're an artist, or just curious, We're building pathways for you. We're inclusive within this ecosystem. We've got some unbelievable partnerships that we've, forged over the last couple of months. We've got our friends here from Outrun there. They're doing some incredible work with us, as we, forge this new identity for the Web3 and crypto space. So come chat to us after this so we can really engage further. As Dylan was announcing, we've got some utility, actually. So I'm quite excited about this. And what you can do is you're able to interact with the QR code within the next, 45 minutes? Yeah, next 45 minutes. That's going to then showcase a connection within the Wallet Connect function, MetaMask or Trust. You'll then be able to then play a little interactive game that's then going to give you an opportunity to actually get an NFT. Get an NFT in your wallet. So it's really a showcase of the smart contracting that we've built out for today and for the future. You're able to then interact. That will then give you, one of 5 different NFTs from a cap to t-shirt. So this is all our swag. And actually, that guy right over there is tickets to the Formula One Grand Prix that will be happening on the weekend. So I do urge you to go and interact with that QR code, and hopefully one of the lucky winners that get to win a Formula One ticket on one of the grandstands on the weekend. So quite a nice prize there that we're able to offer everybody. So further to that, as I said, we're open for business. My name is Nick van den Berg, CMO of BlockDAG. Come find me and let's engage further. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Nick. That was exciting. And as I told you guys before, you really want to pay attention to Nick's presentation. The QR code that you guys see at the back of your passes, right, that will give you a chance to enter into the giveaway. There's some massive prizes there, guys, and if you're here today, you're probably lucky, because if you miss the tickets for the Formula One Grand Prix, that's your chance right there. All right, so next up, we have a keynote from our co-host, Blockchain Founders Fund, and this guy is a massive, global world-class VC. They've assisted, they've incubated, they've invested in numerous projects that have went on and do so well. So we're really proud to have them as a co-host for today. And without further ado, I'd love to welcome Mr. Alif Madhavji from Blockchain Founders Fund, the managing partner. Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? All right. So I am thrilled to be here. So my name is Ali Madhavji. I'm the managing partner at Blockchain Founders Fund. We've got over 200 portfolio companies across the space. We've been doing this for a while. But instead of talking about us, I wanted to talk about you guys and you and like what your objectives are. I think a lot of people come to these conferences and they don't always have a great plan and they don't have a good way to meet those objectives. So I want to hear from you. What are the things that you're looking for? What are you trying to learn? What are you trying to take out of this conference so that when you go back home in a week, in 3 or 4 days, what do you want to accomplish? So we're going to make this interactive. And so do we have any hands? What are some things that you want to take out? It could be during panels. It could be certain BD objectives or objectives for your company. And let's chat through them and we can see if there's certain things we can try to help out with. Do we have any hands? Yeah, over here. Do we got a mic? When Lambo. Okay. What up? Okay, yeah. You want to meet DeFi projects, okay? So you want to meet DeFi projects? Listings on DEXs, perps, okay?
We're providing listings.
You're providing listings,
Yes,
okay?
yes.
So there we go.
It's Evadex.
Okay, what other objectives do you guys have? What's going to make this successful? When you go home in a few days, what's going to help you take your company to the next stage? What's going to help you, hit certain objectives? Go ahead. Representing your country. What country is that?
Papua New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea. Fantastic. What's going to help you to meet that objective of getting Papua New Guinea out there? New to the blockchain space. Good. So getting visibility, though, that's an important one. I mean, I heard a number of sort of interesting things. I come to these conferences every year, all the time, multiple times a year, and I find that oftentimes, we meet a lot of founders, right? A lot of founders are looking for investment. How many founders are in the audience today? Show of hands. How many founders? How many of you are running companies or raising capital? Okay, good. So there's definitely quite a few hands here. And one of the things for founders that I see, and even with anyone else, if you're doing BD, if you're going out there, oftentimes I find that people haven't thought through what are their objectives, what are they actually trying to sell, what are they actually trying to do. And so even just yesterday, I was speaking at another event, and a startup came up to me and they said, hey, do you have 10 minutes? I want to tell you about my startup. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I've got 11 seconds. Tell me what your startup is, right? And then I'll tell you if I'm interested to know more. And so this is actually very important. So we actually tell our startups, I think this is valuable for everyone in the room, we tell our startups to have their pitch down in 11, 30, and 90 seconds, okay? And the reason for that is you need to have a hook, right? Like, what is the objective, or why are you here, or what are you trying to get out of this? And be able to share very quickly in one sentence, you know, certain details. And that's gonna be very valuable as you meet people, because, you know, if you come to these events and you don't have an objective and you don't have these things very clear, what's gonna happen is you're just gonna end up spending the entire day, and you're gonna end the day, or you're gonna end the week, and you're not gonna have hit those objectives. And you spent all this money, all this time, and your company's not gonna be growing, or your startup's not gonna be raising, you know, or whatever other objectives that you might have. And so I think that's very important to think about and make sure that you've got top of mind. There's also a number of incredible panels here today at this conference, at many others. And I, you know, urge you to go look up, you know, who are some of the people you're trying to learn from? Who are some of the, you know, more interesting panels? I know the next one, for example, I believe is on media, and there's just media titans on here. You know, for the rest of the day, I know there's some really, really incredible panelists here. And so definitely pay attention, right? I think oftentimes you also see people on their phone, they're not paying attention, they're not really present. I think that's also gonna be a challenge if you're really trying to take out the insights from a lot of experts and industry titans that are, you know, at this conference and many others over the week. So definitely, you know, try to have very clear objectives, and, you know, we wanna see you successful. If you are looking for funding, you can definitely come talk to us, let us know. Make sure you come though with 11 seconds, okay? And then definitely, you know, put your best foot forward. So anyone in the audience have any startup related questions? No? You have your own company? Awesome, yeah, happy to chat. Awesome, okay, so we're thrilled to be here. We're happy to be partners with CoinStore for hosting this event. You know, they've done an incredible job. There's a lot of work that goes into putting these events. So let's give them a round of applause before we kick off the entire event. And thank you to the sponsors that help make this happen. And we hope that you know, have an incredible Token 2049 and meet the objectives that you're going for. And definitely do reach out if you're working on an exciting startup that we should be taking a look at. Thank you.
Hello. All right, thank you so much, Ali. That was very insightful, especially I would say from, you know, early stage startups, you know, projects that are looking to raise their pre-seed, their seed, even their Series A or Series B fund. I think those are insights that will be very valuable, you know, for you guys to take note of. All right, next up, we have our first panel session. And I think this is probably the sessions that, you know, everyone is really looking forward to hear from, you know, these experienced leaders, you know, in the respective fields. The topic will be the influence of media narratives on market volatility. And I don't, you know, from what I've attended from so many events, I think, you know, this is a very unique one, and I think it requires a very thorough discussion, because it's not really something that, you know, we hear a lot about in, you know, other crypto events. So I would first like to invite, you know, our distinguished speakers. First up, you've seen him before, Nick Vanderberg, Chief Marketing Officer at BlockDAG, Mr. Paul, Managing Director of Curlab, Matthew Turner, the Chief Business Officer of Orabit, James Hackman, the founder and CEO of Roundtable, and last but not least, Mr. Riaz Mehta, founder and CEO of Crypto Knights. Can we please give a very strong round of applause to welcome them on stage, guys, please. We have Nick, We have Riaz. Hello, hello.
Trying to find Matt. Matthew.
Hello.
Did you not know he was on? I didn't know. Oh, okay. So today, guys, we're just going to be chatting around, I guess, the narrative and the marketing effort, the content effort within this Web3 space. And I mean, you guys are rock stars in terms of what you're doing. I think just obviously for the audience, let's just introduce ourselves. Let's just talk around what we're offering the community, and then we can just get into a little bit of a lively debate around where we see the marketing space, where we see media, how it's transforming this ecosystem that we're building at this point in time. Thanks, Matt. So Matt, just because you came late, you can start first.
There you go. Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
No, there actually wasn't a question. Where you, the starting off, Matt. I mean, you've coming from a sporting background. You were part of the Seven setup for many years, and I think for us it's really around an open conversation where we see media, where we see the influence, the narrative of media within the market volatility. You have a number of KOLs. You've got this new clipping service that is doing headless accounts and pushing out a lot of content. Is it real? Isn't it real? How's all that influencing the modern Web3 space?
Yeah, I think with all these new services and with the KOLs and the ability to create so much content so quickly, I think it's creating a lot of noise. Obviously, it's a lot of the time too much content's not always a good thing. Quality of content is going to be your next leveler. Your loop of engagement needs to be high quality, not as high frequency anymore, in my opinion. If you get into the sporting world, the whole sort of sports sponsorship world is changing big time. It's not about just having your logo on a shirt anymore. It's about how do you get sports fans to take your brand home with them, and find ways to not just know this brand from sport, but know it from an at-home and actually use case, which is the massive thing for BlockDAG. You guys have mentioned it quite a lot today already. Is it's more about building something that you take home. It makes stuff simpler. It makes stuff easier, and it's not too complicated to understand. That's kind of where I think all these projects are throwing out a lot of keywords, buzzwords, and it loses a lot of people pretty quickly at the moment.
Wonderful. Thanks, Matt. Over to you.
Hey, everybody, can you hear in back okay? So I think what's happening, people assume that Twitter and X and YouTube and Instagram, that is the media marketplace now. A lot of people probably don't realize that premium media, major media, is a $200 billion industry, growing to about $250 billion. Sports is a huge part of that, right? But the reason why is because there's two types of advertising ecosystems. There's branded advertising and there's ROI-based advertising. Search and social scans everybody's biometrics, actually now, but certainly the psychographic profile and in-market state of a human being. So if you're gonna buy a car and you're searching for a car, if you're about to travel to Dubai, if you're about to buy some new shoes, they can detect that, obviously, even with voice, and they're gonna give you a prompt. But that's an entirely different ad agency and ROI-based than branding. And branding is the romance of the consumer, right? Less data, less targeting. And so what they want to do, if you're General Motors, you want to do a truck, if you want to like do a Rolex, if you want to sell Singapore Airlines, they don't want an amateur talking about a dog show or if Ethereum is going to go up to be associated with that car. They want a very scripted or high premium journalist, or the most important, I think, sports, because it's this feeling that a consumer gets. And so advertisers want to associate with premium media. And so $200 billion out there, right? And so I'm thinking that the way that media, we should be thinking about media, AI is an existential threat to Google and to all of search for sure, right? All those economics are in peril right now. And so what a $500 billion worth of advertising wants to go is human to human, okay? Premium, sports games, people's face giving their political opinion, fashion icons, not robots, not search results that are being repurposed into AI, but premium. And so sometimes the more you go tech, the more that human becomes really interesting. So for me, it's the anti-AI, it's the anti-ROI. There's hundreds of billions of dollars of money. All you need is tech, and blockchain solves it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show my age here, and I think I still believe in print. I still believe in a magazine. Yeah, not in the bathroom. But, you know, I still believe in a magazine because it's that, like, tactile experience of, you know, engaging with an advertorial or proper journalism that's there to entice, that's there to create a story, that's there to create a narrative. And I used to get irritated when you're reading your favorite magazine and you suddenly have ads in between, you know, the major feature. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think we need to, you know, certainly kind of like not dummy it down per se, but like really start talking around human narratives, human stories. And I mean, this leads on to, you know, what you're providing in the marketplace, which is this like longer format content, longer format storytelling. And I think there's more place for that now than there has been before. Do you want to just touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've been working with brands and advertisers for a couple of decades now. And it's all about storytelling. It's about how do you actually authentically communicate that brand messaging in content. And essentially what we do with long-form content is, it's like watching a film, right? It really engages you, and while you're watching that content, then that's where the brand narrative can come through as well. And when we do a series like Crypto Nights, for example, the whole mission and vision around that is to bring crypto mainstream and to connect it to the everyday person, the moms and dads at home, the kids, everyone, so that crypto is not that mysterious thing that people talk about and people don't quite get it. So I think we live in amazing times, and I think your earlier comment about the amount of content being created, especially with AI today, right? Like, it's phenomenal. Like, everybody in this room is a creator. Yeah. And everybody in this room is a channel for a brand as well. And I think if you can harness the power of that, I think that is just phenomenal. And this is what I'm truly excited about.
I mean, I couldn't believe the other day, I don't know if you saw it, but, you know, Netflix now has a clipping option. And I was intrigued by that. I mean, if you consider, you know, our mainstream media, the likes of a paid subscription service such as Netflix, allowing for clipping to take place directly off its platform. Interesting to me, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but, you know, how does that play into, you know, copyrights and what have you? I know that's not the panel, but the reality is I'd love to hear what you guys... I'd love to hear what you guys think about that, because, you know, Paul, we'll come on to you in a minute. But
Paul, there's not enough time.
No, we're not out of time yet. I actually want to get Paul's take on, you know, technology and how that plays into the media space, and, you know, where we go from a technology perspective and how that influences what we do. So we'll touch on you in a minute, but I just want to ask these fine gentlemen here, you know, how does that come into play now? So I'm on Netflix, I'm watching, I don't know, the latest movie, and I'm not clipping it onto my brand channel. Yeah, that just baffled me a little bit.
So I think everybody, if you are interested in what's going on in the world, AI is the biggest existential threat to almost every category. And when it comes to media, what's happening, if you take about like this great content here or journalism, AI is not actually creating original content, okay? What AI does is it's a sped up, sophisticated version of Google search. They extract content, they deduplicate the content, they rank based on domain what is the most authentic content, and then they repurpose it, okay? So think about a college person writing a dissertation, going to a bunch of library books, and then basically giving attribution with footnotes. It's theft. It's theft, right? And there's going to be a huge class action lawsuit against ChatGPT. But when you do that theft, what Google has had to do and is changing the world right now, rather than showing links to ESPN or to CNN or to actual content creators, they basically co-opted, stolen the content, called it their own, which it isn't, treated it like a college paper, which is not commercial, right? So you're not protected by plagiarizing. So this is a massive plagiarizing scheme. But here's what matters. Because they're not linking to that content, they've cut the economics out for the content provider. So IP is important, protection of IP. DMCA has no longer got this stuff figured out. So this is a huge issue. And then, of course, you control the narrative because there's no competitive ecosystem for journalism. There's a question back there, sorry.
No worries at all. Yes.
Because it's not commercial. Because it's not commercial. So if you're doing a dissertation on in college, and you're writing a book on it, you're not selling advertising against that information. So when you take licensed content, let's say, for example, you take a highlight film. Let's say that I took a clip out of your movie, right? And then I sell advertising against it, okay? Yeah. Well, it's the same question, but there's a commercialization of content. And so DMCA has some protections there, but when you're putting it together in a finished product, DMCA protects a platform that they can't help that somebody else is doing theft, and there's a takedown notice protocol. When you're actually writing software to extract licensed content and repurposing it and then selling a subscription against it, there's no DMCA protection. If it's a platform where third parties are basically...
Sorry, Paul.
Does that make sense?
No, Paul wants to chime in here.
Is the mic on? Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, but do you not think that consumers are getting smarter? You know, we can see AI content from a mile away. We can see replications from a mile away. We've been dealing with this in software and tech for years already, to the point where we're able to monetize open creation of software. So a lot of software these days are open source and completely open to the public, and the industry's just kind of shifted to a point where we're able to securely monetize it. We've seen that users and consumers really opt for the real thing, the original, over any replications. And it hasn't really had, other than that initial hit, affected kind of the monetization strategy. So I wonder if that kind of take on this extends into journalism, advertising, etc.
It's the monetization.
Yeah.
So if do you guys know Penske? Rolling Stone, Hollywood Reporter. He just filed a class action against ChatGPT and Google. The main thing is the extraction of the monetization piece.
We need regulatory framework, and that is we don't have regulatory framework just as yet, and I think that's the biggest issue.
Hey, gents, can I chime in with something just for a second, just to keep adding since I started this conversation?
Sure.
I don't know if you guys know this, but in the music business, there isn't pretty much every hit that comes out, and we don't know this, but I know this, and if you do some research, you'll find it. Everybody who writes a hit ends up getting sued by 2 or 3 other labels because what they say is, well, you took the beat from here, and you took the riff from there, and you took so all these big songs, Taylor Swift gets sued on every song that's a hit of hers. So I think what we need to do is we need to get to a point where we almost have to let go of IP, automatically reward people, but don't let litigation get in the way. So in other words, if you want to take some of my song and put it into your song, you automatically pay me 0.05 cents per play or something like that. But we got to get litigation and regulation out of the way because AI and content creation is moving too fast. If we try and put it in a box, that's all I'm saying. I'm a content creator too, just so you know. But if we try and put it all in the box, I think we're going to stifle creation. That's just my opinion.
But you can't do that with AI. Like, how are you going to determine that AI didn't use your content and then generate new content on that basis? You're not going to be able to track that. So it has to be licensed properly, otherwise the creator is not getting paid for what they've done for the intellectual property. So
I mean, so your example has been played out in history, okay? A lot of you guys remember Napster, okay? And so that was the argument everybody made about Napster. Hey, genie's out of the bottle. You can't stop it, right? I was at MySpace. I ran strategy for MySpace. And we sat down with Warner and all the record labels because everybody was stealing content. Yeah. And you know what they did? They just said, we're going to run you guys over, right? At the end of the day, all the advertising agencies are in an elite club. You know, we helped put that together. And so people cut deals. And at the end of the day, Apple and Spotify, we all got in a room and we decided not to sue each other and whatever. So the anecdotal evidence that people, you know, sue each other is whatever. But Spotify and Apple Music make crazy money. And when it all started, we heard the genie out of the bottle. But at the end of the day, consolidation, regulation, intimidation, people end up paying. And that's what's coming with AI. It's not just going to be, oh, you throw your arms up.
Yeah, agreed, but Napster was straight ripping off 100% content. That was a very
like AI.
easy use case. But AI is I'm able to read 25 different sources of information or entertainment and then create my own novel creation from that. That's a lot different than Napster, which was literally ripping off a U2 song and making it available to anybody in the world to download. That wasn't creation, that was ripping off. Whereas, guys, so going back to my original thing, if I read 20 books on World War II, and then I decide to write my own book on World War II that's taking a little bit of everything from all the other books, am I guilty of plagiarizing?
It's just not.
AI's not.
Yeah, it's not how it works, right? So if you got press credentials for the Dallas Cowboys and you're interviewing the quarterback in a exclusive agreement and you've got a brand and somebody takes that quote and doesn't properly attribute, which they don't, by the way, there's not a link agreement. So these are complex things that have been developed over 30 years. You know, at Yahoo, I ran all of the distribution feeds, right? We had 5,000 partners. And I had to do a deal with 5,000 partners, and it was $5 billion in revenue. But we always shared. And what I'm just telling you is going to happen is that exactly what you said. Regulation is going to show up. Guys are going to sit in a smoke-filled room, and they're going to cut deals. Yeah. And ChatGPT is not going to be allowed to rape the entire media industry, trust me. There's going to be a lot of class actions coming, and it'll be settled. It's what they did to Napster. They sued the hell out of him, even though he won the lawsuit. At the end of the day, people need to make money, and they're going to figure it out. That's all I'm saying.
Let's agree 5 years from now to come back to Token, and then we'll see how this plays out in the next 5 years.
Do you work for ChatGPT?
No. I'm on the creator side, but I also know that we have to let some of that creation juice go. That's all I'm trying to say. But it's a great conversation. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the conversation there, and I think it's a lively debate around this. I mean, I'm a big believer in rights. I'm a big believer in what these gentlemen are saying, where we should be going, how we should be protecting those rights. So,
can I just chime in?
Yeah, please. Go for it.
This is a space that's I'm really passionate about, and we do a lot of work in this space as well. But I think in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of plagiarism, ChatGPTs, et cetera, of the world have just taken the data and used it for their own benefit. And then there's been lawsuits. But now what we are seeing is a trend towards legally licensing the content. And, the Max 7s, they are actually going about it the proper way. And I have a company that actually provides content to Metas, to Googles, to Adobes of the world that they legitimately license the content and then they train the AI. Yeah. And I think that is the future, that if it's done properly, everybody wins, and creator gets paid, the AI gets trained, new content is going to get created, even the new content that's getting created, that content itself can be licensed, the synthetic data can be licensed as well. So everybody's going to win in this ecosystem if it's done properly, but we definitely need regulation around that.
100%. I mean, I just went through, I'm sure you gentlemen know Getty Images. And, I wanted to use Matt, you know the story, yeah. I want to use Matt as an example, and he sold his right to Getty Images, and it just shows you, I think they've got their model right, I must be honest, just in the way that they protect the image rights and the usage of, Matt as an example, rugby player playing for the Sevens for England, and, the use of even his rights within that Getty space is just so tightly controlled. I'm not even allowed to, alter that image when I'm using it in a commercial way. So, there's obviously these paths that we need to take. I'm just interested to know from Paul's perspective, and I'm kicking myself as I'm saying this, does blockchain have a path to play, in the contracting, in the smart contracting of these rights management? Do you feel that it can offer a solution that we're facing with regards to original content? Could that help, solve the problem where content's being ripped from, original creators within the AI space?
I think it's a bit more of a double-edged sword, where we're sort of the solution where blockchain offers the ability for us to nodalize position or permissions and trade rights and have everything be traded publicly and have this immutable ledger and proof of history of everything that we want going on. But on the other hand, it's the biggest proof of concept that once something's in motion and there's enough will, things can't really be stopped. And it's really showing how the financial industry globally has had to really quickly adapt to a very quickly shifting technology in where people are moving against regulation and butting against kind of the norm. And just like a lot of industries before that, things are adapting very quickly. So I think it's going to be a test. I think there's an opportunity for centralized products and closed ecosystems to form, where a lot of these partnerships and deals can come on chain. But ultimately, I don't think there's going to be a way to stop any of these, kind of IP drippings. So it's going to be something that the industry is just going to have to adapt to.
Certainly interesting going forward. Matt, over to you, just in terms of, I guess the sports personality space, how you're seeing the change in, content creation from sports personalities. There, a lot of them out there are taking a hit in terms of what they can charge, how they're actually charging, for their own brand, for their creation of their brand. What do you think is going to happen in this space going forward? And how do you see sport personalities adapting to, the changing media landscape around AI and then the like?
Yeah, I think from a sports person point of view, I think it's going back to more authentic, as we said, like reading a book, sort of tangible, real engagement with their users or audience in this take. I think I'm going to have a lot of people hating me to saying this. I think AI is the biggest killer of creation in the world at the moment. It's just a repurposing tool in my mind. It's not people creating stuff on the daily. It's say, hey, I've got 10 sources. I'm going to pull something out of these 10 sources and make it my own. It's not tangible creation in my world, in my opinion. Don't beat me up outside. But yeah, I think from a sporting person's point of view, it's very much coming back to engaging with your fan on a personal level. You know, we all have these, you know, these 10-second reels, everything short, sharp. There's nothing, there's no emotion, there's no feeling behind it, there's no connection. And if you look at some of the top, you know, some of the top streamers, it's live streams. It's actually not, look at my reel, look at this post. It's all got a real heartbeat to it and a touch and feel. And I think that's where the sporting world is going back to that sort of role model sort of concept around sports, where you're really engaged in not just the athlete on the field, but the athlete off the field. And you learn to become, a lot of the time you follow them for their off-field stuff more so than what they can deliver on the field.
I mean, if you think about it, life comes down to the market value, okay? So, Paul, what you're saying is true. You know, back in the 90s, when blogging started to go, that was our business, right? They started coming up with this idea of the long tail. So they go, hey, journalism's dead. Basically, anybody can publish. Therefore, pristine content is no longer there. But the marketplace for the long tail that goes on infinitely, like what you're talking about, the people who actually pay for that branding, they don't pay for it. Yeah. Like there's not a marketplace for uncontrolled content. And so the top of the tail, scripted, really high level, sporting events, which can't be really copied because once they're done, it's done. They're like NFTs, right? Great commentary from trusted journalism, right? Amazing music that's highly produced from famous people, right? And so it just goes down until there's a little value. And so the premium becomes even more premium. In other words, the more the genie's out of the bottle, the more that advertisers want to go to the best influencers, the best athletes, the best writers, the best music. And so just like you could go in the street and you could buy a ring for $1, you could also pay $10 million, right? So branding becomes really important. And the marketplace always works itself out. Spotify is like the greatest example. Unlimited content producers, and yet they charge a subscription and save the music industry. Now, a lot of people would say they killed it, but no. People pay for pristine content.
100%. What do you feel is happening from a brand perspective, where brands are looking to get more involved in the long format from a content point of view? I mean, I've come from advertising media, and we were always trying to look at how do we, you know, weave Adidas into this like long format story that's not just necessarily that 30-second or 60-second TV ad. Are you seeing brands wanting to engage a lot more in that like storytelling approach to how they're able to be a bit more authentic with their positioning?
100%. Over the years, like, you know, we've come from the age of the 30-second commercial, and you know, your viewing experience is interrupted with that, and everybody goes, I don't want to see that. I'm going to have a bathroom break now. And I think brands have realized that that doesn't work, and essentially having their story, the brand story, become part of the story. Because when you're engaged with content, when you're watching an amazing TV show, you know, it could be a show like Apprentice, for example, right? And the challenges about a brand. But now you're watching the story, and you're involved with the contestants, and you want someone to win. You want, you know, you're rooting for someone. But that's an authentic way. You're learning about the brand at the same time, and that sticks in your brain. And it's been proven time and again that when a brand is authentically part of a long-form content, then there's high recall and there's high conversion rates as well. And we've done this for a long time, worked with hundreds of different brands, and we've done studies with Nielsen, you know, a lot of different agencies in how that impact is created.
I'm fascinated by, you know, the rise. Obviously, TikTok's in the news at the moment,
Yes.
having just done a deal with a number of purchases for saving TikTok in America. How does that play into this like very, very short format content? I'm looking at, you know, the way that some of these I guess, TikTok influencers are selling from a commercial perspective. I mean, there's one individual that I follow, and she's pretty much, you know, changing clothing every like second, as it were. And, you know, for me, the attention span of a consumer, I don't know if it's like 5 seconds or 7 seconds or whatever it is, I think it's actually useful to have that moment of pause and start engaging with content that's much more, you know, sorry, not much more, Nicholas, listen to me, has a longer span where you're actually having that kind of real emotional connection with the storytelling.
And I think, you know, the TikTok videos are great, and, you know, we all enjoy watching them, but are we going to have recall? It's like you see that girl change that dress and, you know, 5 different things in 5 seconds. Are you going to remember it? And are you going to go, hey, I want to go and buy that now? It's like there's no emotional connection. You might like it, but I think the conversion ratio is going to be relatively low in that sense. Whereas when you draw an emotional connection and you go, wow, that's amazing, and you're seeing, I don't know, Emily in Paris, like a TV show like that, right? And you watch her wearing that dress for half an episode, then you go, I would love to have a dress like that. And I think that's the difference.
James, what do you think is happening within the content platform space? I mean, we've obviously been quite vocal about the likes of ChatGPT and, you know, these various platforms. I mean, I'm still a believer in the old school publishing kind of community, publishing world, where the big publishers are, you know, publishing content into their communities, and they've, you know, almost got their ABCs. You know, I mean, I knew if you picked up a men's health magazine, you knew the cues, you knew how they were writing from a journalist perspective. They had their 5 pillars. You know, they're part of a big stable at the time. But what's happening from a content management and a content platform perspective, and how we're adapting to, obviously, this Web3 space?
I mean, really, what an advertiser needs is quality, scale, and frequency. And the problem with premium producers is they don't have scale, okay? They have quality, but they don't have scale. And the only way you could get scale is consolidating content on a platform and then making it easy for users, right? So you've got Meta, and you've got X, and you've got social. The problem is, and then you almost have to include ChatGPT, the problem is when they control the platform, they cut the content creator off from the audience data, and, you know, Apple as well. They don't let you engage with your own audience. And so what happens is you're creating a data set for Silicon Valley. They're then auctioning off your audience data to your competitors, thus commoditizing the industry, right? So what happened is, as the ad agencies consolidated, as it got more expensive to do branded advertising, they shrunk their margins from 15%, which is what the last 100 years were. When I was at the NFL, it was 15%. They would take their cut. It's down below 5%, and there's only about 5 ad agencies now worldwide, right? So they go through these major platforms. And so the only answer is a platform that's not controlled by Silicon Valley that breaks all the rules in a monopoly environment. And so what we've done, and I'm not trying to promote our own platform, anybody can do it, well, not anybody, it's very complicated, is to consolidate premium like Spotify did, like Hulu did, like Netflix did, and pull it all together in consortiums. So a co-op consortium in media is super old, like Clear Channel did for advertising stations, right? Like ABC, NBC, CBS took premium content and put it in a single way that you could buy. Well, so what we're doing is using on-chain, and we're bringing in hundreds of media companies to be able to get the scale, which they otherwise couldn't get, and having smart contracts to make sure that your IP is protected, that it's not invadable, it's not stealable, and then we've connected syndication to all the major media companies with the major ad agencies. There's something called a premium marketplace that transcends, you know, social and search, so that premium advertisers can meet premium brands, media brands, in a single buy. So it exists, it's up, it's running, and that really is the future. If major brands, media, production companies don't consolidate separate from Silicon Valley, then they're effectively just producing content for Elon Musk or Zuckerberg. So the blockchain makes that possible.
Geez, I'm loving this. You know, coming from that space, being, you know, Isobar Dentsu Aegis, well versed in how the squeezing of that revenue for those agencies went from 15%, and then you were trying to make it on your buying fee and rebates and who knows what, yeah? Arbitrage. Yeah, no, don't worry, arbitrage. I mean, I arbitraged a lot back in the day. So certainly, I mean, it's fascinating. And I mean, Paul, just to chime in here, I mean, how do we build scale into that model? You know, obviously, we talk around, you know, contracting, smart contracting to build scale. Where I'm a media buyer, I'm now able to purchase digitally across multiple platforms, whether that's digital radio, now digital out of home. I mean, it's facilitating that media channel to be purchased in that way. How do we actually build scale into the contracting? Is it a chain's choice, or is it actually the contract themselves and the efficiencies that you can build into the smart contract?
Yeah, so I think with the kind of bevy or choice of chains that you have these days, you can choose from any number of them. There are a bunch of chains these days that are offering sub-dollar fees with sub-millisecond settlement times. So scale is not the real issue. And Anthony mentioned it earlier, actually. The biggest hurdle is going to be on-chain UX, onboarding companies, digital media companies, traditional finance users, marketing guys, in enabling them to be able to use these platforms effectively, really reap the benefits, start monetizing their content effectively, and kind of reducing that on-ramp, off-ramp pain that stands in the way from kind of the tech that's already existing and they're forced to use, and the content they already create.
Because I guess it's still that old adage, you know, the brand itself hasn't necessarily adopted the crypto space, or maybe that they have. You know, there's a facilitation through various platforms, you know, James was mentioning now, that will allow for the brand to be able to buy the content, pay for the content, and then obviously settle out the, you know, the premium content providers that are actually creating that original content. So you're 100% right. I think, you know, we've got the technology, and going back to my earlier keynotes around, you know, what does it mean for me? How do I get to use it? Yeah, I want it seamless. I don't want to have to go through, you know, this process of engaging in the current manner that we currently do.
Absolutely, and we're seeing it now these days as well. I'm speaking a little bit about it in a bit, but institutional adoption is underway, and the biggest hurdle is not so much bringing the funds on, but what do we do with the funds once they're on? You know, how do we use the tech to actually get some use and benefit out of this? And I think there are a lot of innovative ideas and platforms coming out, but really trying to get that idea across to the layman is the key here.
I mean, what I found, so I bought a company called D-Web. You guys know I.L. Herzog, founder of Bancor. And, you know, he figured out DeFi, as you know. So he had this vision of, you know, on-chain media platform, and you're totally right. You know, they figured it out. But he couldn't get major media to sign up to use it, and he couldn't get major advertising, right? So we ended up buying the company, and he's now our CTO, right? So what we brought is 40 years working NFL, News Corp, Disney, MSN, and all the agencies. And so when Google was an existential threat to us at News Corp and Yahoo, we got the media companies together and the brands and said, we can't let Google monopolize things. And we all agreed to go on one platform. And that's why Trade Desk and, you know, happened in the idea of premium marketplace. So what we've been able to do, and I'm not trying to plug it, but you're exactly right. The non-tech, just like sports, okay, the relationships with major agencies and major brands, convincing them to all get on one thing. So I held the first meeting at Hulu. It was the first over-the-top entertainment network. And we all got together at a table at Rupert Murdoch's office and said, Google's going to, they just bought YouTube. They're going to steal from us, to your point, okay? We've got to all get together. Right, and we did. And then 3,000 other media companies joined us, became a multi-billion-dollar company. It wasn't tech. That's not the hard, but you're totally right. But how do you convince all the pretty people to show up at the bar, right? How do you do that? So it's called execution risk, right? But unless media companies and creators and sporting teams agree to get together and create scale and quality and the tech, they're just going to get their asses kicked, right? So you must unite, and that's, I think, the answer.
100%. So I see we're going to run out of time. Any last comments on, today, where we're going, and where we see ourselves? Matt, just start from your side.
I actually have something. Yeah.
He's up there.
No, it's. I think we're in a really interesting phase as well, where your users are getting more and more used to being sold. So they can see pitches and sells coming a mile away. So it's getting increasingly more difficult to onboard people onto new platforms, new tech, new ideas when they've seen the pitch 1,000 times before. So it's not just about smoothing that on-ramp and making it really easy to onboard, but also actually convincing people that they need to move away from what's comfortable, what's easy, what's already installed on your phone, and get onto something new that's ultimately for the greater good.
I see quite a bright future, actually, in decentralization of how content is created, how it's monetized, and creators coming together on platforms like Roundtable and taking the power away from the few that have it today.
You said your piece. You said your piece.
No, I agree completely. It's from a fan's point of view, from a sporting aspect, you're embedding with the fans again. You're really engaging with people. As you said, you're taking the power away from the few and giving it back to the people to, find the use case that they want to use it for. And I'm really excited to where sports engagement's going with blockchain. I think there's just so many use cases there, from ticketing to activations on the day, to rewards programs, to a whole bunch of stuff that Nick and I have spoken about, and being connected with people around the sporting world, and actually integrating fans into the stadiums itself with tech. It's going to be pretty exciting times coming up.
Certainly is. So there you have it, folks. Thank you very much, everybody. Amazing panel discussion, and shaping the future of and the influence of media narratives, marketing volatility. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys, to all our 5 panelists. Guys, if you can have a few moments for a photo session? Yeah. Thank you so much to our 5 panelists for sharing their insights and narratives. That was one hell of a session, to put it simply. All right, to really continue this momentum, our next panel session is going to be a heavyweight one, which I'm pretty sure everyone here would really like to pay a lot of attention to. I know there's a lot of you guys out there at the back, outside the ballroom. If I can get you guys to get seated, get comfortable. There's plenty of time for networking later on. I know we're in Web3, everyone loves to network, but this is going to be a very important panel session next, especially if you're looking to raise funds, you're looking to connect to the right VCs. This is the panel that you would want to pay a lot of attention to. Okay, next up. Our next panel topic is 2025 to 2026, bear or bull, inside the minds of top VCs. We are honored to welcome our distinguished panelist, Mr. Mansoor Madhavji, partner at Blockchain Founders Fund, Christian, Chief Operating Officer at KuCoin EU, Ms. Laura, Group CEO at Gate, Trent Barnes, General Partner at Primal Capital, and Melissa Kurtkan, Founder and CEO of Satoshi 21. Can I please welcome our distinguished panelists with a strong round of applause, please, guys. Come on, guys, we can do louder than that for these top-tier speakers.
Mansoor. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
I'm just happy I'm being promoted to Group CEO.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Like, everyone give a round of applause to Laura, who's just been promoted.
That's a joke. I didn't get promoted. I'm actually Chief Global Ecosystem Officer, but thank you for putting me up there.
So thank you, everyone, for being here. We have a phenomenal panel today because we have some brilliant minds here. And everyone here on this panel, we're friends. Like, outside of this panel, most of us, we hang out quite regularly. So I'm excited. We're going to vibe here, talk about VC, what we're seeing, trends in the industry. But before we do that, I'm going to give it to everyone on this panel to give a quick intro about themselves and their background. Then I'll give you mine, and then we'll jump into it. So Christian, go ahead.
Hey guys, nice to meet you all. So my name is Christian. I'm acting as the CEO of KuCoin in Europe. So we're helping KuCoin to establish their MiCA presence in Europe. Next to that, or before that, I was the CEO of BlockTrade, another centralized exchange in Europe. And coming back to the financing topic, I also set up a venture capital fund called SMAPE. We're also partnering with BFF in that respect, and also a validator service company. Both are still live and running. And before that, I was 15 years in banking and private equity.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Laura Cornelia Medinova, and I'm not Group CEO. I'm Chief Global Ecosystem Officer at Gate and Principal at Gate Ventures, the venture arm of the exchange. And we focus on early stage investment, basically from pre-seed to Series A in very interesting emerging projects. And happy to be here with you, Mansoor. I think it's our third or fourth panel together.
Yeah, so whenever I get put on a panel, I always ask for Laura to be on it. First, because she looks better than me, but second, she has a really good social following and she always gets the word out there.
Hey guys, Trent here, one of the general partners of Primal Capital, which is an early stage Web3 VC fund. Also the co-founder of ZeroCap, which is an institutional crypto and FX trading desk, custodian, and derivatives desk. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa. I'm the founder and CEO of Satoshi 21 Venture Studio. It's been 10 years for myself in Bitcoin mainly, and we are celebrating the 5th year of Satoshi 21. It started as a community from Southeast Asia during pandemic actually, and then turned into one-stop destination for a venture builder, for funding, and also developing decentralized products. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And I'm Mansoor, a partner at Blockchain Founders Fund. So we're an early stage venture capital firm, invested in this space for a number of years, have about 150 portfolio companies now, and we're still active, still deploying. And so with that, we'll jump into it. Trent, I think we'll start with you. Why don't you share some thoughts about what you're seeing in the space right now, some of the trends you're looking at, and then we'll go across and make it very fluid. You know, jump in, share some thoughts. We don't want to have too much structure, you know. Feel free to just bring up any ideas that are on your mind.
I just want to get a show of hands. Who in here are founders, builders? Yeah, so who in the audience? Hands up. Cool, all right. So some of the themes that I'm seeing, or that Primal Capital is seeing, and particularly in line with my other company, ZeroCap as well, is that we're really interested in institutional DeFi, stablecoin infrastructure, and I'd also say really interested in Bitcoin DeFi. I mean, I've been super interested in that for years, but I think it's like Kanye West said, I'm right, I may not be right now, but I'm right. So I think that is eventually going to come. There's a lot of dormant Bitcoin just sitting on the sidelines. And what I also find really interesting at the moment is a lot of these DATs and how that's going to impact all the different Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, and a bunch of other alts. But yeah, I'd probably say some of the big themes for us at the moment, Insto DeFi, stablecoin infrastructure, and I'd say Bitcoin DeFi.
If I add to some of the points that Trent is mentioning. So when we think about trends and when we talk, even like in conference like this, and this I think more my like third or fourth panel this week, everyone here is expecting to hear some sort of buzzword. They're like, okay, this is the next big thing. Everyone was super bullish at the beginning of the year, anything AI agent related. You can do any kind of ChatGPT wrapper. All the investors would just run trying to pour money into your cap table. Now the trend died out. Now we have stable coins. Everyone is trying to build a new type of stable coin. Everyone is trying to find some sort of yield-bearing product that, again, investors are super happy about and pouring money. But the thing is, once you hear this trend here in a panel, you're already too late. As a founder, you need to start spotting trends before it become mainstream, because at this stage, the founders that are raising are the founders that started building probably a year ago, and they have an MVP, they have the team, they have a very clear track record and go-to-market, how they're going to launch the product. So when you're in event like these, and then I always like to start with this kind of piece of advice, try to understand what you're building, how relevant it is, not for today, but 1 year from now. And again, there is a lot of speculation what's going to happen next year, where the market is. I think every second person that I meet, they're asking me, so when is that bull market coming? When is the altcoin season? Well, it is an altcoin season, just not for all of you.
When moon?
When moon? I mean, some of the bags are already mooning. Just the problem is there's not enough liquidity in the market and just scattered around. So, and again, I'm in the crypto space since 2016, since the wild, wild west, when there would probably be like 100 coins in total and too much money, and everyone with a gambling mentality just stupidly pour money into it. Whereas right now, investors got burned, they were exit liquidity, and now everyone's really trying to pick the right coins and the right projects to invest in, so they scatter around. So when you're building something around, you're planning to fundraise, it's going to be a very, very big challenge for you, because, again, a lot of our analysts are predicting the bear market is going to come probably Q1, Q2 next year, and I'm happy to debate you on the timeline here. So if you're building something for right now, you're going to be fundraising a year, you're going to be fundraising in the bear market, and it's going to be really, really, really hard. And yesterday, I was on a panel with Vinit from Sigma, who we worked very closely, and he's saying, if you can take money right now, just take it. But the problem is you need to know which investors to invest in, come to panels like these, and try to get those buzzwords where the investors are investing.
But I'm really curious. I mean, stablecoin is the obvious play, and stablecoin infrastructure, I think we are all bullish on it, but it's also like everyone is building something around it. It seems like also equity plays and like a lot of like projects are going into this direction now. But what's next? What's the next trend which is going to attract really a lot of capital? I'm interested because I also want to bet on the next horse.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Well, I guess I was reading about the post-web. Outlier Venture basically created that concept. My general investment idea is pretty ideological, and I talk about the blockchain, crypto ideology, and I think it is essentially an ideological choice, decentralization and everything. But we're not doing this talk anymore, because we basically left the democratization of finance to the more regulational and institutional products and that side, basically. So when I think about what is it, what's relevant, it's democratizing data, and I see the intersection of AI and Web3, let's say, blockchain, decentralized data infrastructures, pretty relevant, honestly. This year it started Q1 with a huge investment allocation to Web3, but then it lost it to a great extent to AI. And the biggest overlap between the two happened in decentralized AI. BitTensor, News Research, and OpenLayer, they raised crazy amount of money and stole the hype of the Web3 of this year. And I think it is also important, and the main discussion is turning around the future of data and the web. Is it going to be decentralized, or is it going to provide us some sort of a new way for the centralized infrastructure. I think the infrastructure investment is also turning around that conceptual discussion. So I find it pretty relevant. And the post-web, the outlier ventures concept, which is, I think, going to be the next hypey kind of a thing after Web3. Well, what is post-web? So builders are probably going to need to answer that question.
May I answer on that one briefly? Because you said it's not really a structure in the thing. I just take a note on it. I think that's a very interesting take as well. I spoke to another investor like 2 weeks ago, and he told me he believes next to the whole DeFi, institutional DeFi topic, where I also agree, the data infrastructure, data calling, data archives, and data like an RPC, decentralized RPC nodes all around that would be something where the true core like usage of blockchain technology has really a core usage over the current hype or still hype mode onwards, yeah, where you really could see a lot of benefits in having that decentralized, the whole data infrastructure. I would agree, yeah.
You know, Christian, while the panelists were answering, I was thinking about your question, what's the next big thing? And I think the next big thing, and it's going to be a very, very sad answer, but companies that are generating revenue because the industry is maturing, finally. I mean, I remember 2016, 18, you just launched a token. You have some sort of community, you have very badly working product, or you don't even have a product, you might have just a white paper. Everyone pours in the money. And investors love that. Investors wanted to cash out on the token launch, get favorable terms, whereas right now, the problem is there's not enough community, there is no longevity, investors are getting terrible terms. We're usually locked in for like 3 to 5 years for good projects. So what we need to base on, not short-term hype that token can create, but a long-term sustainability of a company. So we want companies that are positive in generating revenue. They have a clear plan how they're going to get users, how they're going to get their clients, and what is their long-term goal. So I think the industry is just maturing, and if you're going to be fundraising in a bear market, you need to fundraise on an actual product and probably leveraging Web 2 way more than Web 3 because there is not enough liquidity here.
I think that's a very interesting thought, Laura, and I do agree with you, right? There needs to be a lot more focus in this industry around generating revenue, but creating value for the end user, the customer of the product, as opposed to just hype around a token and a short-term vision. And I know for the stage that we invest, it's not necessary, I think, that they always have revenue, but I think a lot of clarity around that it's a focus of theirs in their game plan toward their business, right? As opposed to just what exchange do I get on? What market maker, right? Like as that sort of thing. But I'm curious, you know, from Melissa, Trent, Christian, what are your thoughts around that? Like, you know, focus on token first or focus on like underlying business and what you like to see there?
Yeah, I think from our end, if we look at our portfolio, it's the businesses from an equity perspective in terms of the real world revenue that they're actually generating. You know, I saw over the years a lot of discussions on Twitter about VCs and on token investments being a little bit predatory, but what I don't think the public understood was that we tend to get locked up for 6 to 12 months. And one of our portcos last year did a report with Arthur Hayes where they looked at 100 tokens that had launched that had liquidity on Binance, and out of the 100 tokens, 98 of them were in the red after 12 months. So at the point that the VCs get unlocked, we're in the red. And so there are only 2 tokens that were in the green, and they were both meme tokens. So I think gone are the days where it is, you know, 2017, 2018, where you can invest in a token, get liquidity throughout even 2021, 22. So I think, you know, what we've seen is a number of VCs have actually pulled out of early stage and are going more liquid. You know, some of the questions that we ask founders are, how do we get a return on this? And if the response is not a well thought out, articulated, this is how we see getting a return to investors that are taking risk at the early stages, we just won't even bother looking at it any further. And it's not that we need to see 100x. What we want to see is a defined line of path to how this project is going to be sustainable, successful. And so for us, I think, equity businesses that have good revenues that also have a token model, they're great because you can hit on both fronts. But I think if it's going to be purely token, there has to be a really defined, not just narrative, but a go-to-market strategy and a consideration of the people or the investors that are taking a risk early on to invest in it. So I'd say that.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good thought. And again, I also agree with you that value proposition of give me money today, I'm going to give you tokens 12 months later. Like we know that's probably a money-losing token 12 months from now, and that's a really hard game to win. And I think that's where, first, a lot more focus has shifted toward companies that are able to, engage customers, users, generate revenue. And then on the crypto side, a lot more of the deals and interest has shifted toward liquid token deals, right? Which means you've raised money, you've launched your token, and then we're buying it after that because we see that there's some demand from users for your product, for your token, and then it becomes interesting as a liquid token.
Yeah, let me chime in on that one. I think it's much more a focus on, you would much more look at projects now from an equity perspective, not necessarily that there are already revenues, like traditional we see are revenue focused, but more like product focused, yeah? What's going to launch, or what's the plan of which products or topics and partners are being launched together with the chain. Not just revenue focused as a classical VC or more like a classical VC, but more product and focused. I mean, we've seen, I think both of us have invested in Bera. There were not enough product focus, I guess, on that one, as we know.
Yeah, Laura's itching to say something. Everyone pay attention, because this is going to be a gold nugget.
You already understood my look. Actually, Christian, I don't agree with you that you need to focus on the product that much. I mean, yes, product is very important, but the problem is, and I'm not
the infrastructure for products.
Yes, but the problem is there are so many very famous layer ones, I'm not going to be naming names, that have, $10,000 in 24-hour fee generated, but they have huge community. But they had amazing product, but they have no revenue. They have nothing, even though they have hundreds of thousands Twitter followers. So product, yes, it's very important. But the problem is a lot of founders who are builders first, they focus in fine-tuning the product. They're trying to make it incredible. And they forget, okay, you have this amazing product. No one knows about it. No one wants to use it. And then maybe it's even overcomplicated. I come from marketing background, so I did almost 10 years in marketing before I went into, I kind of was in venture capital on the side, and I experienced so many founders who come in, have incredible product, they're ready to launch, they have nothing, they have no community, have no traction, and then what I'm going to do to this product? Why you didn't start, yes, building the product, but thinking about community as well. And one more thing I wanted to add that Trent said very well, I don't know if anyone paid attention, VCs are being seen as predators, and 70% of them, unfortunately, are like that. Because when founders come to raise from VCs, they are expecting them to be their friend, to help them out, hold their hand, introduce to all the exchanges, introduce to later rounds of investors. But realistically, what is a venture capital firm? It's a firm that is expected to make multipliers. Our job is to bring 10x, 100x returns home, or we either lose our money or we lose our jobs. So it's not 10% per year we can get in S&P. It's not 30% per year we can get it with liquidity provision. It's 10x. So venture capital job is to, yes, sometimes squeeze the founders out. So for you as a project, and again, I'm saying that coming from venture capital perspective, it's much better to focus on being less dependent on VCs and more dependent on actual users, clients, to generate revenue other ways than go and give 30-40% of your equity to the VC who is gonna dump you, because that's their business model. It's not a grant, it's not a charity. And founders sometimes romanticize this relationship.
Melissa, jump in. I know you got to say something. You have some interesting insights to share, but you've not said as much.
I mean, these are all points. It's really hard not to share the same opinions. It's the maybe I can talk about like what is not going to take the attraction of the investors. We usually say like, okay, infrastructure, that and this, and which is still a thing. Like infrastructure investment is happening. It is happening in a different part of the product building. For instance, block space and high frequency and higher throughput, and it's still happening. And the token models is not going to be that much of an issue if you're building an infrastructure, because it's usually embedded in the whole economic model is embedded. I think what happened when this whole like, okay, safe round and TGE at a time that is not announced yet, and all these post failure, we basically invented this hybrid model, equity token and everything, but that basically tested the founders with basic maths. And a lot of founders had to invent their way because it kind of turned into giving either equity or the tokens for free, and there was no real math behind, just to give some equity from a company that is not established yet and everything. It was a mess. And having said that, I think applications are not going to take so much investors from the serious investors. And well, we are talking about the UI, UX since years, but I think that part is basically turning into the, unfortunately, KYC, AML, institutional products, and that's basically doing the data and financial democracy. And on the crypto blockchain native projects, that's basically going to be a little bit more infrastructure rather than applications, and the community-oriented products and things that's the most important thing, I think, is the business model and the token having some sort of an application that is measurable, because we have to measure it, and it's not like a milestone and the revenue and everything. Like the application of the token itself has to be implemented in the whole project in a way that it can be measured. And then the whole valuation and everything comes into play.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point, but I think it also relates back to what Laura was saying earlier about like the community and having the tokens out there. And, you know, one of the challenges I see, oftentimes it skews the perception when evaluating a company, because the tokens oftentimes are going toward incentivizing people to follow on Twitter or other incentives that are non-product or non-usage related. And so it looks like there's this massive community, but then as soon as like the product's live and people need to use it, it's not translating to actual use of the product. It's just people that want to dump the token. And I think this ends up being quite detrimental, especially because other VCs, other partners end up with tokens that are locked. And as they unlock, the rate of increase of new tokens on the market far surpasses the rate of growth of platform users. And I think it ends up in many tokens creating a death spiral of some sorts.
While you were speaking, I was thinking about like what were the most successful investments we did and what differentiated them or what made them different. And it actually is that the chain or is the product, yeah? So that's where our most successful investments were. Lefi, for example, I don't know if you know it, yeah? Subsquid, data layer, Lava, Supra, a bit struggling, but we're still in the green. So like really infrastructure where it's not about a new layer 1 or a layer 2, but more about like an actual use case being implemented on the blockchain or as an infrastructure to connect projects. Yeah? So, and like back then, we also thought when we invested in these projects 3-4 years ago, we looked more on the token upside, but in the end we should have looked on the equity upside, because the equity of these projects is worth more than the token actually, or some, and that's, we are also seeing this, some are not even opting anymore for a token play, but are actually looking more into an equity play, which is also very reasonable, yeah? Going away from this potential token hype and looking more on the equity side of things.
I think if I may jump in, the decentralized AI narrative is not only because, like, well, AI is a new thing and decentralization is what we've been for, and now they're merging, but they're implementing, so far, I mean, they're the only products available which implements the community network token launches. They basically build a product, you can engage with it, you can train the LLM models, and the builders come into the ecosystem, and the way they engage is basically incentivized by airdrops, and then the builders own the technology and the tokens, and then maybe they do a private round, a VC round, or then go to public. So basically, it is the closest to the crypto-native fundraising, funding, economy building practices. That's also valuable, I think.
So we have about 4 minutes left on this panel. So I think before we wrap up, I'd like to ask everyone on this panel, 12 months from now, we're probably going to be back here in Singapore, sitting on a stage like this, having a follow-up conversation, talking something about trends, VC. What do you expect to happen between now and then? And if there's any advice you want to give to any founders to keep in mind over the next 12 months, what's that going to be? I think, Christian, let's start with you.
I play the party crasher. I say we will be in a big bear market, and we'll see a top by the end of this year. So if you're building, try to build substance and try to get money in the next 4 to 5 months, and try to build in the bear market to be prepared for bigger investment rounds in the next bull market.
I 100% agree with Christian. So basically, the best time to fundraise is the top of the bull market, where all of these VCs already got some unlocks, they already have some cash, they're feeling like they're, you know, the next Warren Buffett, they know the trends, and then they start to pour money left and right. So basically, end of this year, beginning of next year, you need to raise. And you need to raise as much money as possible for you to survive next probably 2 to 3 years, if not longer, of the bear market. So you need to have enough money to build next 3 years, and then ideally, if you're still early stage, launch. So you need to plan very, very, very carefully what you're going to do next 6 months, because they're going to be crucial. If you're not a builder, if you're just looking for a job, get yourself a good job with a company that has very big treasury, because a lot of these very popular companies right now that we see that are valued in like billions of dollars, the token is skyrocketing, they all gonna crash. So again, not a financial advice, but you need to plan that within the next 3 to 6 months, because it's not gonna be fun. Probably next token is not gonna be fun, Mansoor. But we're all gonna be on vacation.
I think we'll have fun regardless.
So I've been on the VC side and the founder side. I'd say for the founders out there, just be prepared to answer, I guess, a couple of these questions, which would be, how do we get a return on this investment? Also, if you're doing a token sale, then why would we invest now versus waiting for it to go liquid? And then we can see if it's just gonna dump, and then we can pick it up at a discount. So just be prepared to answer those questions. I would also say as well, in your putting yourself in the shoes of an investor, what would you want to see? Because we get a lot of founders that just pitch us without taking into account that each investor has different priorities or different criteria when looking at an investment. So the one pitch doesn't necessarily work on all. What I would say is that if you are speaking to investors and VCs, is asking the questions first, what do you look for when you invest? That very simple question can just open up a whole discussion around what matters to them. Then you can actually just tailor your pitch to that, as opposed to just doing the one single pitch to everyone?
I think what I can add is for founders, you have to decide what kind of a founder you are, and that defines the most of it, basically. If you're a technical founder who basically is obsessed with any blockchain question, a problem, then go for it and build it on blockchain. If you are building a business but you want to fund it through token, and like you've been in the Web3 community, so these are your friends and everything, then try to find a method that suits your business the most, the community that suits your business the most, and then consider bootstrapping and see if it works. Most of the people I'm asking, do you know anyone who would use your product? And they basically don't know. And it's like we're basically spending most of our times with this community, so you should know at least a couple of dozens people who use your product tomorrow if you're building anything on Web3.
Awesome, thank you. Christian, Laura, Trent, Melissa, you've been phenomenal. To the audience, you've been great. Thank you for listening so much. Give a round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. If I can have you for a few more minutes for a photo session, just on the stage. Just a photo session. Just one more. Straight at the back, guys. Can you look straight all the way to the back? Thank you so much to our 5 fantastic panelists. I think it was great insights, advice shared to a lot of upcoming founders. That can be very helpful. All right, next up we have a very interesting keynote from all of our partners from Orabit. The topic will be, insights on building the future of Bitcoin, tokenization infrastructure for global users, and institution through cutting-edge architecture and innovation. Orabit does very interesting things in the Bitcoin space. I'm very excited to welcome Paul Dando, the Chief Technology Officer from Orabit. With great pleasure. A strong round of applause, guys, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think a big topic of discussion today has been the fact that there's a lot of money coming on chain. Traditional finance institutions are moving on chain, and a lot of funds have a lot of money, but as a lot of founders these days know, it's really difficult to raise money. So if you had to tell me this, I'd ask you, are these founders in the room with us right now? And that was supposed to be a joke, even though we've literally got a lot of these funds in the room with us. But I guess the key takeaway is that the chains are very quiet, and that's very telling. Bitcoin's mempool is currently razor thin. We're sitting at an average of 1,900 pending transactions, where we had 40,000 in the last bull run. Fees are down, and things are looking very, very dire in terms of chain activity. And even if we move away from Bitcoin, Ethereum's price action has been super disappointing, despite everyone complaining on Twitter. And even roll-up growth and adoption has been plateauing for quite a while. So we know capital is pouring in, and excitement and sentiments at an all-time low. And if we want that needle to start moving and that activity to start coming in, we need to start innovating, tackling the same problems from a different angle and getting people excited. So like I just said, institutions are here, we just can't see them. All your big players and big funds, your big traditional funds like BlackRock and Fidelity are all moving on chain, but outside of some ETFs and some Bitcoin treasuries, they're not making much noise. And the big problem is that capital's not flowing on or through the chain, it's kind of parking on top of it. And it's showing us the big difference between institutional capital deployment and true institutional adoption. You know, buying a lot of Bitcoin and storing it in a bank vault isn't adopting the technology. And it's easy to understand why this is happening. DeFi friction is real. It's really difficult. Onboarding people, understanding risk management, and even understanding why we need to be using this technology isn't that easy. But to us, this was kind of an opportunity hidden in plain sight. It's, to me, a classic early market indication, the fact that money is piling up and waiting to be deployed. It's just waiting for this kind of next infrastructural leap to take the lead. So why is there all this kind of buzz around Bitcoin? We all know it's slow, it has low utility, and it's definitely not the decentralized supercomputer of the future. But it's honestly the institutional comfort zone. It's got time in the saddle, it's spent a long time proving its security and stability. It's truly decentralized, and if I had to ask everyone here to kind of take out their phones and invest in an asset, any asset, Bitcoin's by far the easiest asset to go to. It's definitely the one I jump into. And while all this holds true, institutions aren't looking for speed. They're looking for finality and security. Imagine you're now a fund and you're trying to send tens of millions of dollars across the globe every week. This is taking you days. It's costing you tens of thousands of dollars. And if I had to present you two solutions, in option one, we've got, you know, we can take your finality and your settlement down to 10 minutes. It's going to cost you $1, and you've got all the security and finality that you need. You've got peace of mind. Or we can take that settlement down to a millisecond, but you're going to start sacrificing on kind of the properties that make you secure and ensure that your transaction is going to land. It's kind of a no-brainer. You know, there's no reason that you're already moving from 4 days or days at a time down to 10 minutes. Why do you want to go down to 1 millisecond? So the key takeaway is that, you know, your big funds, your traditional institutions would much rather have security, longevity, true decentralization over like 1 millisecond settlements. So we've just discussed it. Bitcoin's got a bit of a scaling bottleneck. It's got 10-minute transactions, which is really long if you're trying to buy a coffee. And fees get expensive, especially in the bull market. But this paired with a layer of trust presents an opportunity, a real opportunity to kind of deploy capital on Bitcoin, and it's already being picked up. As Trent mentioned in the previous panel, there are DeFi protocols being built on top of Bitcoin. Stacks is a good example. It's a side chain that kind of uses Bitcoin as a roll-up. They're anchoring data to kind of prove their stay in state, so that they can operate with less security while leveraging Bitcoin's consensus. But they're really missing a key piece of the puzzle that is going to unlock this capital deployment. So what if we just kind of took a step back and changed our perspective and took a bit of a paradigm shift into how we're looking at smart contract computation and decentralized finance as a whole? What if we didn't marry every single thing to a blockchain, use it to kind of anchor some data, but also ultimately use the blockchain for what it's best at: consensus, finality, settlement. Rollups like Optimism and Stacks are already doing this, but what if we took it a step further? What if we just said, why don't we not make a new blockchain? Blockchains are really expensive, slow, cumbersome machines that require a huge network of nodes to come to, you know, a lot of agreements to kind of just prove a little piece of data is correct. If we're not building blocks, we've got no need for consensus. We've got no need for staking and proof of work and slashing and punishing bad actors. So we saw a bit of potential here, a gap we're filling with SEL. It's a smart contract tooling and tokenization platform built on top of Bitcoin, offering kind of institutional grade infrastructure without compromising any of those properties that make Bitcoin this amazing, you know, valuable asset that we all love. The idea for SEL, or simple contract language, really came from a paper we read on client-side validation written by Peter Todd in 2016. Now, the main idea wasn't client-side validation that took our attention, but rather the proposal of off-chain computation. This idea that it was kind of silly for us to have the blockchain run all the world's computation all the time. So we went to work and developed a network that runs super lightweight, deterministic smart contracts. That being that if any person in the world had to run that smart contract at any time, the outcome would be always exactly the same. This way, anyone could prove that they were doing the right thing without having to be punished or, submit transactions. Yeah, so as I just said, this eliminated the need for gas, consensus, and all we needed to do was prove that someone spent a little bit of Bitcoin and anchored some data in order to authorize these computations. So we launched our network, and we've listed on a major exchange, and we're seeing a huge uptick in projects that want to jump on. We're onboarding projects that are interested in on-chain governance, gold-backed stablecoins, and the likes, and it's really, really exciting to see a bit of drive in this. But what we're really interested in kind of attesting is that we're paving the way for innovation and trust in a scene where institutions and investors are getting cold feet. So what I think is kind of making this special is that we're not just trying to compete and cut market from competitors and poach users and poach adoption, but rather build on top of existing infrastructure and utilize existing decentralized infrastructure. For institutions and for your institutional users, what this means is that growth and stability on Bitcoin is growth and stability for SEL. For your retail users, any scaling solution on Bitcoin directly benefits us. We're able to plug into the Lightning Network already and fund Lightning channels with SEL assets, route these assets at 1 million TPS at a fraction of the cost of any other blockchain. So, any scaling that's happening on Bitcoin is directly benefiting us. And what this does is creates a kind of harmonious environment where what's good for Bitcoin is good for SEL. Bitcoin stays the settlement layer, the true hard money that we've come to live and love and use in our daily lives, while we capitalize on that untapped utility, that liquidity that's staying stagnant. And there's a powerful narrative there. It comes from moving away from this kind of traditional idea and this kind of traditional idea of tackling DeFi problems and seeing how we can bring new products into the space. The sheer potential in the scene, we've already had the likes of Trent and Melissa mention Bitcoin DeFi off the bat in the previous panel. The sheer potential is up for grabs and it's enormous. And we're already moving forward in a new direction because, let's face it, adoption isn't going to wait around. We're not going to be interested in the next EVM clone or the next new fork of an existing chain that's just trying to compete and poach revenue. We're out here trying to inspire everyone to kind of take a look at the same problems, but instead of solving them in the same way, take a different angle, take a unique spin, and try and solve things in a way that someone hasn't taken that approach before. We're also looking for partners. We're onboarding projects and builders. We're looking for funds and innovators that are sharing a mindset with us, that are really interested in building with us. So if you're interested, come have a chat. And that's because we're really building the rails for the future that we believe in. I'm going to leave you with a quote that wasn't written by ChatGPT, it was written by yours truly. And that's that, the future belongs to those who build the bridges that others walk across. And I think that's a powerful message to leave off.
Hello. All right. Thank you so much to our keynote speaker from Orabit. Thank you, Paul. That was very insightful. Okay, next up, unfortunately, we could not have our next keynote speaker with us today. He was caught up with something very urgent. However, we have a very interesting video from the team at Evo Trade that will really go through, what they're all about and what they're doing. So I think, it'll be very interesting if everyone can have your attention on the LED screen in front.
Introducing Evo Trade Wallet, the next-gen crypto wallet designed for speed, security, and simplicity. Trade, swap, and manage your digital assets all in one sleek, non-custodial wallet. Your keys, your wallet, always secure.
Support for NFTs, multi-chain assets, and real-time balances at your fingertips.
Download Evo Trade Wallet today and evolve your crypto experience.
All right. Next up, guys, we have some very interesting giveaways. We're giving away some interesting gifts. Any racing fans, engine heads, probably this is something that you'll be very excited about. So we'll be giving away 3 prizes from everyone who is at attendance today. For that, I would like to welcome the Associate Director at CoinStore, Samuel. If I can please have him on stage. Can we have a strong round of applause, guys? Come on, some energy back in the room, please. Yeah, so Samuel will be drawing 3 names. Let's see who's really lucky during this Token 2049 Formula One week. And the first name. All right, the first name is Amy. Do we have Amy here? Last 4 digits of her phone number 3784. Any Amy in the room? Looks like we don't have an Amy. All right, the next winner is Kate Getz. Or am I pronouncing this correctly? Kate Jets. Do we have a Kate in the room? Last 4 digits of her phone number is 9965. No Kate? All right. Let's see the last one. Do we have a Kate? Kate Jets? No, okay. Okay, and the last one is Diane. Do we have a Diane in the room? Last 4 digits of her phone number is 3093. Okay, I don't think she's in the room as well. Oh, reset or do later? One, try 3 more. Okay, I hope this person is in the room. The next winner is Ekta Rai. Do we have Ekta Rai in the room? We have one of the giveaways. Ekta Rai. Anyone knows Ekta Rai? Calling once, twice. Okay. Next one, Mr. Elias Mahdan. Do we have Mr. Elias Mahdan? Calling once, twice. No one? No Elias Mahdan in the room? All right, unfortunately. Okay, last one. Wow, this is very interesting. Durian Boy. Okay, Durian Boy is here. Round of applause, guys. He's won himself a model Formula One Alpine car. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. What's next, huh? OKAN. Michael. Is Michael here? Okay. Later how is here? Okay. We're going to continue with the agenda, guys. We'll still have a couple more very interesting projects that are presenting, a few more constructive discussions on the panelist topics as well. Next up, we have an RWA project. These guys are building something very legitimate, very systematic, I would say, and an important infrastructure in tokenizing real-world assets. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Michael Gord from OKAN Gold. If anyone is into the RWA space, you would really will want to pay attention to this keynote here. A very strong round of applause, guys, please. Yeah. 1 second, please. Can I have the clicker, guys?
Hello? Hello, everyone. Is there supposed to be a timer here? No. Anyways, hello, everyone. I'm Michael Gord. I'm a serial entrepreneur, investor, early blockchain pioneer. Today, I'm here representing OKAN as an investor and advisor. We are creating an end-to-end gold ecosystem. And actually, I've been in blockchain since 2011. Gold as an asset class, to me, is a rock. It's been operational, and it's been used as a store of value for thousands of years. It's up about 40% this year, and people are expecting for it to go up to $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 an ounce over the coming years, which I actually am bullish on. But in particular, what I'm excited about with gold and real-world assets, and gold in particular, is that now with the blockchain, we can modernize the gold business. We can earn yield, transaction fees through gold, and we can maximize the value of gold businesses by tying gold and blockchains. So that is what we're doing at OKAN. OKAN is both AU, gold, Canada, as well as O Canada as the national anthem for Canada, if you guys are familiar, if there's any Canadians in the crowd. OKAN is the first, I think, and one of the largest gold tokenization projects in the world, but the first in Canada to be offering this end-to-end solution from mine exploration to refinery to vaulting and to payments. We have 4 properties in the Timmins region in Canada. It's the #1 gold region in the world. There's been over $100 million, not $100 million, 100 million ounces of gold mined in this region. And OKAN has control over 1.5 million ounces of gold in the NI 43101. We also own a mill, and yeah, we're creating a tokenization company out of Liechtenstein and are vaulting out of Dubai. The edge here is that instead of just putting gold on the blockchain and providing exposure to the gold asset class, which provides value, we are a end-to-end ecosystem. So we are monetizing the exploration and the mine. We're monetizing the refinery. We're monetizing the vaulting and the payments, which I think I think we've got to be the only company in the world that is that is doing that. Second, we are creating interesting new asset classes, leveraging real-world assets and blockchains and security tokens. And thirdly is that we are creating monetization models through our ecosystem infrastructure and assets to have yield and spendability of gold and other real-world assets, which is, I think, particularly interesting. So as I've spoken about a little bit earlier, and the course of this presentation, we are contributing to gold through the entire life cycle of the asset class. We are owning, operating, acquiring mines. We are owning and operating a mill and refinery. We are owning and operating vaults, and we are creating a spending and liquidity and yield generation program to make gold transactable to buy coffee at Starbucks, to make it internationally spendable, and ultimately to generate yield on fixed assets that should make the whole thing trade at a multiple. We've set up an international corporate structure for this. The assets are held in Canada. Our vaults are being set up in Dubai. And we've set up our tokenization corporate infrastructure out of Liechtenstein. There's been a lot of work and regulatory compliance work that's been set up to be able to have this international and end-to-end structure. So a lot of lessons and learnings. Okay. Real-world assets is growing exponentially. Boston Consulting Group, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs expect that the amount of assets to move onto the blockchain is going to be in the trillions across all asset classes, basically. OKAN is putting its entire ecosystem on the blockchain as a security real-world asset token, as well as creating a second purely gold-backed stablecoin. And through the tokenization infrastructure, we are intending to come to market with other asset classes to provide various risk and reward structures for our ecosystem. As I mentioned, one of the key differentiations and parts of this ecosystem that I'm particularly excited about is the spendability of gold. So we have a card partnership where we are making gold, as well as other asset classes, able to be added to a card, spendable at anywhere that accepts Visa and MasterCard, and generating revenue from the transaction fees. Another key differentiation of how we are approaching the real-world asset ecosystem is that, and bringing gold into the internet economy, modernizing the gold business, is by layering gold as an incentive into culture, into games, into social. So we've partnered with Flashy Network. It's another business that I'm operating and invested into that is both rolling out games that we are developing internally. We are acquiring games, and we are providing our gold assets as an incentive layer into other games, other metaverses, social networks for users to be able to play for gold, play games, earn golds, and to usher in a digital gold rush from gold being seeded into the internet as prizes. So this is something that I am really excited about here. OKAN is a security token, so this breakdown is different from a lot of the utility coin programs that I think you guys would see. If anyone is interested, we can share more information. The team has been involved in lots of exits. We've run public companies in Canada with up to 9-figure user bases. We've run big capital market companies in Canada and globally, and the team is well positioned to be able to operate both our gold businesses as well as to bring gold into the modern economy through tokenization, blockchains, and our play for gold or yield for gold programs. Our immediate objectives are to complete the offerings for OKAN. We've got significant interest from some large institutionals, family offices, and sovereigns to get the OKAN token live by the end of this year or Q1. I'm excited to say that we've already confirmed a listing on CoinStore as one of our initial liquidity providers. Following the listing, our immediate objectives are to roll out our spendability program and then to expand. We are joined by a global network of capital markets partners, IR, marketing, distribution, liquidity, et cetera, to execute on this. And yeah, so right now we have, for professional, sophisticated investors, we have an opportunity to participate in the OKAN Gold ecosystem. We will be launching later in Q4 or in Q1. Our expected FDV at the time of launch is $2.5 billion based on the amount of assets that we're putting on the blockchain. And yeah, to conclude, if anyone has any questions, happy to take some time. And on behalf of OKAN and myself, thank you to CoinStore for organizing this, and thank you for everyone for listening and for the time and attention.
All right, thank you very much, Michael, for your profound insights and forward-looking perspective on OKAN Gold, tokenization, and all that jazz. All right, so guys, we're going to be setting up for the next panel discussion of the day. It's going to be a pretty interesting one, something that's a pretty hot topic that has been going about the last couple of months. It's going to be on crypto policy, institutional adoption, and digital asset treasuries. So as you guys know, Web3 innovation continues to push boundaries. It is inevitably moving towards the mainstream, engaging in profound interactions with traditional policies, institutions, and financial systems. What global regulatory landscape will it face? How will institutional capital enter systematically? So the next panel is going to discuss all of that. We're going to focus on policy of the team, crypto policy, institutional adoption, and digital asset treasuries. So for this panel, we are actually privileged to welcome the following distinguished guests. Lou Kerner, founder of Crypto Mondays. Kenny Lee, co-founder of Mania Network. Amar Bedi, Chief Executive Officer of Tashi Network. And Chairman of Trade Dog Group, Tony Lee, Chief Executive Officer and founder of NowChain. So let's give them a round of applause as they come on stage to outline the future blueprint for Web3's compliance, institutionalization, and mainstream integration.
Hello?
So when did you fly in?
All right, guys, just hang on tight. The other panelists will be up shortly.
Oh, this is kind of fun.
Yeah? Where do you live?
I live in LA.
Oh, okay. Wow. When did you fly in?
I flew on the 28th, so we just and the time zone was going to throw me off a little.
Okay. So you're still pretty jet lagged right now?
No, I got pretty good sleep. I purposely stay awake on the plane, so I got here. I'm so tired, so I passed out when I got in.
Nice. That's a good strategy.
So I'm always like that, you know.
Okay.
I fly away. I fly pretty often, so kind of learned the trick.
So you flew over here for Token. How long were you staying?
Staying till the first. I'm going to go to the main event one day.
Okay. And then you're going to fly back to LA?
No, I got meeting. That's Lou right there.
Yeah.
I gotta go back to. I'm gonna fly to Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, for a few days. Got some business meeting over there. Then I go. We'll see where that is. Hang on tight, guys.
No worries.
Are they here or are they? I saw Lou.
Busy outside.
Yeah, I saw Lou.
So what do you do?
I run the Now Chain company.
A what?
Now Chain.
Now Chain? Okay, so what is Now Chain?
Now Chain, we do the first one to bring proven mobile consensus.
Okay.
To our mobile node app. So we'll allow anyone with a mobile phone to get on the chain.
Interesting.
So
get on the chain as a user, as a node, a validator.
It could be any one of those.
Okay.
Help them validate, have their
And it's like what, like a proof of work or something? Or proof of stake?
It's a proof of stake. They're
Okay.
all proof of stake. What the proof of work is no longer about.
How you doing?
How are you?
Lou.
Yes.
Yes.
I know who you are.
Kenny.
I belong to Crypto Money.
Yeah, which one? Awesome. You know, I've not been to that. Adam's great.
Yes, we talked about you last time. We expected you over.
I said I was going to come, and then I was with my family, and we had something happen, and I did not.
What's his name in LA? I went to that one too.
Well, LA has been run by multiple people over the years, but the highest profile one is the guy, the VC now at Bankless, based on his name. Is that who you were talking about?
Yeah, I forgot his name.
Ben Lakoff.
Yeah. No, there's another guy that's running it now. So I met him a few times over there. What's a good time? Talk to people over there too.
One of my favorite Crypto Monday stories. I've been more than 350 now.
Yes, I know. I talked about it.
Well, once I got an email, like late 2018, saying, "Hey, I was just at Crypto Mondays LA, and it was just me and one other guy. Can I take over organizing?" So I made him the organizer. And saying, "Congratulations, you're the organizer. We're decentralized. You don't need to talk to me, but I'm happy to talk to you if you want." So he wanted to talk to me. So my first question was, where do you live? Because obviously, based on where he lived, is where the meetup was going to be. He says, "Oh, I just moved to LA. I'm still living in a hotel." I'm like, "Oh, where did you move from?" He goes, "Well, for the last 5 years, I've been in a federal penitentiary." This guy had started the very first e-commerce site on the dark web. He was a Jewish kid from the Bronx, and the feds came and picked him up in Colombia and flew him home on Con Air. And
That's a story to tell, huh?
yeah, he ran Crypto Mondays for a year and a half, and then he got his computer back finally.
Did you allow him to have the computer back?
Yeah, and that had a few Bitcoin on it. So he started running Crypto Monday Santa Barbara.
Oh, he started in Barbara.
Yeah, now he's back in New York. There
Back
is
in
no
New
more
York?
Crypto Monday Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara?
Are you based in LA?
I'm in LA, but I go to Orange County in LA both once in a while.
Where in LA?
I'm right.
Do you live?
I live in about 30 minutes out of LA. Little town in San Diego.
Sure. I'm born and raised in Sherman Oaks.
Sherman Oaks, yeah.
I went to UCLA. That was the deal. I went to look for you, fucker. You said I'm going to be over there, and I went over there. I asked James. I was trying to find a place for the meeting, and I opened the door randomly, and I saw my picture
That guy looks like me.
Oh, yeah, that looks like you.
We're going to be over there.
All right, we'll just start now. Can't find Amar, so we'll just proceed all you guys. Yeah?
We're good?
We're missing a chair. What are we doing?
Let's talk about life.
You know, if you cancel the panel, you can get back on time.
It will be fun.
All right, guys, please. All right, Amar is here as well. One more chair? Yeah, we'll get one more chair for you, bro. No worries.
Yeah, I think that means it's on.
Shouldn't it be me? That's him, that's Adam. Oh, I'm the moderator. Yeah, you moderate.
All right, guys, sorry for the delay. We've got everyone up on stage right now. So without further ado, I'll pass the time over to Lou to carry on with this panel. Round of applause, guys.
Seats. Yeah. Go there. I'll come here.
Yes, sir. I have glasses.
You're all the way here. Tony. So we switching seats? Yeah, we're getting to the... Oh, I could be me. So I was getting used to you. Yeah, just sit there.
Switch to our side?
I don't know.
Wherever you want.
I mean, let's do it proper. You got cheating.
He's the professional.
Yes.
Hello.
That was more comfortable.
Yep.
Kenny. Yeah, I'm special. I got a little tiny one.
Where are you based? Puerto Rico. Oh, sweet. Did you ever go to Crypto Mondays there? It doesn't happen anymore. You heard the story of the guy running it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a really... He had a very bad... It started at Brock's house. It rocked for a while. Okay, we ready to go? Okay. I think we are ready to start the panel. Crypto policy, institutional adoption, and digital asset treasuries, which I think is kind of the hottest topic, of the moment. So, before we dive into it, why don't we guys, quickly give introductions?
Yeah. Hey, guys. I'm Kenny. I'm co-founder of Manta. We're the largest modular L2. We've been building for the past 5 years. I think one of the reasons why I might be on this panel is because in a past life, I was finishing up my master's at MIT, where I was the teaching assistant for Gary Gensler, who was the former chairman of the SEC. So maybe that's why they picked me to be here today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amar. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Tashi Network. We're building a DeepIn that helps run an internet without servers. And this is obviously a global topic, and we're working with projects in gaming, AI, IoT, and robotics. And this touches every country, every geography. And when you think about it, the biggest impact of scaling crypto has been linked to public policy. DATs obviously have come in and changed the game in terms of how liquidity comes in. So super excited to explore how we fit in and the new regulations in place.
Before I start, can we have an operator here to manage the speaker input? Because I'm barely able to understand what others are saying. Is that the same for you? Yeah, there's a massive echo. If the operators can please optimize the incoming audio. So, hey guys, I'm Gaurav. I've been in crypto since 2015, hedge fund, VC, and building. And presently, I'm building up a multi-asset DATCO from NASDAQ. And I've been working with regulators and startups on the regulatory side for about a decade in crypto.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Lei. I am the founder and CEO of Now Change. I'm proud to say that we are the first one to apply the proof of mobile consensus through our mobile node apps. You can probably see it out there in the banner outside if you want to test it out. You can certainly download the app. It's available on the App Store as well as Google Play. What we do is we allow anyone with a smartphone to get on chains and secure the network and earn the rewards. So it's based simple term, we just make it accessible to everyone. And my whole life is about decentralization, and that's what we're working toward.
Lou, I got a question. Are all those phones right there taking?
Yeah, that is my team. We brought the whole crew over here this time. You say yay!
Yay! All right, so we got 3 topics here to cover. I think the hottest one, as I said, is the digital asset treasuries. So real quick,
I pushed it to the organizers.
Each one of you, Tony, will start and come back this way. Where are we in digital asset treasuries? Is it still the beginning, you know, and is it going to go up, or have we already peaked and it's coming down?
Say it again. Like
On the whole digital asset treasuries, right? They trade at, you know, MNAV, right? Multiple over NAV. And, you know, they peaked a while back and they've been coming down. Is that a trend that you think is going to continue, that it'll continue to fall, and a lot of these are going to fall below 1? Or do you think that, you know, we're just in a lull and it's going to come back?
I think treasury is the term that we use pretty normal in the sense of any TradeFi in the past years and even decades. Treasury is becoming more and more prevalent. It's not going to go away. So if you, along the way, now you're going to see more and more companies will apply that. Same treasury, what can I do with, you know, they're putting on, have you heard about Bitcoin digital asset? And then now you got Ethereum, you got everyone else getting on board. So you say, hey, I'm going to put treasury on top of that. So I think it's not going to go away. I think it's going to apply more and more to daily use now, so.
Yeah, Gaurav?
So I have two perspectives on this. One is, what does a digital asset treasury mean for people? And what does it mean for a token company itself? We call them foundations most popularly. For the token foundation, a company that has issued their own token, no matter for what reason, of course, which is not a security, it is their access to institutional liquidity. Why would I say that? And my most favorite example on this is practically everybody who has a token wants to get listed on Binance today. And why would you want to go to list on Binance? I mean, Binance isn't promoting you. Binance isn't doing anything except listing you. And merely listing there, you get to a few hundred million, if not a few $1 billion of market cap. And the property of the exchange is that pool of liquidity that gets you to that success, right? I'm trying to frame it super simply. So you want to get to Binance because it's the largest pool of liquidity in crypto, and merely being available there gets you that value, right? And everybody's targeting for that value. And that same thing applies for OKX, Bybit, whatever is the chronological order of liquidity in crypto. Now think about a multi-trillion-dollar liquidity market, which is the capital markets of the world. Why wouldn't you want to be available in that pool? Because even if a fraction or a stupid fraction, not just a normal fraction, let's say a stupid fraction of that multi-trillion-dollar liquidity pool would fall onto you as a drop, you're doing already brilliant and much better than others. So that is something that every single token company should target. More so, treasuries are also emerging as the new, DAT treasuries, DATs, are also emerging as the new corporate structure of a token. So if you remember from a silly, non-regulated entity in BVI or Panama or Liechtenstein or wherever in 2016 during ICOs, we have come all the way to Swiss foundations and associations. And so we have evolved in crypto structures given the complex form of the instrument we have. You can't have a for-profit entity and whatnot. So we have evolved in corporate structures. And I know I might not be relevant for a lot of people here because I'm only talking to token companies for now. And so being a public company is a new evolution of that corporate structure. Why wouldn't you do that? You have like so much more expanse and expand, but more than that, so much more institutional trust for your company if you're a publicly traded asset, right?
Well, not to be counter because I'm very positive, but I think one reason not to do it is because less than 1% of all listed companies trade in the U.S. trade on a given day. It's actually quite easy to be public. Just like with tokenization, anybody can tokenize. The hard part is the liquidity.
So I'm only covering the macro. I'm only covering because it's already been a monologue for the last 3 minutes.
Yep.
I don't want it to be a monologue for 20 minutes, right? So I'm just covering the macro.
It is
of course, there are
brand new.
a zillion arguments and counter arguments to this.
Okay, Omar.
So that's one.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, that's one for token projects, and the one for retail is super easy. why would anyone want to miss out on the future of finance? They've already missed out on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is at 100K. Ethereum is doing pretty well. Crypto is a $4 trillion market. Isn't that a massive loss for the global macro markets that don't have a institutional regulated access to crypto? Why wouldn't you get into a DAT? So those are my 2 points about 2 industries.
Thanks. Amar?
I think you made a very interesting point, right, which is not everything trades. And if you look at the volume that Bitcoin gets and Ethereum gets is nowhere close to what the 100,000 coin gets. And that's why you've only seen the top 10 coins go the DAT strategy. Now that is changing significantly. Like Aether announced publicly today, it's been in the brewing.
Aether just did an
AETHIR. Yeah, they just announced with DNA House that they're doing a DAT, kind of have commitment of 350 million. So you're seeing people going down the pecking order already. And it's not necessarily about being public, but I think it's about how do you, A, get access to the pools of capital, 2, how do you make sure
that's important, right? I mean, I think that's what's going on.
Exactly, because these companies have raised money only from crypto investors before this, right? Now, if you're a AI, deep-in, robotics, any company like that in crypto, you want institutional money. How do you get institutional money? You go to NASDAQ, right? You go to Wall Street and every other regulated market in the world. So I think then there were 2 parts in your question. So I think this model in itself will continue forever. Will the NAVs be higher or lower is going to be the interesting part, which is I think part of the second part of the question you asked, right? Because when the model started, it was novel and the NAVs were much higher than, and you saw that MicroStrategy, and that's starting to go down. I think it will find a mean in the middle. Now, how long that takes, that's anyone's guess. So it's about finding alpha right now and saying that this is early. I think most of them in this bull run will have trade over on average. And then, when the bear run comes, they'll all trade under and then probably find a mean, as does most assets in the world.
Okay, and Kenny?
Yeah, I think I'm more on your boat, Lou, right? Like, I think there's a time and a place for everything. Objectively, yes, we're early because a lot of these sort of like the trend around DATs has really started this year. But I think a lot of these projects that are pursuing these DATs, right, I think it's very dreamy to assume that you list on the NASDAQ and all of a sudden institutional money's just like, oh my God, like that's not how it works, right? Like the people on the institutional side are much more risk averse than the people on the Binance side.
Turns out.
Yeah, so like that's why they don't even touch anything beyond like Bitcoin or Ethereum right now, right? And to just think that, oh, once we launch a DAT, everyone's going to touch my altcoin, like I think that's a bit naive. And so I do think that there are going to be some DAT success stories, but as the volume continues to drive onto this listing, those success stories will become fewer and far between, right? Like Aether, I think, was an example of something a little bit more positive. I'm not going to name any names here, but I think the news recently came out, I think today or last night, that there was this other company that was trying to raise around 400 million for their DAT, and so far has gotten about 13 million in interest, right? And so, like, it doesn't just magically work like that, right? There's a time and a place for everything, and if your project, your token is not working, like, focus on that and make that work before you decide to,
the token's not working. Let's do a DAT.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the path you don't want to take.
Okay, so the second topic was institutional adoption. So yeah, I think the most interesting thing about institutional adoption is where is it going to happen, right? Are these guys going to build their own chains? Is it going to be Ethereum, Solana, somebody else? How do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, institutional adoption. That's a broad term, right? Like, I mean, what does it really mean? Does it mean Goldman's coming in to build their own L2?
Okay, that's fair. Let's talk about just from, I think, the U.S. market being, I think Gaurav pointed out, is a dominant market in the world. So, for institutional adoption in the United States.
Yeah, I think at least for the next 1 to 2 years, institutional adoption means buying Bitcoin, right?
I'm sorry?
It means buying Bitcoin. Right, like beyond that, yeah, sure. There's like Ethereum ETFs, which has a fraction of the volume of Bitcoin ETFs, which kind of already sort of indicates the interest for institutional appetite beyond Bitcoin, which is not really there yet. I'm sure it'll get there in the future, But right now, like to think that, you know, the projects in this space building DeFi protocols or like, you know, SocialFi or all this stuff are going to get institutional adoption is, again, a bit naive, right? Because like, you know, the first thing that if you talk to a chief compliance officer, right, like it's not like a crypto partnership. I can't just be like, hey, XYZ chain, right? Like let's do an announcement on Twitter. That's not how Goldman works, right? Like you have to get the buy-in of the chief compliance officer. You have to get the buy-in of the risk department. You have to get the buy-in of like all of these traditional finance people that have no idea what the heck your token does or what the heck your chain does, but they also have no idea where your users come from. And so as soon as they think, oh, there could be North Koreans touching this, are they going to play with your token or are they going to try not to get fined billions of dollars, right? Like,
yeah, pretty sure they're going to want to avoid it.
So I think two kind of key areas here, right? One is which institutions are buying digital assets, which is kind of a continuation of this one. I think now over 1,000 institutions have the biggest US ones have bought some digital asset and are holding it in their treasury, and I think that number will scale. But the other institutional adoption is just those companies using blockchain as an underlying rail, right? And even on that side, I think the biggest use case that's been proven has been stablecoins. Right now, there's 90 plus countries that are exploring CBDCs. There's 120 billion plus flows in ETPs overall. So
yeah, what about plasma?
I mean, it's just endless, right? Like, so you would say that any payments business will get disintermediated by blockchain technology over a period of time. And because regulations are coming in...
Why does it have to get disintermediated? Why can't it adopt it?
Disintermediated,
I mean, you think Goldman's going away?
No chance. What I mean is disintermediate what they were already using. So the company doesn't need to go away, but the technology is evolving. So when you adopt, then there will be other parties that Goldman works with. Say Swift will probably feel some effects of this, Visa, MasterCard a little bit. All these guys that are running the payments rails, they will be the ones actually getting disintermediated, and the ones who are, you know, customer facing will decide what's the underlying technology. So all these banks had been building blockchain tech for a long time. Now that regulations are in place, they can just accelerate that process. And I think that's why we'll reach a world where, you know, people don't talk about Web2, right? It'll be just blockchain is what is the technology. The average person who's a non-tech person has no idea what's happening underneath. You just, you know, you send money via Swift in Singapore via PayNow. It doesn't matter how it happens. And I think that's what's going to be the future where your, right now, your private key, which is complex, will become a simple thing and you just transact via that. And I think that's going to be in the next 5 years very commonplace.
Yeah, that's the dream. Gaurav?
Yeah, so I always sort of want the panels to be entertaining. And entertainment comes from spicy conversations. And so I already see the spice between me and him. Also in the character, because I've been a VC for about 17 years. And my life and thought process is based on this intrinsic optimism in the society. While I don't blame him for his perspective, working with Gary comes with a few perks, right? So, so having said that, I'll actually... that was all the spice I had to add, because the rest of the things I actually had to agree to him, which is the DATs can't be your argument to success. The first thing you have to do is make a working token, make a working project, and then have a working token. But we cannot deny the fact that as a business has to work as much as on their tech, if it's a tech business, as much as on their marketing, as much as on their HR, and maybe even on the cleanliness of their office space. These are all independent divisions that the company has to take care of. And so you certainly cannot deny the attraction of public or private capital into your token being a utility and a financial instrument, right? So I am not referring or touching the different aspects or all accumulative aggregated aspects of a business. I'm only touching upon the capital attraction aspect of a financial utility. That is an intrinsic part of your business, having a token. So you do want to do your best to get to the best pools of liquidity. Now that does definitely means that there are dead tokens on Binance, to stick to my example and analogy, and there are definitely hundreds and thousands of dead companies on NASDAQ, right? So there is no explanation for a shitty company with a shitty business to have success just because you're in the right pool of capital, right? So first of all, I like in absolute agreement. Now, touching upon the second part of institutional adoption, and again, sort of bringing the topic to this conversation, the previous topic to this conversation. Ripple was registered in the state of Washington State in Seattle in 2012.
I'm sorry. What was
Ripple? Yep. Yeah, in 2012. Until 2016, it had only one POC with one bank. Okay, and that was when Ripple was whatever 16 cents. And then they played the whole, I don't know, sorry, wrong statement. For some random reason, they pumped from 16 cents to $2.5, $3.2 in some exchanges, $2.5. And they went from, some $100 billion market cap to a few tens of billion dollars of market cap.
Yeah.
And again, as if it matters for some people, it went from that one bank POC to 130 signed bank POCs around the world. I don't know if it has a correlation, but your valuation does matter, your liquidity matters, and I can bring 110 other references of Ripple actually correlated to that liquidity. So do you think this Goldman guy that you were just referring to, who has no idea who the fuck, whoever you are, who the F you are, will give more Fs if you are a $10 billion company, or will he give you less Fs if you're a $10 million company? I think
yeah, we know the answer to that.
You know the answer, right? So I'm referring as an innovator, as an investor in innovation and forward-looking industry, and forward-looking humanity. What you can definitely do is build a great product, build a great business, but let's not forget the public-facing aspect. It can be marketing of your product, but also marketing of your stock.
Yep. So Tony?
I think all of you touch a good point on as far as adoptions-wise. Kenny mentioned that adoption doesn't mean bankers are going to jump in and give you loads of cash, and it doesn't really work that way. What it means is what we see in the traditional finance guys. Now they want to get on. You say, hey, crypto used wisely, but can we use blockchains to do something better? In terms of, now you got asset managers, you got, sovereign funds, you got all different type of people say, you know what, let's get on board with that. But now how do we get on board with that? What they require is something that they have done for decades and decades. They want risk management. They want infrastructure. They want something that, hey, build something, don't speculate anything. I don't want you to speculate your coin's going to be worth $10. Like he mentioned, Ripple went from 30 cents or 16 cents to $2.5. How does that happen? They demand something
Talk to me about it.
Well, actually, to this date, XRP is not actually used for cross-border settlement on Ripple, right? It still
Back then, there was a product called XRapid that was the liquidity layer based on that token. Now it has been excluded for regulatory reasons.
So, in that term, there's a lot. If you want to talk about adoption, the people are adoption, then it's going to relate to the banker say, hey, what have you done? Show me that. That's what it means for adoptions. If you got that, settle out, figure that out, adoption will come a lot sooner than what you want it to, so. Okay. Other than that, just to cut it short, traditional finances come to play, but they want more than what you can show them, so.
So moving on to our last topic, which was crypto policy. In my view, I don't spend any of my mind share on the government. I think two simple facts: the government is not our friend, and tomorrow it's going to be worse. That's it. That's all I think you need to think about it. But obviously, a lot of people in crypto spend a lot of time. I think Coin Center is doing God's work. But I think ultimately these guys are not our friend. They're never going to put any Bitcoin in their Bitcoin treasury. But that's my opinion. Where do you think we are with crypto policy?
Crypto policy is a tricky question too. A lot of crypto, I think all of us, we don't want to be controlled. Period. Simple as that. That's my stuff. I wanted to do whatever I want to do with it. But then again, if you want to grow crypto policy, then, along the way that I've learned is policy is create rules. And once you have rules, it doesn't mean you stop innovation. It just allows you to grow within the framework. So that way, safe for the investor. So if you look at it, it's the event today. If you think of a road as you drive on, if there's no guardrail.
Well, but right, it's a question of balance, right? You know, the more you protect the consumer, the less freedom the consumer has. So, you know, you want to stop people from buying stuff because they don't have enough money, right? That doesn't seem to be reasonable.
Yeah, so you got to find that balance somewhere there. You know, you don't want people to come in and say, you know what, I'm going to take the old economic system or the old system and apply it to the new system. So you got to find that balance to make it work, you know. So.
Gaurav, see if we can keep it under a minute.
Done.
Thank you.
So I think the biggest change that we've seen is crypto's gone from everybody asking if to how, right? Previously it was like, when will this become mainstream? And now it is confirmed. And if you just look back at the last 6 years, right? 6 years back, Hong Kong was pretty much more of the crypto capital with all the big exchanges there. Then with a lot of the unrest there, Singapore became the crypto capital because they were still gray, but still welcoming people with open arms. And Dubai, Abu Dhabi became the crypto capital because of regulations. And now New York is kind of becoming crypto capital, right? So the regulations definitely are the biggest driver in this space. The US being the biggest market, obviously.
You think regulation is the biggest driver in this space?
Isn't that a direct correlation? Like just plot it on a graph on a month-to-month basis. Period.
Yeah.
Country-wise, go as micro as you want. Just plot on a graph.
I am here because it doesn't matter what the fuck the government does.
No,
we can buy Bitcoin. The government can tell us we can't.
Do you want your Bitcoins at
Absolutely.
100K or do you want them at $10?
So
the government, it was the greatest asset in the history of mankind before there were any regulations.
Agreed.
But the reason it's getting to value and you want them to get more value is it's getting more adopted, and it's getting
The
more
way you
adopted.
get more value is you get more people to want to buy it. If the government tells you you can't, a lot of people go, wow, it's probably a pretty good thing if the government telling me I can't do it.
So the community-wise, you know, you got to get that involved. Anything, you got users, you got more people into it, you know. That's gonna
There's your
drive up.
spiciness.
I am here to add, I'm a red
I thought you were
chili
done.
in blue suit.
Yeah, I think it depends on how you look at it. When you talk about 8 billion people in the world, you want governments to be involved because then
Well,
you're
of course you want them to be involved. You want them to be. But ultimately, Bitcoin is not good for most governments in the world unless, you know, small governments can adopt it. The U.S., you know, to the degree, right, the U.S. needs people to buy dollars if they want to buy Bitcoin instead. The U.S. is in big trouble.
Yes and no. I mean, like, they obviously will want the US dollar to be the most dominant thing, but now that they've seen what a big force Bitcoin has become, they don't have an option, right? So they can keep sitting on the sidelines, but they've taken an active stance on this and said, we'd rather get a piece of the pie than sit on the sidelines and let the dollar get decimated, which was anyway happening. So you're kind of seeing they are evolving with times rather than going hard, which is great. And I think that's what people are saying is going to happen in China next. The government is already exploring what their regulations will be. And imagine that happens, that changes the face of how the world looks at cryptocurrencies. The two biggest economies in the world open their arms towards it. That explodes not just Bitcoin and Ethereum or anything on the top, it explodes the opportunities of altcoins. And I think that opens up that if we're working today as a deep-in project and I want our project to be relevant for 8 billion people, then I want all of them to think of us as a regulated asset and a thing that is good for them. Right now, the first question you ask when I speak to a lot of folks who are not...
So you didn't buy Bitcoin until it was regulated?
No, I'm not talking about myself, but I want a bigger audience that exists right now. So I bought Bitcoin because I believed in an upside. Now I would like more regulation because I want my token to go up. So different times, different reasons.
I think, like, you know, we can debate about whether regulation is good or bad all day, but at the end of the day, it's, I think, becoming inevitable, right? So it's not a question of whether it's good or bad, but a question of how do we drive that in the way that can still preserve some ethos of this whole philosophy of decentralization, which I think is a super fine balance. And that balance is...
Sorry, you think is the...
It's a super fine balance that is very much being tipped over in, I guess, in favor of driving more value into Bitcoin, right? And so, like, at the end of the day, right, like, will most people say, oh, I don't want more regulation and I'd rather Bitcoin stay at 150K?
Or do I want more regulation and I want to see Bitcoin at $1 million, right? I think like it's probably not a question to most people in the audience that they probably want to see the latter.
So, I mean, again, so your belief is if there are no regulations, Bitcoin stops at 150,000 because nobody's going to want it unless the government says it's a good thing because the government knows what's best for us.
I think there's going to be regulation either way, right? That's inevitable.
Of course there's going to be regulation.
Yeah.
You know what regulators do? They regulate.
Yeah, I understand.
It's in their job title.
So because regulation is inevitable, right, then I don't think the question should be whether or not there should be, but rather how do we conform to that in a way that still can preserve that self-custody aspect of crypto that we all know and love, right?
But it sounds like you'd be happy getting rid of self-custody and outline self-custody as long as it's regulated.
No, I'm not. I'm the opposite, actually. I want self-custody, and I think that there's a regulated world that can exist with self-custody.
So you only want regulations that will be helpful.
Of course. Why do we want the bad things?
But have you heard of regulators and what they do? Do you think
I
what
worked with
percentage
one.
of regulation?
I don't know
What
about
percentage of regulations do you think are helpful to humanity?
So I'll give you an example of this, right? Like Uber and Airbnb, right? Like these are two technologies that drove adoption way faster than regulation could catch up with. And as a result, regulation had to work around these technologies, these businesses, in order to make it so that they can still survive in their own way while also not disrupting the existing flow of business. But inevitably, it still did, right? Like New York City and Uber is like a perfect example of this, right? Like all the taxi drivers.
I'm sorry. You said they worked around, they broke the law. They didn't work around it, they broke the law.
There was no law.
Oh, there were laws. There were laws. You can't, and nobody can just go around and pick people up.
Sure. But I mean, if you were to say that about crypto, right, then you can say there are existing laws in crypto because they're already in traditional finance as well, right? Like by that same right, it's kind of analogous.
Isn't that what your former boss said?
Yeah, it is. And you know, like that's a whole other debate that I
Yes, it is.
But the point is that like the innovation happened much faster than the regulation could catch up with. And as a result, now we have a world where Uber can coexist with taxis. Now we have a world where Airbnb can coexist with hotels.
Coexist. Have you seen the price of medallions in New York? They wouldn't call that coexisting. They've been crushed.
Sure, but I mean, you could say the same thing about AI as well. But do we want to stop AI just because it will do some damage in the meantime, right? So I think like that's the cost of innovation. But as long as the innovation and the drive and the adoption is there and continues to outpace the regulation, then I think regulation will work its way around the innovation rather than taking it completely over. And so I'm hoping that in this fully regulated world that we would still have to have that essence of self-custody, because then all of a sudden we just become traditional finance again. It's TradFi 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. So does anybody know, is there any country that you know, and again, I've said I'm not an expert, that, you know, this is a country that's doing, you know, crypto policy right?
I think the Caribbean islands are doing pretty fine.
Take as long as you want.
Sorry?
Take as long as you want.
Caribbean islands are doing pretty fine. But then coming to a baseline, and this is me going back to my my meditation teacher and you know, my spiritual side, I think everything in life has to go full circle. You just can't let life be unlimited, and so you need death, but of course nobody likes death. And similarly, regulators are not essentially all that bad. You need the right check on innovation before, you know, it starts to hurt, like meme coins. And sorry,
we're going back to square one. So who's right? Who's wrong?
So it's the necessary antimatter. It's the necessary antimatter that sort of regulates innovation for it to be useful for masses. For masses is the key word, because intellectuals.
I'm sorry. What word?
Masses. Okay. So you don't want people to keep forking Bitcoin. I'm going back to the 2012, 2014 references and call it Bitcoin Black, Bitcoin Alpha, Bitcoin Shield, Bitcoin da-da-da-da-da, which
don't forget Bitcoin Silver.
Yeah, Bitcoin Silver, whatever. All those folks of Bitcoin had to stop, and then, you know, so you need people to regulate that, because probably 99% people on the floor don't even know there was all these Bitcoin folks. And you probably know Litecoin and Dogecoin that eventually survived through that. And so similar things, and you only thought this would get worse, it would get better, but it only got worse with ERC20. So you had poop coin, shit coin, and whatnot coin. And like, my best day in crypto was the day I found out a website that said, I am raising an ICO to buy myself a house and a Lamborghini. Well, at least I'm true, and so you should pay for my ICO. Like, that is how crazy it went. And so you want somebody to check in, and I don't have to tell you the tale of NFTs and meme coins. Somebody has to come in and save the newcomers, the boomers, both of them actually. I think regulations are good. They bring in the right checks so that the money can flow into blue chips, good companies.
Yeah, I mean, I think we forget in terms of history when we look back. To compare crypto right now with the 1930s stock market, not the
I'm sorry, it was what?
The 1930s stock market, not the 1990s stock market, right? And that was the evolution that it had to get to where it is today. And people are looking at them side by side because the market cap is growing, crypto is close to 3.5 trillion, and they're like, wow, like this is catching. But you have to look back in history in terms of how the stock market started. How much time it took to evolve to reach a spot where the average person could trust what they were doing. And I think trust is a very key word when you're going to the masses. And the trust, fortunately, unfortunately, and that's why we live in countries, we choose governments, is because they help provide that trust. And that trust factor, good or bad, allows the average person who is not as aware as the savvy investor to come in and say, I'm willing to take this risk in my life. And that's why I think regulation is critical, even though sometimes not ideal for, folks who are more risk savvy.
Okay, well, look, this has been a fun panel. Thanks, guys. Let's give them a big hand.
Thank
you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to our panelists for the information, rich and cutting-edge perspectives, from global policy dynamics to institutional allocation strategies and the practices of Web3 compliance. This discussion has clearly outlined the opportunities for Web3 to integrate into and reshape the mainstream financial world. So while the panelists are all taking a photo up there, let's put a round of applause together for them. All right, once again, thank you guys. All right, next up, we've got another panel discussion. This one's pretty interesting. So if there's any projects out there, you might want to stick around for this, because this one's going to be the new world for crypto exchanges. So in recent years, crypto exchanges have grown far beyond simply matching buy and sell orders. From compliance to ecosystem building, and from regional markets to global expansion, each platform is carving its own path. Today's panel, The New World of Crypto Exchanges, will explore how exchanges can unlock new engines of growth in this cycle. So today's roundtable guests are important partners of our exchange and supporters of this summit as well. So let's welcome Cathal, President of Nick Stocks, to lead the discussion, with Cecilia Swear from Maxi, Alan Lee from ABCC, and James Toh from our very own CoinStore. The host of this roundtable discussion, Ernest, is an industry evangelist invited by the VC, and the stage is handed over now to Ernest.
Looking awesome as ever, Ernie. All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. Yeah. So today we are talking about a new world of crypto exchange. So before we start, I think I'm very glad to be here moderating this panel with five amazing and smartest people in the room. Like, I'm the smartest, definitely, other than them. But yeah, so since everyone just feel comfortable, we'll go by sequence. Maybe Carl, you can start off by explaining where you're from and what you do.
Fantastic, and thank you so much for the invite and for the constant support, Ernest. My name is Cathal. I'm the president of Nexox, where we're on a mission to tokenize everything by focus on tokenized securitization in a way that's fractionalized, democratized, tokenized, globally available. Laser focus is RWA, so can't wait to get into this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cecilia Xu. I'm the new CSO of Maxi. I actually just got on board like 1 month ago, literally. And this is my 6th year in crypto, entering in 7th year very soon. My first project was also another centralized exchange called Femex. I co-founded that exchange. And 3 years later, I co-founded another layer 2 called Morph. So yeah, and now I'm back in exchange again. About Maxi, I guess everyone knows about Maxi, as I don't need to introduce about it too much.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Alan Lee. I'm the CEO of ABCC Exchange. So I've been in the space since 2015. And our exchange has been in business since 2018. We're now focusing building on compliant and regulated services for all our communities and all our clients, which focus on the stablecoin ecosystem at the moment, which allow users to use the stablecoins and access to all the tokens and all the TradFi services.
Hi, everyone. I'm James from CoinStore. I'm the global head of BD over here. Interesting fact about me is CoinStore is the first Web3 company I'm in, and I'm also the first employee of this company. In this space for 5 years, used to be from the banking and finance. So I run a team of business development executive and looking here to connect with all the ecosystem partners. And thank you for coming. Yeah.
Thank you, my awesome panelists. Yeah, so I think to start off with the first question, right? Everyone in this market says that the exchange themselves deals with traders, investors, projects. So with all this data that is collected, do you guys as an exchange does any pre-action trades or not? Maybe starting from Carl?
First and foremost, exchanges have an outside advantage by way of visibility and way of back-end knowledge. That is something that is crystal clear. While you can never anticipate trends in their entirety, you do have access to more data than most. For example, I used to run a derivatives trading platform. And what was the main learning from that? When Bitcoin went up in 2020, you could see the wider public longing Bitcoin. And likewise, when it crashed in 2022, you could actually anticipate the trend, which was a sell signal and ultimately a sign to short. But the way we see it ultimately is that times are changing. And this is a key thing to be aware of within the markets from an exchange perspective. Are people looking at what is real? Are people looking at where they can get returns from? Are people looking at, for example, the price is going down, therefore I will short? Speculation always has a play within the market. But ultimately, it's a matter of looking at what drives value in the longer term, looking at demand-driven activity, and ultimately looking at what drives value in the macro scheme of things. So yes, exchanges do have a broader degree of knowledge than most. They do have access to a wider variety of data. But ultimately, it's a matter of where you can drive value and what people trade. And that's why we spent an enormous amount of time acquiring the right licenses. So it took us 5 years in actuality to attain the relevant licenses to allow for global reach. And that's something we'll delve into later in this discussion. But in the meantime, let's hand it over.
Well, I'm in exchange business for many years, 3-4 years, and I do agree with you that actually we see a lot of data, user trading data. We know the trend on the market. We know what is the pattern of the traders, their activities. But it doesn't mean that we can foresee or we can predict the market. What we can tell is, as I said, the trend and also the sentiments shift when big trend happens. But what we see now on the market is that for the mainstream coins, for example, Bitcoin, there are less and less retail users, or like institutional users, traders in Bitcoin. And the new retail users are just looking for new opportunities. I just read a report from CoinGecko. So for this cycle, only 55% of new retail users in crypto start their portfolio with Bitcoin in it. So most of them hasn't started with Bitcoin. And 10% of the new users in this cycle hasn't traded any Bitcoin. So this is the truth. This is a trend now. I'm not sure like how many people here still hold Bitcoin. Me personally, yes, I'm still Bitcoin maxi, and that's my vision about crypto industry. But for the retail users, especially the new retail users, they want to trade meme coins. They want to find new trading assets with very fast opportunities. So this is also part of Maxi's strategy. Like we foresee this. It's not like foresee, it's like when we want to compete with other big exchanges like Binance, OKX, we have to find our positioning. Like they are super strong at the mainstream coins, but Maxi cannot compete with them at that or at that part of users. So that's why we shift our positioning into meme coins, altcoins. That's why we are probably the fastest listing exchange on the market, and also we have the most trending tokens listed. Right now we have 2,600 spots trading pair and 1,400 per trading pairs. So in total, like 4,000 trading pairs. And we are the fastest. For example, take Trump as example. We listed Trump on Maxi 2 hours after they listed they start trading on chain. And most of the top centralized exchanges start like, I think 10 hours later. And that's how we capture the first batch of new users. And I do think that will be the trend, and Maxi is on the right track to track this kind of people. Yeah.
Thank you. What about you, Alan?
Oh, hi. So I think for an exchange, there's very good use of the internal data and a lot of the user behavior. But I think nowadays the industry has grown so large. Actually, a lot of activities are already on DEXs, a lot is already on chain. So we can't just rely on our internal data to actually track trends or actually track what's going on in the next phase of the industry. It's like Nos is saying, right? MEXC track like meme coins and all this on chain, so they can act faster. So I think the combination of having on-chain data as well as our internal data is probably the key of success of running a successful crypto business in the future. So for us, also positioning yourself, differentiate yourself from other big exchanges is also important. Like for us, we mostly focus on institutional clients or high net worth clients on their needs and also on their demand and services. This is actually really able to secure who they stay with us and trade with us compared to like going heads-on with all the bigger players in the market. Yeah.
Yes, I think I agree with Alan. There's always, the retail user nowadays are much more advanced. They are more educated because of the all the news and also like YouTube videos that's teaching them and things like that. They are more connected to community. There's always concern about front running, but to be very honest, as an exchange, if you want to go long term, I think Cecilia will know because MEXC is a very established exchange. If you want to be a long term exchange, you need to have that integrity. Okay, you are here to make a reputation, a good reputation, and most importantly, if you don't have that reputation of being honest and have that integrity, you might have a bad name, okay? And in this era where there is so many exchange, every year there's new exchange popping up. You have SEX and now you have DEX as well. So I think it is very important that we have good service, localized service, and also at the same time you invest in your technology and have a good track record of not being hacked, okay, and also good liquidity. I think all these are important things that we can actually like invest in to build a good reputation, which is very important. For CoinStore, our unique point is that we do have a lot of localized BDs around the world. If there's any incident happen, whether be it consumer, retail users, or even project parties, we have BDs on the ground to really like handle them, or to rather pass the message to the company for us to actually take a look at it. So this is how we try to contribute to the ecosystem to build a good reputation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think after hearing what you guys have actually said, right, you guys do agree that you guys, exchanges take in data to understand the trader's point of view to actually have a pre-action. So the fastest person in the game actually wins. So regarding about this, right, like what do you think? Like just now our VC panel, they are talking about what is the next top bull market or projects that are actually coming on. But for exchange itself, what are the top product or services that you guys are actually implementing so that you guys can actually capture more liquidity into the market? Like maybe can start with CC?
I guess I'm in crypto for second, third cycle, and I've always seen like different trends in different cycles. It always come and go, right? And at the ICO, and then DeFi Summer, and then NFT, and now meme coins. So every trends come, and then the bear market come, and they just left. But at the back, you always see there's speculation needs. This is probably the nature of crypto, so you cannot stop that part. But I would say as exchanges, we are infrastructure. We are not a platform to create this kind of assets. We follow them and we provide the best liquidity, the best service to users to trade these assets. So this is, I think, our positioning is. I cannot predict what is the next big massive topic on the market. What I can see here is, for example, RWA, stablecoin. But as exchanges, I think for us, the next maze, to answer your question, is how to provide a better and more specific service to our users. For MEXC, the name is MEXC, but many people don't know what it stands for. I mean, when we had this name, we also didn't know what it stands for. I personally, I don't know. When I joined, I asked the question. But now we have a...
Huh? You know what the name stands for?
Now I know, of course.
What is it? Share.
Yeah,
I think share with us.
Huh? Yeah. So we have much more. Good news is that we have much more clear positioning than before. What MEXC stand for is, for M, it's most trending tokens, as I explained. We have all the trending tokens on the market as traders wish to trade. And E means like easy trade, or we also say it exclusive airdrop. Basically, on MEXC, you can find every day you have exclusive events, campaigns happening, which we give profits to our users, give bonuses to our users, discounts, whatever like bonuses you can have. And X means extremely low fee. I mentioned that we have 4,000 trading pairs, and 200 of them are with zero fees. Probably many people don't know, but many big traders they really come, retail traders, I mean, they come to us and trade with zero fee, which they have to pay super expensive fees at other exchanges. So this is a very strong selling point. And then last but not least, C stands for comprehensive liquidity. We listed a lot of tokens, but on DEXs, a lot of users will still choose go on chain, or they think it's a trend. But when they go on DEXs, they will find a lot of token listed, but the liquidity is not good enough. That's why they have to come to MEXC, because we have so many tokens, but we guarantee the liquidity. Zero spillage. If you come to MEXC, you try, you will tell the liquidity is probably one of the best on the market. So yeah, I do think that, back to your question, like the trends is always shifting, the trends come and go, but as centralized exchanges, our goal, our target is to still be a very solid trading platform for users. Yeah.
Andre, go.
So, to talk about the future of the product of the industry, I think we need to go back a little bit, like maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was so difficult to even buy one Bitcoin back then. I mean, yeah, there was exchanges and all this, but like if you want to turn the banking, the money in your bank, onto the Bitcoin, you need to go through platforms like local Bitcoin and all this P2P, and they're all like super sketchy and risky for all the newcomers. But I think the past 2 years, these things have changed. A lot of regulation around it, like in Singapore or in Hong Kong, there's so many regulated on-ramp channels allow users to able to get into the industry much easier, or get into the assets much easier. So I think the future for the next 5 years is what the products is built around. How can you able to activate this liquidity into the digital world, as well as using the assets to actually trade back to the traditional finance. Let's say you have stable coins and you suddenly want to buy US stocks. You don't want to go through all this trading against the OTC or trading against all these exchanges and then deposit to your Moomoo or other like brokers account just to buy your Tesla, right? You want a seamless platform able to do everything in one app and able to trade stocks, able to trade funds, able to do Forex, everything in one app. So I think that will be the what we should be focusing the next 5 years is how you're able to move liquidity around. But of course, like there's always new hot topic. Like you don't know which next meme coin or which AI coin is going to be. It's going to be 100x next, right? But I think for the foundation is you're able to allow your users or everyone move their money around freely. Is the biggest impact that what can be done for the industry in the next few years.
For those that know CoinStore, we are only around for 5 years. It's not a baby, but not an adult. I would say like a teenager. So what we do as a teenager is to try to follow very closely to the adult, okay, and be safe. I don't think we have a lot of innovation to talk about, but personally, we rather follow the trend, all right? As a 5 years old exchange, our innovation is based on what we think are the users the things that the users might want. So over the short course of 5 years, we did IEO Launchpad quite successfully. We launched about over 60 projects, okay, and the records are still there in our platform. We also do Web3 integration, which is actually like 3 years ago, quite close to the trend that actually other exchanges are doing, the top exchanges. Of course, very recently, we also launched our CoinStore Alpha. Not the earliest, but at the same time, we monitor that the situation is going a little bit more on-chain. So we will just follow and the big boys. Basically, I agree with Cecilia a lot is that we are looking at, as an exchange, this is a marathon. And definitely, the main important image we want to build is a safe and relevant exchange. Yeah, not so much to the extent of being an innovator at the moment now yet. Yeah, thank you.
So first things first, I think everybody touched on some very good points. Now for Alan's point, I think he made a very good statement about OTC trading desks. The key for the market to grow, in my view, is actually banking integration. Previously, they were remiss to onboard crypto entities. However, there's a strong possibility that with further adoption, that will change. For James, very good point about maturation. And for Cecilia, once again, absolutely fantastic mentioning guaranteed liquidity. But when talking about trends overall, you look at GameFi, you look at DeFi Summer, those were trends that came and went. Chasing trends in itself is never a particularly good thing. And for exchanges, a major problem that they tend to face, it's the first time user drop-off rate is incredibly high. Because sometimes they do invest in tokens that don't work out. Sometimes they do invest in meme coins that have all their liquidity drained. And this is incredibly problematic. And when you look at liquidity, you look at venture funds and where those are flowing. We've not been seeing those flowing into new offerings, but we've seen them flowing into secondaries and OTC deals. If you look at AcquireFi as a very good example, they actually drive investor funds towards OTC deals with a 60 to 70% discount, proven team, proven community, proven tech. The fact of the matter is, the previous trend, in our view, is largely unsustainable, which is why you need to offer something that's real, something that's sustainable, something that will bring liquidity And you can only create that by creating value and by offering availability to something that was previously unavailable. These can include high-yield products. These can include global public and private stocks. And that's why we're incredibly bullish on RWA as a whole. Because when you look at the real problems, they're regional markets. They have limited audiences. But through tokenization and by offering an exchange service, you create the conditions for these more reliable assets to grow and to scale. And that's where we see the trend heading from both a project and an exchange perspective.
Thanks, Carl. I mean, you are from Nextstock. Nextstock is the RWA STO exchange. MEXC, Cecily, and James, CoinStore, they are from like spot listing, derivatives listing. Alan, you're actually working towards a compliance regulator side whereby users or retail traders, investors can actually use stable coins to trade on stocks. So this is something that is very different. 4 different types of people are doing. So early on, I have a chat with Cici that you guys are actually launching a new product called Titan project, right? So would you like to tap a little bit more that how can Titan project actually help MEXC in the next future growth that I believe you guys want to overtake Binance and OKX at the end of the day, be one of the core exchanges that holds the whole entire industry. So does this product actually able to help you guys to achieve it?
I think for MEXC, actually our customers can be divided into 2 groups. One is, of course, the traders, and the other one is the projects. So how can we serve both sides well? What I mentioned about the 4 pillars of MEXC, the tokens, the liquidity, blah blah, it's for the traders. But for projects, we have internal. It will be like a public slogan very soon that we talk about maximize. So it's all still like branding. After I joined, we think a lot about how can we amplify the MEXC branding. So MEXC also equals to maximize, MEXC, maximize. So what we want to do is maximize our traders and maximize our projects at the same time. The project you mentioned about Titan project is actually we can call it an all-star campaign on MEXC, which means that if we are very, very closely bonded with these star projects, including, for example, we just stopped Story protocol, IP token, and then Athena, and then before we had Tong, we had Aptos, all these leading projects, and we put them in the Titan program, which means that they will have a whole month to have the best exposure on MEXC, whether it's on our app or on our website. User login, or they don't even need to log in MEXC, they will see all these big campaigns about Story protocol, for example. User can get bonuses, can get 0 fee, can get lucky draw, or any staking activities about IP on MEXC. And the whole month is about that project, because what I was talking about, maximize this kind of collaboration, is to leverage all the resources MEXC has to give them the opportunity to be traded, to be listed, and to be seen on MEXC. We have globally, we have over 40 million users already. So any projects who work with us with this Titan program will have a great exposure. For example, with Story protocol, during the past months, they got 200,000 new trading users on MEXC. And now we are the #2 trading platform for IP token, just below Orabit, I think, because it's a Korean project. So we are their #2 global trading platform for IP token because of Titan program. I guess the total trading volume is around, I haven't seen the current number yet, but I think it's something around 1 billion for perp trading. Yeah. So all these efforts we made for these projects is to make sure that when projects listed on MEXC and when they work together with us, they don't feel that we just take their money and get them listed, and that's it. But we provide we provide them a very professional trading platform, and meanwhile, we help them to grow worldwide.
Thank you. Alan, I mean, like, you guys are tapping into stocks, right? Regulations, everything. Regarding this industry, I mean, I used to trade stocks. I used to trade Forex. I play options quite a bit, too. So what makes you think that actually combining traditional finance product like stocks, all this, actually with crypto stocks, right? Like, I mean, crypto projects, right? Crypto exchange users, right? Does actually help in terms of this growth for ABCC itself? What's your thought about it?
Okay, first of all, I think we're not just going to integrate with stocks. This is a first step of we try to build an all-in-one platform. But I think a lot of the users or a lot of my old friends, they have been in the crypto space for very long. And actually, a lot of them are start to want to restructure the portfolio or rethink what they, where they put their money in. And actually, a lot of them will come to me or discuss is how can they very safely to turn their Bitcoin profit or their Ethereum profit back to something that could be more stable. Maybe they have kids, they want a more stable portfolio now. And a lot of them actually discuss is how they can actually get back into the stock market, which they expect just to have it there for probably the rest of their life. So I think it's really natural for investors or anyone who had been in the space for probably more than 5-6 years that you want to rethink where you put your money. And I would say that's why stocks is our first steps. But of course, after that, we will also have a lot of different things. We're going to have insurance that you can purchase with Bitcoin, etc. And then you can also have access to private funds. These are all what we want to build down the roadmap.
Thank you. So, yeah. Carl, it's different when you see, like, we have a very crypto exchange here, like MEXC and CoinStore. We have ABCC that are focusing in traditional finance, that retail investors or his friends or anyone that is actually reprofiling. And right here, you are actually doing real-world asset exchange, security exchange, getting real-world business and real-world finance. As a BD myself, like, I look for projects, I talk to projects day in, day out. Getting to know security projects and real-world projects, right? It's very limited in this industry. What and why would you think that running a real-world asset exchange and STO exchange will be beneficial for this?
First things first, I think Ondo provides an incredibly good example. TVL and Ondo, 1.4 billion. How did they get there? They solved a problem that was previously unsolvable through tokenization, and that was allowing access to US treasuries. The overall thesis was very simple. This shouldn't just be available to high net worth individuals, but it should have a global reach. And in that sense, Ondo solved one of the key problems. Number one, access. Number two, reach by way of global availability. So Ondo itself provides a very good sample, but you break it down and you look beyond Ondo. JP Mullen from Mantra actually has a very good saying. He says, just because everything can be tokenized, it doesn't mean everything should be tokenized. So number one, how do you actually bring assets of value, businesses of value, financial instruments of value on-chain? Number two, how do you actually make the ownership of that asset recognized off-chain and recognized on-chain? And thirdly, is there retail-driven demand? So when you break it down, people want yield. But if you put it into a DeFi staking protocol as an example, what are you getting? You're getting more tokens. But what if during the lockup period, the price of the underlying asset goes down? You're left with more assets that are decreasing in value constantly. And that's something that in our view needs to change. So yield should work in the same way as dividend. It needs to be business driven. Now Curve, Aave, lending and borrowing protocols, they're ultimately premised on the same principle, which is business-driven yield that comes from somewhere. It can't be, for example, Celsius. Celsius was predicated on the price of Bitcoin always going up. UST, always predicated on the principle of new money entering the ecosystem. Both of those were inherently flawed, which made their crashes inevitable. But when you tokenize a real-world asset, for example, a durian plantation, in which you'll see Durian Boy down there representing us, you'll actually see that, number one, you have fractional ownership of the land that tends to, based on historical trend, go up in value. You earn yield from every durian harvest. And then, of course, you can exit at any time of your choosing via the exchange itself. That's where we see the end-to-end ecosystem. Off-chain, on-chain ownership. The ability to raise funds legally and in a tokenized format. And finally, the ability to trade and exit. But this doesn't just apply to yield-bearing assets. It also applies to various types of stocks. You have something with reporting standards that are tradable. Founders can't necessarily just dump tokens on retail, but rather you actually have reporting structures, you have standards, and that's where we see the next era of tokenization happening. Not necessarily through new utility issuances, even though they will always have their place, but as we reach the point that James mentioned, maturation, we're going to see that inherent evolution. And that's something that we'll see more and more in the coming 1 to 3 years. And that's ultimately why we're on our mission to ultimately drive this growth and be the main players within this trend.
Thank you. Yeah, so, I mean, the time is short. I have a lot of other questions to ask, but thanks for having you guys on the panel. But before we go off, right, I would just want to start maybe from James and then move down all the way to Kahal. That maybe one key point or one takeaway that what's so good about your company, your exchange, and what's the future like for your exchange? So from James all the way down here.
Well, from day one, when we started CoinStore, we always say that we are an exchange for the projects. We are a project-centric exchange, or rather crypto Walmart. Well, we are not an innovator. We are also not a market leader, but we try to be crypto enabler. So what to expect in the future is we'll continue to work hard. We'll continue to follow closely with the leaders, and we'll try to always do the right thing. Yeah, thanks.
I think for us, we always aim to provide the best and consistent top quality service to all our clients and everyone in our community. So we will actually cost tailor-made as well for your needs on your crypto services or your issues with your digital assets or your portfolio. So I think since we've been running since 2018, we have a lot of innovation with our clients to know exactly what they want. And we also have a lot of solutions that we can provide to fix all these problems.
I think for Maxi, it's not one key thing, it's two key things for us. One is, as I said, that we will keep building a professional trading platform for all different kinds of traders, especially for retail traders. And second is that since we are very focused on building exchange, we don't have capacity or, let's say, capability to build other stuff like DEXs or wallets or chains, whatever, but we invest in them. We have Maxi Ventures, which has already invested in a lot of leading projects. So we cannot do that, but we will invest in people, the talents who have capability to do it and maximize them, maximize their projects and help them to grow.
And I'll keep this short. So it's never about competing against existing players, but rather complementing them. And it's about, in our view, trading real-world assets, real-world securities, dividends-driven products, business-driven products, financial products, making those available globally, and ultimately complement the original vision of crypto, which is to make these assets available, tradable, and offer total inclusion. And that's, in our view, something that should never be diluted.
All right, thank you. And with that, let me wrap up this panel. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you to our panelists up there. Please stay on the stage for a quick photo. So I guess today's discussion really highlighted that the next frontier for exchanges isn't just about more coins or higher volume, but success really depends on ecosystem depth, regulatory readiness, and global service capabilities. And as we heard, exchanges aren't simply competitors, but rather collaborators, working together to build infrastructure, trust, and adoption in the community. The spirit of synergy will definitely accelerate the next chapter of Web3. And with that, I'd like to thank the panelists once again. All right, next up, we've actually got a special keynote by one of our partners, Now Chain. So this is going to be about the value of a public chain and how it's no longer measured solely by TPS, but its ability to host the next wave of applications. Please welcome Tony Lei, founder and CEO of Now Chain, to share his vision for a new blockchain ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, guys. How you doing today? Looks like a lot of people in the room. So let's talk about something that the topic is going on right now, okay? So before I dive in, I want to thank the organizer for hosting us today, especially Kelly. Where's Kelly? There you go, guys. Kelly for making this happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So, as we all know, this is something, we're going to talk something way beyond. As the title says, we're going to build something beyond the hype, okay? Something is going to take you the next step, okay? But here's the thing. I promise we won't talk about anything, any hype, no jargon, just strict, straightforward what the next, where this industry is going to head it. So that's what we're going to talk about. And, I kind of asked Kelly, I said, how long do I have up here? And Kelly said, 15 minutes. In crypto time, that's enough time to practically a full market cycle, But, this is a cool thing. It's enough for us to tokenize reality. And when we're on the topic for reality, let's talk about something really cool, which is blockchain. We're all here because of blockchain, not so much about crypto. We're going to talk a lot about blockchains. So what is it, guys? What do you think what blockchain is? Anyone knows? Okay. So blockchain to me, so I'm going to try and explain it in layman term. And since we're in Singapore, I'm going to use something local. Local example. So blockchain to me is like durian. Anybody know what durian is? Haven't even tried durian? Did you try durian, anyone? It's a little spiny fruit. People call it, is really smelly, But other people say that, it's the future. It got a whole lot of vitamins. It got vitamin B, C, D. It even got magnesium. Here's the coolest thing. It even got healthy fats. Okay? But here's the thing with it. Durian is an acquired taste. That's what I think. I think durian's an acquired taste. And once you got a taste of it, you are hooked. So that is a simple term that how I explain blockchain is. Blockchain it's an acquired taste, okay? So, and I do see a lot of familiar faces in the room. But for those who don't know me, my name is Tony Late, and I am the founder and CEO of Mobino for NowChain. Okay? And I'm proud to say that we are the first to bring Mobino proven mobile consensus through our Mobino apps, okay? So in simple terms, we make it possible for anyone with a smartphone to get on chains and to help secure the network and earn the rewards. So that's a step forward for making the space easily accessible and more meaningful for everyone, okay? And guess what? Since we're talking about this topic, because the hype, I'm gonna leave you something for you guys even before you guys leave the room here, okay? Because hype can take you to the moon. We talked about the moon a lot, okay? But only purpose can take you beyond it. So if you look at Tesla, if you look at Elon, he never talked about the moon. He always talked something about Mars, which is beyond the moon, because he built that with purpose, okay? So now I want you to look around you. You're in Singapore. So Token 2049 isn't just a conference anymore. No, it's no longer a conference. For 2 days, Singapore becomes a pop-up city for Web3s, okay? So we have builders, dreamers, innovator, creators, and investor. They're all here today because they believe, you guys believe in something. You believe in something that's be way more than just the hype of the next month, okay? And if you've been in the market long enough as I have, we all have been through the cycle. Where you have the bull runs make the headlines, and you have the bear market that really tests your conviction. You know, when you see your portfolio down to 85%, 80%, you still hold on to it because you believe in something. That is conviction, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? The real, every single time, you know, the truth really emerges. The project that survived isn't the loudest one. They're the one who actually solving real problems. Is that because of the hype, they want to pump that up? No. They actually solving real problems, okay? So what we've seen in Web3, and now Web3 becomes it's no longer a speculation market. It's about transformation now. Okay. So we talked about DeFi, giving access to the unbanked, and NFTs. That's evolved from JPEG to digital passport to, you know, identity, loyalty, and creativity. Okay. And then we have DAOs, which funding climate actions, educations, and open source innovation, and many more, you know. So that is the transformation from FOMO to FOCO, okay? And that's where we've been doing it now, Chain. We're focused mainly on the community, and that's where the market's gonna take us. You wanna make sure that you build the community and take care of the community. FOMO to FOCO. You're gonna hear that a lot from now on, okay? Because when you build something for people, and I believe that you build something and you focus on what you're doing, not just for profits, okay? You build something that will last, okay? So now let's make it a little bit more interesting. I know there's a lot of people talking in the room, but by show of hand, what do you think is the biggest hype? What is the biggest barrier to mass adoption right now? Did you guys hear what I said, or is it a little echoing? What do you think is the biggest mass adoption? Is it because the tech is too difficult? Or is it because the adoption, people kind of like, hey, I believe in you, but I don't, is it trusting? Or is it regulations? Interesting topic, regulation. I guess I changed my mic. I got my high pitch on there. It sounds like a little funny voice, right? So I just mentioned to you guys regulation. I mean, I was on here talking about regulation with Lou. Regulation is the funny thing too, But seriously, what do you think is the biggest barrier right now for mass adoption? Anybody knows? Okay. I guess it's still kind of noisy. All right. Okay. So here's the thing. All the threes are actually going together. But let me take you back into 2012, okay? There's a small startup company called Coinbase. Anybody heard of Coinbase? Anyone here never heard of Coinbase? So Coinbase came out with the simple idea. They want to make buying Bitcoin as easy as buying a cup of coffee online. Remember, buying something online at that time was a little bit different than what it is now today. Okay. And also at that time, crypto was just an experiment, guys, in 2012. Okay. And you have the UX is very clunky. The trust level was near zero. Okay. Many people don't know what it is. I don't know how to get to it. I don't trust you. I can't buy it. And a lot of mainstream media even call it a fad or a scam, They call a Bitcoin a scam. It's a big headline, Don't buy Bitcoin, don't do this, don't buy crypto. It's all a scam, okay? But here's the best part, okay? Coinbase didn't care. And they mainly focused on one thing. Do you know what they focus on? Trust and usability. And that's what they focus on building. Okay? So what they end up was building a clean compliance at that time and user-friendly platform. Okay? Even though many competitors are coming in the markets and cutting corners, they focus on building and building and building, okay? And guess what happened in April 2021? Anybody know what happened to Coinbase? So they became the first major crypto company went public on NASDAQ, okay, with an $85 billion valuation, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, that journey is not about luck. That journey is about relentless execution, clear missions, and a discipline to build for the future. Okay. That didn't waver them. They didn't care. They just want to build and make it. Basically, what they end up with is, hey, I'm going to build this one for the future. That didn't stop them, whatever happened. So they went to the bear market and bull market and everything else in between. Okay? So that is the builder mindset that I wanted to get to you guys. And the mindset that wins, okay? And let me ask you again. I asked you that questions already, okay? So none of you guys are actually raising hand, but I'm telling you, the questions about the tech, who's getting involved, what the trust, the tech, the regulation, because these are the questions that actually we need to have today. These are the conversations that we need to have to get this, industry forward. Because every single question that I asked, even though you didn't raise your hand, because that represents a challenge. And guess what? Every challenge represents an opportunity. So think about that, okay? I was up here earlier today. We talked about a lot of things, because none of those barriers exist in the vacuum. We don't live in a cocoon. Policies, we have policies that are coming up. Industry, we have regulations, a regulator putting regulations on. So regulation, policy, so we talked about policy, adoption, and treasury, okay? So these three forces actually shaping our reality today. And like I said, we were on here, the panel discussion before, we talked about those before too. So I want to touch really on that one, okay? So crypto policy. Policy create rules, like I mentioned. So rules don't really cure innovation. They create the trust that allow us to scale. Even though I'm myself, if it's up to me, I wouldn't put regulation or policy in anywhere because we're a hard crypto guy. We want to be independent. That's what crypto is all about. But in order for us to grow, to make it safer for anyone else outside of crypto, so they got to put on that somewhere. And it's the balancing act right now, okay? So we talked about institutional adoptions. That's when it gets really interesting too. So now you got pension funds, you have asset managers, and you have sovereign funds that enter the space, okay? And when that happens, when they enter the space, they don't really chase hype. They want clear, so when they get into the space, they want a clear infrastructure, okay? Compliance, and risk management, most important risk management for them, okay? With those, when they put that in play, that forces us to grow and mature as an industry, okay? And then we talked about digital asset, okay? So we enter the world that balances, where balances is no longer hold USD, yen, or euro, okay? Now they actually hold tokens, stable coins, programmable assets, And once that happens, that changes everything, guys, okay? So, because once treasuries actually enter the space, crypto is no longer an experiment, okay? And I call that finance 2.0. So we're going from speculation to transformations. So when I ask you guys, what's really hold mass adoption? So what's holding us back, The truth is all of these are connected. So if you look at policies actually build trust. And institution, they bring scales. The best part is treasury is actually cemented legitimacy for crypto. So it's not a bad thing, And if you look at all together, now they shift from the crypto from speculation to integration. How do I integrate this into the next phase, okay? So let me kind of zoom out a little bit here. So we're moving from the era of tokenizing real-world asset, or RWA. So if you think about real estate, bonds, commodity, even carbon credits, okay? All of them have been brought on chains, okay? So that's trillions of dollars we're talking about. That's trillions of dollars of value unlocked with faster settlement, lower frictions, and new liquidity, okay? So the line between TradFis and DeFis actually isn't blurring anymore. They're actually dissolving. So that's where the markets are heading, okay? And guess what? The institution that move first, they will set the standard for many, many to follow. So, okay. So it's a space where it's a race. What am I going to do first? Which country is going to go into first? How am I going to set it into a standard? Okay. But here's another topic that we all talk. We have seen all the news lately. I mean, it's really propping up. It's AI. So everywhere you see AI, everything you read going to be AI. AI is going to cook for you. AI is going to do everything for you. Going to answer for you, except, I don't know, I wish to get an AI to clean my dishes sometime, you know. I want an AI robot that does it all, everything for me. That's what I need, you know. It is exploding, you know, even in our industry. Okay. Just like before, you know, you heard I have an app for that. Now you can say I have an AI for that, you know. But here's the thing. AI has one critical weakness that nobody really talks about. Anybody know what that is? Okay. I heard something about foundation. Okay. And to talk to be a little bit more technical on that, we can really go technical on that, but we're going to run out of time. Okay, so let me this. AI is just a black box. Who really owns the data when you input it? Who owns the data? You know, and who actually verify the outputs? Who knows the data is not manipulated? Do you agree? But the best part is this. We have blockchain. That's when it gets really interesting now, okay? So if AI is the brain, blockchain is the memory and the proof. Why? Because everything is on chain. You can see it right there. We can verify that, okay? So what they do is together they create an intelligence, okay? Not only just powerful, but trustworthy. Now we're getting really to it. I trust you. Yes, that AI system you built, I trust you now because we can verify the data. Not just go into a block box, I want, you know, do all that, okay? And that layer will define which AI system will scale globally. So it's the race now, too. So this is what we do in Now Chain. We are actively working on, or actually already working on, how AI can live natively on chain. How do we do that, you know? So we don't want it to be a slogan, but it's a practical layer that strengthens the decision-making, risk management, and accessibility. That's what we wanted. Okay. So imagine the contracts, smart contract, okay? Don't just execute, but and learn how to imply the next one to get it better. Okay? And imagine digital asset treasury. Don't just sit idle, but they optimize themselves responsibly. Imagine that. That's the future, guys, okay? And that's the future that we're building toward, where AI isn't just a tool, but the partner creating Web3 economy that is not only scalable, but sustainable. And that's an interesting part, okay? So it covers a lot of topic with a short amount of time, you know. And then we have regulations, of course, that's come into play. Okay? And it's gonna be here. It's a huge landscape. You know, they're gonna play the huge role here. Okay. And the landscape is diverging really fast. Okay. So we have the U.S. is still debating policy in Congress. How am I going to do this? You know, what's best for you? Is it best for you? Is it best for me? You know, how am I going to make? We talked about it earlier. How are we going to do a fine line? Who's going to be in there to work that out? You know, and then you have in Europe we have MiCA that's moving fast. You know, in the Middle East, it's attracting a lot of capital with their semi-clear framework. And of course, when that framework's coming out, they got to talk to a lot of people, you know, globally, how am I going to fit this into one? Because it's not one size fits all, you know. And Singapore, guys, right here, it's always had been, you know, they position themselves for an innovation hub. Okay. So here we go again. The regulation is no longer a narrative, okay? It's a global competition, and jurisdiction that gets it right and wants you to attract capital, but they'll shape the next financial system. So I have my cues that are about to wrap it up, so I'm going to wrap it up for you guys, okay? Because none of this matters if the next billion users cannot use it, okay? So we don't win in Web3 when Web3 feels like the Wall Street meme, okay? So we will win when it feels invincible. It just happened. Just like the internet in the old days. Okay. So I'm going to put this challenge really quick here for you, okay? So if you are an investor, back the builders that build something that's really meaningful. And if you are a builder, build something that lasts for the next decades, not just the next bump, okay? And if you are a community member, I encourage you to be the voice that keep that project grounded, to not just negative feedback. You know, that won't help, okay? So again, we're not trading tokens anymore here, okay? So we built something, we are practically here to build the next internet. And we're lucky enough to be in the space that we can do that, okay? The time and space, and that's what I call a conviction. You gotta convict yourself to do that. If you build something that's gonna be meaningful, don't worry about the next side and do that, okay? So let me wrap this up to you, okay? Think about this, guys. So the moon was never a destination. Never. Okay. You don't worry about the moon. The moon was never a destination. That was just the first stop. Okay? You gotta build something that go beyond the hype. And it's all start right here, right now, with all of us together. Okay? All right, guys. If you have a question I can ask, I think my time's up. It's like I could talk all day, but you know, time's constrained.
All right, thank you so much, Tony, for that wonderful presentation. Really appreciate you. All right, guys. So yeah, I think Tony really showed us that the future of public chains really lie not just in speed, but also in utility. Chains that support asset issuance, cross-chain collaboration, and self-sustaining ecosystems will be the winners in the new cycle. That's the foundation of true longevity. So next up, we've actually got a really special keynote lined up. As many of you guys know, there has been an F1 car downstairs, an Alpine F1 car in fact. And you know, BlockDAG is a partner with Alpine as well. So we've actually got a technical member from the Alpine team to give a very special keynote. So in a world that moves at lightning speed, agility is the ultimate edge, whether on the racetrack or in blockchain. Pushing the limits is the only way to stay ahead. Without further ado, let's please welcome Ian Goddard, Head of Technical Innovation at Alpine F1 team. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and speak to you today. So yes, we've got a new announcement from the Alpine Formula 1 team. I'll go into that in a little while, but you're probably well aware there's plenty of presence of Alpine Formula 1 team with you at this wonderful event that we're here supporting BlockDAG, our new team partner. But it's a pleasure. So yeah, I'm Ian Goddard. I used to design Formula 1 engines, Formula 1 race cars, so blockchain's something a little new that we're kind of moving into, but it's a really exciting part of our, I guess, our technology and innovation roadmap, and I can start to kind of walk you through some of that a little. So yeah, why blockchain? What's this all about? So we're really proud to be here today. We've literally just launched this new partnership. So BlockDAG are our new team partner. It's a pleasure to bring them on board to our kind of wide crypto blockchain-related partner stack. We've got a lot of experience working in this area, and BlockDAG really the kind of performance end of the market. So it's a pleasure to go work with someone like that in this new area. So this is a brand new partnership. We literally announced it 14 hours ago now, I think it was. So rather than me telling all about what we've done, this is very aspirational about what we look forward to doing. But it's a really exciting new partnership. And yeah, this is just day one of that journey. It's a pleasure to also be with you here in Singapore, obviously just ahead of the Singapore Grand Prix. So yeah, let's celebrate our new partnership with BlockDAG and enjoy the Singapore Grand Prix weekend. So Formula One technology. Why is an engineer guy standing here to talk to you about Formula One? How and where does the relevance come? So I guess it's probably best if I just tell you a little bit about our day job, so the Formula One car. So that's all we do. So we're a team of 1,000 people in Oxfordshire, and we make an F1 car. We don't do R&D projects, we don't do work for Renault or Alpine, we just do Formula One. So 1,000 people focused on just that very, very cutting edge of the 10 fastest motorsport teams in the world that represent Formula One. The Formula One car as you see it, so that's around 25,000 parts. Every year we redesign probably 10, 15,000 of those. It's a constant evolution, constant innovation. Much like this industry, the kind of step changes are continuous. It never really sleeps. So again, there's that really good synergy with just how fast the technology grows and moves on, I guess. So that's the story of Formula One. And I guess really it's how we bring that kind of focus, that almost obsession on the fine details of technology, the speed of the BlockDAG networks, the speed of what we're trying to do, all underpinned by data, technology, infrastructure. So that's really the kind of common theme that we want to bring together. But ultimately, it's about making the car go faster. So that's the kind of mindset that we're constantly kind of looking for. So how do we kind of bring this kind of synergy of what we do and what BlockDAG do? So I think the best way to start to look at that is very, very simply, just break it down into some headlines. So you'll always hear words like innovation, technology, cutting edge. But if we just pause on cutting edge, what does that actually mean for us? And I guess you could say at the cutting edge of innovation, both Formula One and the developing world of Web3 have a common goal. And that's really around optimal performance. And that optimal performance is through this continual technological innovation. So that's always the message we come back to. Technology, innovation, what's next? It's a very, very kind of relentless cycle, but that's the way that we kind of get our buzz from the day job, I guess. The next part is the common ground. Again, yes, technology, innovation, but let's stop just kind of using those words. I guess, you know, us as Alpine Formula One team, it's that constant pursuit of performance that really kind of aligns with the Web3 kind of mindset. That transformation potential, the kind of way that we're just transforming the industries that we come from. You know, industry leaders, again, lots of inspiration that BlockDAG can benefit, and we can work together with Alpine Formula One team. And I think it's those shared challenges, those new future opportunities, this kind of data-driven, decentralized way of doing things, and that's the real spark, I think, that will kind of drive this partnership. Those decentralized systems, the kind of buzz for security, secure systems, secure transactions, our transport, our operations, all those kind of things will really build us a common ground that we can establish. So next on to trustworthy data. So again, trust, security, whether it's our security or your client and customer confidence. The security piece is a massive, massive part of what we all do. We're all aware of the threats that we're under, and I guess just as Formula One teams like us, we've got huge amounts of data. Web3 leverage that same kind of distributed technology, that kind of digital ledger, tracking everything you do. Is everything ethical? Is everything audited? Can you actually stand up and be questioned on everything you've done? And I think that kind of ledger technology is there for secure, auditable data. Again, Formula One, driven by the data. So how can we all use that data together to look for what we're doing on track, but what BlockDAG are going to do in their new applications, their new layer one technologies, the real kind of speed and transactions that drive the blockchain that everything around our partnership is fundamentally sitting on. I think other areas, this kind of trust and data, is how we can kind of engage with our own fan bases. Formula One clearly got a very large fan base, so again, I think that's where the blockchain technology and this trust piece can come in, whether for us it's with fan engagement, or maybe it's more industrial applications, industrial blockchain, supplier, kind of supply chain management. Areas like that, where that's that real learning, I think we can take away from the blockchain to bring onto us. And finally, innovation. So that word that I will use a lot and I'll keep using a lot, but I think that's probably the most exciting part of this kind of technology-driven partnership. Both fields really, really push the innovation. And for both of us, it's the real-time data processing that drives this innovation. We want results and it's instantaneous. So the speed of transactions, the data flow coming from the car, that's a real kind of commonality between us. And I think having that enhanced security, the adaptable, resilient systems that kind of run behind that become very, very important. And I think a big part of this is for the two of us to work together to kind of keep pace of this developing, changing technology that's a battle that we're both continuously up against. So from the challenge that we face in Formula One, we can find lots of meaningful parallels within both the Web3 space and blockchain and what we're doing on the track. So that kind of sets the scenes. I haven't got many more annoying notes, but I just wanted to kind of get some of that in, really. That kind of gives us the structure of, I guess you could call these the 4 pillars, the things that we're really, really going to focus on. So that's the high-level stuff. Yes, there's blockchain. Yes, there's Web3. But we do Formula One cars. What can we genuinely learn from this new valuable partnership with BlockDAG? So let's take it down a level to kind of the operational. What do we do in Formula One? Well, the first thing we've got to do is make a very fast car. Clearly, that's a very ambitious goal. Formula One is ultra, ultra competitive. However, 2026 sees a complete regulation reset. And for us, this is a very big step in the kind of path of the growth of Alpine. We're sitting at around 1,000 staff now, but if you go back to 2016, we were just 400 staff. You could say that the growth, the development, the investment in the technology has been all about this upcoming big, big regulation change in 2026. So rather than the evolution of the car, we're literally throwing it away. We're starting again. So this is a real technological step where we can bring in our expertise from people like yourselves, to really look at the technology that can drive and underpin our business, as well as just what we do on the engineering front to make the car. The big changes coming next year, we've got complete new powertrain, much more electrical hybrid, so still 1,000 horsepower, but very, very powerful, but more electrification. Fully sustainable fuels, completely new aerodynamic regulations, aggressive new packaging. So that's where we're really in our comfort zone of making Formula One cars. But I think as we start to move across, this, as I say, does give us this game-changing reset. Let's start to look at some of these blockchain-based ideas and concepts. How could we maybe embrace some of those into our simulation, our factory infrastructure, our technology stacks? And I guess a natural application of that might be taking some of these blockchain technologies into our kind of industrial processes. So we design and manufacture the entire Formula One car. So within-house and also with a large supply chain. And I think it's that kind of Industry 4.0 mindset. What can blockchain, what can things like smart contracts, what could they do to help really make the Formula One car process much, much more efficient? And I think that's part of it. You know, things like the ERP systems, the PLM systems. Yes, as everyone keeps mentioning, AI will become a dominant feature in these, but I think the opportunity for kind of the smart contracts, digital ledgers, will really form a part of what we can do through our in-house manufacturing, but also our supply chain, our logistics. So it's areas like that I think are going to be very, very interesting. Then when it gets much more operational, things like costing, payments, contracts, logistics. Again, you could say it's the kind of mundane things for a Formula One team, but these are the business critical things that make things happen at the right time. And I think the exciting thing there, again, it's well understood by all of you, but to us, something like smart contracts, where we can start to look at the payment methods, the on-time payments. Maybe there's a different payment structure for suppliers, fast or slow, or things like that. I think there's lots of things we could do in that area. And then again, as I know even the previous speaker was just talking about, the big impact that the blockchain can have in sustainability areas. Are we doing ethical, traceable things that can be recorded? Can we effectively stand by the carbon calculations, the offsetting methods that maybe we're using? We're obviously looking for aggressive carbon reduction processes. And again, I think that the blockchain kind of process could really bring us some things to think about to just help us do our normal work. Other areas of our business, so of course, we're very, very outwardly facing as a Formula One team. Formula One as a sport has got 1.5 billion fans. They won't all be here with us in Singapore, but a good majority will, as I'm sure you'll see over the next few days. But it's that kind of audience of 1.5 billion, you know, driven by Formula One, driven by Netflix, driven by the F1 movie that I'm sure you've all seen in the cinemas. We know the fan base is huge, so how can we engage with them? So we've got our own platform, it's called Rise Plus. If you're not Rise Plus members, please go check it out, have a look. This is the thing that we're really, really pushing into the Web3 space to try and be kind of, I guess, innovators. What new things out there will capture and engage with our fans in a different way to the traditional kind of newsletters, competitions, and things like that? So this has been a very aggressive program for us. It's been expanding very, very fast. I think we more than doubled the database in the last season. But I think, again, we want to be very novel in what we're doing. So yeah, we've done games and content drops and merchandise, the kind of traditional things. But I think what we'd love to explore more is the novel. You know, there is the Alpine coin. For some reason, its value's gone up 5-fold in the last week. I've no idea what that's all about. But anyway, beyond the coin, we've got the fan tokens, the NFTs, the collectibles, the digital ways that we can hook and engage through Web3. And again, I think that will be an educational piece for us to learn from BlockDAG, but equally I know that educational piece will be very important to all of you here. We've got the biggest fan base, so let's work together with a partner like BlockDAG to understand how we can really maximize and reach out to that. So yeah, this will be a big part of it, and it's certainly an exciting part. We've got the growth rate, we've got the fan base, but what can we do to really deploy technology? So rather than just talk about it at conferences like this, we've got the frontline, I guess, incubator test program. Let's go do some cool stuff. The area I wanted to go on to next is more about, okay, on the face of it, a very fast Formula One car and what we do as the day job is quite a long way away from maybe the kind of the traceability, the tracking, the kind of digital ledger blockchain mindset within this room. But I think when you start to look at the details, it keeps coming back to that everything you do, everything we do, is driven by the data. So if we go back to those fundamentals, what are we doing in a Formula One team? So yeah, data and analytics. The Formula One car's got around 250 data channels, continuously generating terabytes of data, thousands and thousands of data points every time the car goes round a lap. Even worse than that, back at the factory, we've got wind tunnel data, simulator data, rig test data, literally thousands and thousands of data channels that we're using data science platforms, machine learning, AI, to really get on top of the data. So I think that could be a good kind of common starting point. The real-time nature of what we do. Our transactions are crazy. You know, we're talking about very fast blockchains, and clearly BlockDAG is a game changer in terms of the number of transactions that can be processed through that. If I compare a Formula One car to the financial world, someone from Visa was telling me that the number of transactions or data points that come off a Formula One car per second are more than the global transactions per second put through Visa. It gives you an idea of the amount of data we've got on a car. So when you talk fast, we're talking fast plus. So again, I think that's a really interesting area that we can learn from when in terms of, you know, financial transactions, this is just, you can't comprehend it. It will always come back to the security. You know, it's very clear that your industry, our industry, we're very high profile for any form of cyber threat or cyber attack. You're seeing that more and more in the car industry, the automotive industry, and of course we're going to 24 countries around the world, lots of different security threats that we face. So again, let's work together on how we protect this with kind of traditional cyber protections, but again, a lot of benefits that, you know, the layer one security can provide, the technology, again, the techniques that BlockDAG are developing to make sure that everything that happens is very, very secure. I think, again, there's something we can really share from there. And while we're not exactly a decentralized business, our 1,000 people do all work in the same factory, I think when you start to talk about that kind of decentralized approach to doing things, Formula One really is a global sport. Our supply chain, our logistics, our materials, the way we work, the knowledge that we call into our team, it is absolutely a kind of decentralized function that we're trying to pull together to operate as a single entity, the racing team. So now we'll switch to my limited understanding of your world. If we take all those kind of Formula One touch points, how do they compare or cross over, or where do I think we could best benefit from your expertise to really drive something like Formula One? And again, you'll probably think it's almost the same list. That's exactly what I had up for the Formula One car, but that's really the point I'm trying to get across. I think there's so much commonality in what we could do together that, yeah, you see the data integrity, the real-time data processing, the decentralizing, the security. And I think, again, that's all the things that we can genuinely learn together to make the best of both these systems so that we can, you know, potentially imagine industrial blockchain things, decentralized ways to doing businesses, the smart contracts, the traceability, the security. I think potentially this cool, you know, it's definitely part of our innovation roadmap to look at. And then even when it comes to things that you run in terms of, you know, apps. So to us, this would be DevOps, software development. With all that data, we do a huge amount of analytics on top of that. And again, I think that's a very good kind of thing that we could compare what we do in DevOps to what you do in DApps. And again, not exactly the same, but I think a good place to understand what each of us are doing and just to have a good conversation around how we approach some of these data-driven problems that we all face. So there's a lot there to kind of get our heads around. As I say, this partnership's literally 14 hours old. So this is 14 hours of thought. So imagine what we can do if we get together properly and have a meeting about this. But that's really the next step of the process. It's a very exciting new partnership, and I think some of the takeaways we're trying to build on, the path to the future, whether it's on the racetrack or it's whether in your Web3 and blockchain universe, I think it offers huge potential for us all to collaborate to find out what these real-world opportunities are. And you know, the takeaways from events like this, there's clearly a lot of new technology looking for a way that can be evaluated, deployed. So whether that's in industry or whether that's in the fan databases of the billions of fans, I think this is a really good space where we can start to deploy many of these kind of novel startups and technologies that you're presenting today. We would love to learn more about it. And I think, again, coming back to the commonality, we all talk about performance. For us, we're going to make a faster car for 2026. That's without doubt. For you, the technology keeps evolving. It keeps developing. So I think this kind of continuous quest for performance, combined with this 2026 Formula One reset, is a really big part of where we can go together with this decentralized mindset. And I think to wrap up, again, very brief keynote, but I think to kind of summarize these points, I think this is taken from our press release. If you want to know more, please go online to the BlockDAG or the Alpine Formula One team website. But this partnership's brand new, and I guess what we're really trying to push is through this partnership, BlockDAG and Alpine Formula One team will create immersive educational opportunities that expand our understanding and our use of blockchain, as well as, I think, you know, the general awareness and uptake of what blockchain can do. And I think the really exciting there is, you know, the new technologies that BlockDAG are doing, the ultra-fast processing, and I think all of those things will really give us an exciting partnership to build on. So yeah, new partnership. If you'd like to learn more, Mark and I are here from the Alpine Formula One team, or please talk to the BlockDAG team. But yeah, it's the start of a really exciting journey, and it is a pleasure here to be here today with you to present this. And do enjoy the Singapore Grand Prix. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. I think what we have heard today is pretty clear. Yeah. Breakthroughs are never isolated. They are systemic. Just as racing innovation drives the entire industry forward, blockchain innovation will also reshape the infrastructure and finance of society. That indeed is a very powerful parallel for our industry's journey. Next up, we actually have a really exciting panel. I think something that most of you guys would be interested in. It's actually a panel on stablecoins, the future of digital money. Stablecoins, as of recent times, have quietly become the backbone of the digital asset market. From cross-border settlement to powering DeFi liquidity, they are rewriting the rules of global money. Today's panel will explore how stablecoins could redefine the future of financial systems worldwide. Let's welcome, without further ado, Kelvin Ng, partner at Plutus VC, who will moderate the discussion together with Mackie Cruz from USDT, Shantanu from Enzins USDA, Alice Lee from Foresight Ventures, Henry Yu from Henry Yu and Associates, and lastly, Arno Busman from Quantos. Without further ado, please welcome them up onto the stage.
Yeah, follow pictures. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. Shantanu. Henry. Nice to meet you. Hi. Shantanu. Nice to meet you. Follow.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So welcome to the future of money. I have a very distinguished panelists here, all from different stablecoins from across the globe. You have global, you have Europe, and I have very distinguished lawyers who are very experienced in this space as well. So let's start by making a quick intro of yourself and the company that you represent, and then we can move on to the questions.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mackie Cruz. I'm not from USDT, but I'm from Tether, the issuer of USDT. I'm an expansion manager for Tether for APAC, based out of the Philippines. I work under the Global Expansion Group and Strategic Partnerships Department of Tether. Yeah, I'm happy to be at this event, and I'm happy to be in such a good panel this afternoon. Thank you.
So the good thing about USDT is no need much introduction. All of us have it.
Yes, thank you, especially in Asia. We're very, very lucky to be in our position here. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we will have to give a bit of an introduction because nobody knows us.
Okay, you can take a longer time.
No, I won't take a lot of time. My name is Shantanu, and I'm the acting CEO for Enzins. Enzins is a stablecoin issuer based out of the US. We are a dollar-backed stablecoin, one-to-one. We are authorized in about 17 states in the US. My background is payments. I worked in the payment space for about 10 years. And why we started the stablecoin business is because of the off-ramping capabilities that we have built in about 80 countries. So we are just about at $11 million market cap on Cardano blockchain. So we are one of the major stablecoins, fiat-backed stablecoins, empowering the Cardano blockchain and bringing a use case on the DeFi side of things. And we are looking at expansion mostly into the frontier markets and micropayments. Settlement is the game on which we are banking because we see that the crypto space is extremely, extremely busy. But this is what it is, and we'll try to make a mark like what these guys did at Circle and Tether. We are getting there, hopefully. Nice to meet you all.
Interesting. So Alice?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Alice. I'm the partner at Foresight Ventures.
We're a crypto fund. We have office in both Singapore and in US. And nowadays, our investment focus would be around stablecoin and AI. We've just announced a stablecoin infrastructure fund with around 15 million asset under management. So very excited to talk about the stablecoin space with you guys today. And we are the early investor of Ethena, Agora, Codex, Noble, WSPN. So looking forward to invest more in this space.
Hi, this is Henry. So I see some very old friends here and some new friends, obviously. So I'm a lawyer for over 20 years. So I started my own law firm like 10 years back in 2015 to fully focus in blockchain, now Web3 areas. So helping people from launching the tokens, crypto exchanges to resolve the problem, or now to apply for licenses for VSP, stablecoin, or RWA. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise it.
Thank you. I'm Arnoud. I'm the CEO of a company called Quantos. It's a electronic money institution out of the Netherlands in Europe. Electronic money is, I think, the original form of stablecoins. But now we have the opportunity with the new regulation that came into force in Europe under MiCAR to not just use normal database, but use blockchains as the technology for stablecoins. We are very focused on payments use cases, cross-border payments, connecting Asia, connecting LATAM to their customers in Europe, and make sure that the payments suffer a lot less stress and friction on their way back to the suppliers from those countries. Our investors include Tether. We have Mantle in our cap table. We have Kraken. We have some VC. So we are, it's an OG crypto cap table, but a very traditional company.
So we all know that stablecoin is one of the most profitable business in crypto and blockchain. The next thing that we don't need to go like everybody can answer. What is relevant to the questions, to the relevant people, you all feel free to share. That's how we do it so that we can make it on time, right? So next questions would be, how do you all see yield-bearing stablecoins? We have new yield-bearing stablecoin emerging every month here, and we reckon we will see more of this. And what's your thoughts between yield-bearing stablecoins and the normal stablecoin that we have today, where majority of the profits belongs to the stablecoin issuer? Anyone, feel free.
I can give that a go. I think stablecoins. If you're not Tether, I think stablecoins may not be as profitable a business model under regulations, right? There's many things you can do with them, but the interest that you get on your reserves is, particularly in Europe, doesn't make for the most exciting business model. Therefore, I think stablecoin is more exciting as an ingredient for disrupting global payments. That's where it creates very profitable business models. Yield-bearing stablecoins are essentially a way to distribute risk and distribute debt. Much better product, right? From a user perspective, because you can use it for something that you can hold and don't have to do much with, and still earn money. So.
Yeah, I will just add that, right? I would want to say Tether is basically one of the best sort of business model that you could have, right? If you look at the last 15 years of the crypto history and all that, right? One of the most, if not the most successful sort of the business will be Tether, right? Even as compared to most of the exchanges, right? They are competing with all the other sort of different products, different, exchange come and go, and a lot of competitors in the field, right? But you look at Tether, right? You just remain as it is, right? I've read Slim team, right? And make a profit now, which is more than JP Morgan, right? So I think it's really fantastic. But I think like going forward, when it's all under the regulations, right? You look at the MiCA or even the Hong Kong regulations, right? I don't think that sort of business would have gone, right? Would not be possible.
You know, I think Henry mentioned about it that Tether probably has the best use case in terms of a yield-backed bearing stablecoin. For us at USDA, we see settlement as a business vertical that needs addressing right now. Because if we look at the stablecoin market size, which is about $300 billion, and almost $8 trillion were transacted on chain in the first half of 2025, for 6 months. So, and you know, this is a space where 63% of the market belongs to Tether. The remaining 14 to 15% belongs to Circle. So for a new entrant like us, we think that this game is very hard to achieve. Like, you need numbers, you need volumes, you need customers to be using your product day in and day out. To create a retail adoption right now, for us, for instance, it is a part of our roadmap, but not an immediate roadmap to have a yield-bearing stablecoin. We are asked this question on every Twitter space that we do: when are we going to get yields on the Cardano blockchain? Plus, I agree with Arnaud, like on the regulatory side of things, as soon as you start to give yields to your end users, especially if you're a US company, you undergo so much of scrutiny.
You're probably acting more like a bank.
Yeah, then you start to act like a bank, right? We are not a bank. Therefore, for us, we see remittance financing or invoice financing as a way for us to be earning money and us to be offering discounts to our business users. Maybe that is an immediate use case that we see for our stablecoin, but I agree with both the gentlemen there. We would stay away for a short time on the yield-bearing stablecoin.
Okay. Let's move to an easier question about. Are you okay? Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you're right. It's an interesting topic for Tether. So I can't say much about yield-bearing stablecoins because everybody knows that that's not our business. One thing I've learned from working with Tether is that Tether is a very, very conservative company. Stablecoins became mainstream like in the past year, but Tether has been around for like 11 years already. And as a company that wants to be like super stable, we've actually rebranded into calling ourselves the stable company, right? It's important for us to stay in our lane and focus on the way that our business has been built and continues to be built in the future. Everybody knows the business model behind Tether. It's become the template for many kinds of stable coins. And behind that, I mean, everybody in finance knows, like, for example, treasury bill rates won't stay high forever, right? So it's simply because we're not built to be yield-bearing stablecoin. But on a personal note, what I want to say is that Athena's mentioned earlier. I once saw a post by Guy Young recently when he was talking about USDE and USDT. He was saying that for every unit of USDE that's created, there's a unit of USDT also being created. I can't claim to know everything about how the Athena model works, but this is just an example of how our community, despite different models, despite different ways to implement our products, actually can still work together to grow all of our businesses inside the ecosystem. So for me, that's quite interesting.
Well, all of us must agree that crypto becomes what we are today. If without USDT, I think we are still far behind where we are now. So let's talk about crypto adoption, right? So crypto today is still not used by the retail users. Is majority of the transactions are done by different institutions at the back end to transfer or balance certain accounts, right? So when do you think that we will really meet mass adoption? And do all the stablecoin issuers here or the investors, you think that there is a need for a local currency denominated stablecoin in each different country, which probably, if you look at how trends are moving, is actually replacing CBDCs?
I can start with this question. So we're seeing a lot of the local stablecoins emerging for sure, non-US dollar-backed stablecoins. But I would say it's still at a very early stage if you look at the TVL and circulation market cap. One of the reasons is because we don't see much use case for those local currencies, local currency-backed stablecoins. Mainly they got into the local exchanges and provide on-off-ramp channels for the user. They are used for like swapping between the local currency towards USDC or USDT. One of the largest volume we could see is in Brazil market, and also I think Singapore XSGD, right? But the currency itself, the exchange rate is pretty low. Cannot be a standalone business model in my personal opinion, and I feel like it's more of a way where actually exchange can provide multiple different local currencies, and then they can charge an entrance fee for that. That's more like an opportunity for local exchanges rather than the local stablecoin issuers, in my perspective.
What's the view from Hong Kong side? Is the HKD stablecoin, which there is a regulations now?
Yeah, I think, first of all, right, when you say the retail adoptions, right, so a lot of the cryptos of traders and all the individuals, if you can see, right, let's say in Emerald and Central, a lot of the empty spaces are actually taken up by the OTC shops, right? There are more than 200, nearly 300 OTC shops in Hong Kong, and you can see people just queuing to trade USDT and all that, right? So even though after the 1st of August, it becomes sort of illegal right now. But when you say the adoption, I think it's more like the adoption by the mom and pops by using stablecoin for, let's say, daily usage, right? Let's say for grocery shops and shopping and all that. Then I think that will be more like CBDC or one of the licensed stablecoin, which is endorsed by the government and endorsed by the payment system, then that will be used by that case. But if you really look at that, let's say the Hong Kong government, right? What they're emphasizing right now, even for the regulation, is that they try to use that for licensed stable coin for cross-border payment. It's not for the localized. They are always aiming for cross-border because the way they are thinking is that they want to reserve, to use the let's say Octopus, right? The local payment system. And they don't want to have a bank run because they always want the people to put in the bank.
In
That's
Hong Kong
the
and
thinking.
China, all cross-border payments are actually done using US dollar.
For?
Most of the cross-border trades and so forth, all your LC and all these
Yeah, that's the traditional, right? But I've already seen some clients are trying to do the cross-border OTC commodity trading in USDT, right? So one of the things is that whether it's possible to do for the cross-border big OTC trade, commodity trading, without using the SWIFT system, for example, or using something, let's say the Hong Kong stablecoin, right? That's sort of thing they're thinking of.
About, Arnold, you have a Euro stablecoin.
Yeah, we do Euro and US dollars, and we'll look to do all G10 currencies. For many of them, there are not real use cases at the moment, but we are a one-stop shop, right? We are a stablecoin issuer, we are a stablecoin infra company, we are like a neobank, we've got the virtual account infrastructure, and at some point, FX will be a big part of our business. Our thesis is that FX will move on-chain, and therefore we want to have the G10 currencies on-chain to be able to provide that facility. In Europe itself, payment network is brilliant, very fast, instant. I don't see any need, any customers asking for, can we please have a stable coin to pay for our car or our groceries? It doesn't happen.
If I may add a little bit context to, so you have got two questions really. Yeah. What is the problem and how would the adoption be like? What is it that requires adoption? And we have our boots on the ground. What we have understood so far is education. Education in the Web 2 world about Web 3 is completely missing. You know, when we go and present ourselves, and this is a first-hand experience and information I'm sharing, when we go to a neobank or when we go to a traditional company who is moving money between 3 entities of theirs in 3 different countries, and when we try to show them a use case of stablecoin as to how much money can they save, because Arnaud, for example, mentioned a very interesting point about not using the SWIFT network. And this is what we or most of the neobanks have it in the background. So the customers are really not educated about using blockchain. Forget about stablecoin, forget about Bitcoin, blockchain. How blockchain can bring efficiency in their business, That is completely missing. I don't blame the customers or the potential businesses because unfortunately we have had projects and companies building and selling products which never existed, right? DeFi and stuff. I mean, without getting into the details, but education being one of them. Also, as somebody who is practicing this business, we believe the cost of acquiring a stable coin in a frontier market is not justified for the end user. You go to countries in Africa, Latin America, this is where stable coins are used the most. If dollar is selling at X price, stable coin is selling at X plus 3% to up to 10%. So how do we solve this problem first before adoption can happen? Off-ramping is easy. Today, we can off-ramp money directly into a bank account faster and cheaper. But is it the same level of service that we can give to the retail or a business to acquire a stable coin at fraction of a price with very less friction? That is not what the crypto companies are able to provide to the end users, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, if I were to unpack the questions, I mean, the statement where we mentioned that there's no mass adoption for stablecoins yet, while accurate, we have to take it and examine like different markets across the world. According to our data, there's close to maybe 500 million users in the planet who've at some point in their lives used USDT. And in some specific regions, there's really some compelling use cases. Like say, for example, in Latin America, some places in Africa, they experience like runaway inflation. Their currencies are not as stable. So places like Venezuela and other countries there would experience like thousands of percent inflation rate, which I personally cannot imagine happening to us. So in those places, many people see stablecoins, USDT as a lifeline, right? So many people have to convert their wages or their earnings into a dollar stablecoin. And since there's a compelling use case, people have it in their hands, more use cases come about, such as payments and cross-border transactions. In Asia, we're very fortunate to not have those problems, hopefully never have those problems, but I think like in Asia, there are some use cases that are ripe for disruption. For example, remittance, cross-border remittance from corridors abroad going into, for example, in our country, in the Philippines, where 10-12% of our GDP is made out of overseas remittances. Many institutions already enjoy the benefit of stablecoin rail, but the retail usage is still far behind. So it's correct, there's still a lot of education that needs to be done. In the absence of a really, really compelling use case for them to use USDT, it would take a lot of education still.
Okay, in the absence of time, I'm going to mix the last two questions together so that we can quickly wrap it up as well. So, two last questions. One is, where do you all see that the cross-protocol stablecoin is needed? Like today, you are minted on Ethereum and Tron and, you know, each different. This is one. The last question is the most sensitive one, and that is stablecoin privacy. Is that really which is better, or what is your thoughts over stablecoin privacy? Like an example would be like money in the bank and money in your hands, right? Fiat money in your hands, you can do whatever with it, nobody tracks it, right? But once we move into stablecoins, the stablecoin companies or the issuers actually knows you better than you, where your money goes to, how's your spending habits, and so on.
Yeah, those are two good questions. Start with the last one. I think that it's also a question of counterparty risk. Who issues stablecoin? To give you an example, I spent a lot of time in London. When I went back, I found an old £20 note, and I want to use it in London, and they told me, "Oh, you can't. We're not accepting those notes anymore." And I couldn't exchange it anywhere. So ultimately, who controls the money, the counterparty, is the government, right? So that's where it comes to. In terms of privacy, general regulation, legislation moves to less privacy to counter AML, etc. I think it's an illusion that stablecoins will not be part of that at some point. It's not cash because you need to go somewhere to exchange for somewhere, and somebody will know what you're doing. So ultimately, there's the visibility, right? And it's coming back to your first question on the cross-chain. I used to run a public company, and I couldn't say what I'm now saying, but today we're the first, and will be announced, the first MiCAR compliant stablecoins that are actually available on layer 0. And we see cross-chain liquidity as absolutely fundamental to be able to be used in different ecosystems. Blockchains will power different ecosystems, different use cases, and you want that money to be able to go everywhere and seamlessly. Just like you can do now, you can pay in one store, and you can pay in Amazon, and you can pay in Starbucks. You can use the same money to do that. Different rails, same product. So.
Yeah, maybe I add on that, right? So on the second question on the privacy, right? So theoretically, as a lawyer, right, you would say, oh, we should set a threshold, so below a certain threshold, whether it's let's say $8,000, let's say in Hong Kong, or whether it's $100K somewhere else, right? So below a certain threshold, right, you can keep the privacy. Above that, you should do all the KYC, ML, and all that issues, right? But I think in reality, right, once it's on the chain, it's on the chain. So I would say in the practical terms, right, there's nothing, it's called absolute privacy. Just that because I've involved in a lot of the cases, let's say involving USDT or USDCs, right? So once we do the analysis, you can trace wherever it is. Whether you get it back or not, right, is the other question. But I think everything will become transparent. But on the first question is on the cross-chain, right? But I think what is needed actually is an overall worldwide global framework for, let's say, stable coins. So I think the first step right now is that each of the different jurisdictions have a different framework, but ultimately, each of these stablecoins need to be cross-chain, and ultimately, I think even more important is the regulation needed cross-chain, because, for example...
Currently, every jurisdiction has their own different framework. MiCA has MiCA's, Genius Act has Genius Act.
So it's really hard, right? If anything happens, it's really hard to reverse, let's say, for example, what's the legal proceeding in order to reverse certain, let's say, stablecoin transactions, right? There's nothing right now. Even we have tried a lot of time with the court, right, whether in Hong Kong or elsewhere. So even the judges are confused. They have nothing to, what was the order and judgment they could give, right? So I think that's something to be sorted out.
About Alice, you invested in so many stablecoins. What's your thoughts, or have any of the portfolio companies come to you and ask you about such thoughts?
Okay, I will start with the privacy question first. So I think still I agree with what they just said, because on-chain has like an on-chain way of doing things. So you could always go without KYC. You can be anonymous when using your wallets, right? But when your stablecoin wants to be regulated and when it wants to touch the banking rails, that's where the banks want your KYC and AML materials. So for all the yield-bearing stablecoins, you could stay as anonymous as you want. You could be as privacy-preserving as you want. But for the off-chain parts, when you use Visa, Master to pay your credit card or crypto cards, then you will probably need to sacrifice your privacy for that. So that's two different groups to me. And then for the cross-chain liquidity, I think that's a good question, because most of us are really thinking about how do we, either build a unified protocol for all stablecoins to swap between chains, just like Layer 0 is doing, or just like Circle Payment Network, they provide you with unified liquidity for on-off ramps. So that will also help you to solve the liquidity fraction in different chains.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to get into a lot of details because I'm not a tech person, but actually I might have an answer for both of your questions. Privacy first. The question to everybody is, who wants to look at the records of you sending money to me, you send $10 million, who should know? You as a sender, me as a receiver, and a central bank, if we go by the logic, right? But all the other people in the world who can just put my address on a blockchain, they shouldn't be seeing, right? That is an ideal scenario. So there is a big upgrade coming in on Cardano with the integration with Midnight blockchain, and this is what it aims to achieve. It's aiming to achieve privacy and openness at the same time with the parties who actually need access to that openness. So Midnight is probably the answer to the regulators, to companies building on-chain business, to institutions. If I'm an institution and moving $1 billion to my supplier, I don't want to show who is this money going to somebody who is just tracking the wallets, for instance. But the KYC companies, the coin monitoring companies, the regulators, me and you, we should know. Cross-chain, I think the answer lies with a company called as Layer 0, if I'm getting the name right. Layer 0 is building multi-chain swap functionality, especially among stablecoins. We have spoken to the teams, and we see that it is extremely exciting. It's in the red, so I will stop here. But these are the two answers.
I want to hear from Mackie.
On AMLC and KYC, I think it's a very important component in most regulatory jurisdictions. Again, I would like to say Tether is a very, very conservative company. We typically work with regulated on-ramp and off-ramp partners. So typically we work within those regulations, right? But I mean, if we're all after mass adoption, I think these regulations and mass adoption is hard to separate, because the regulations invite trust, and with trust comes participation, and with participation comes inclusion, right? So for me, I think when people start to trust the technology, they begin to participate, and we begin to spread financial inclusion within our businesses as well.
So just, I know we ended, just one last thing. Yeah, does USDT will do cross-chain, or you are just...
I think Arno mentioned it already. I mean, if you're the stablecoin with the deepest liquidity in various major chains, it's a problem that we're trying to solve, working with Layer 0 and implementing USDT 0. I can't speak much about USDT 0 because it's not my area, but that's one of the solutions that we're trying to bring into the community.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. There's just so much questions to ask, and a lot of sensitive questions which we skipped today. Let's leave it when the framework and the law is much clearer, and then we can touch base on that again. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much to all of our panelists. I think we've heard today that stablecoins are no longer just payment tools. They could become financial expressways for emerging economies. Beyond mirroring the US dollar, they could anchor a diversified digital monetary system. The interplay of regulations, technology, and adoption will determine if stablecoins truly become the backbone of digital finance. Next up, we actually have a really exciting keynote from one of our partners, Avalanche. We actually have Leroy Ma, Regional Head of AVEX, to come on and give a keynote speech on Avalanche and what's up in their new future. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Leroy onto the stage.
Yo. All right, firstly, thank you, Coinstar, for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Leroy. I lead Avalanche's efforts in this part of the world. So today I'm here to talk to you about what we've been up to not just across Southeast Asia, but across Asia. So I fine-tuned some of our biggest use cases across the region just to talk to you about it and how Avalanche is really creating real-world adoption, and more than that, allowing real-world adoption to enter millions, if not billions of users. So before we get into it, let's talk a little bit about Avalanche. So let's start with consensus. So right now in the market, any public chain that you come across, it's either it uses either two of these consensus models, the classical consensus or the Nakamoto consensus. So what set Avalanche apart when we launched our mainnet back in 2020 is that we launched with our own novel consensus called the Avalanche consensus. So what's so great about a novel consensus? So the whole reason we wanted to create our own consensus is because we wanted to be able to be ready for what's happening today in the world when it comes to tokenization, and we're talking about cross-border payments like the previous panel. So on Avalanche, our public chain, we have super cheap gas fees firstly. So right now, after an update earlier this year, our gas fee per transaction on our public chain is in 8 nanoAVAX, meaning it's 0.00001 USD, right? So we can't even denominate it here on this slide. So, but what's more important than that is really when it comes to financial use cases or payments or actual real-world in-production solutions is the time to finality, right? And Avalanche is still today the fastest EVM smart contract platform when it comes to time to finality. We finalize every single transaction in under 1 second. And most importantly is our architecture. And our architecture works in such a way where we scale horizontally versus vertically. I'll go more into this throughout the rest of this sharing session. And lastly, some quick facts about where we stand today. We are backed by the top VCs in the world, from Air16Z to Polychain to Dragonfly, and even here in Singapore, we are backed by Superscript, which is Temasik's Web3 fund. And we are secured by more than 1,000 validators globally. We have 1,000 plus live dApps currently, and we obviously have many more in the pipeline, and we have a lot of enterprises, institutions running their own chains on Avalanche, which is what the rest of this sharing session is about. And in case this didn't come true, we are EVM compatible, but more than that, we also allow custom VM capability on our scaling solutions. So our architecture, what does it mean when I say we scale horizontally? So what we mean is that anyone here can create and stand up your own layer 1. And when I say your own layer 1, I'm talking about your own self-sovereign layer 1 that you totally own. So in future, even if Avalanche don't exist anymore, if you created your own L1 using Avalanche technology, your own L1 will still be self-sovereign. And you can do this in a permission or permissionless manner. You control everything about the chain. You control who the validators are, who the nodes are, where they are geographically. You can set parameters of, for example, people who have passed KYC can transact, people who have not cannot, so things like that, right? And you have the freedom, obviously, because we're EVM chain, to port over and to copy pasta any of your existing EVM smart contracts. And more than that, we also allow you to control privacy. Who can see transactions on chain? Because, for example, if enterprises or banks are coming on board, they wouldn't want all their transactions and the balances to be available publicly. So those reasons together is why Avalanche has been gaining a lot of traction when it comes to institutions and enterprises. And let's talk a little bit more about that, right? If you ask me, the number one reason why we're gaining so much traction is scale. The fact that we enable our partners to deploy the solutions very simply to millions, if not billions of users, and having the infrastructure and architecture to cater to their specific needs when it comes to hardware or even regulation or regulatory compliance. So let's start with something more regional. So a while ago, we did a Web3 voucher use case. We worked with 3 different countries across Southeast Asia, namely Thailand, Malaysia, and Philippines. Across 1,000 different stores, we worked with the leading e-wallet players, Touch and Go in Malaysia, Gcash in Philippines, True Money in Thailand. So when they went into any of the F&B outlets, so in this case, this screenshot is Gongcha in Philippines. The end user is just basically claiming a discount voucher that is branded by Avalanche, right? So we gain mainstream exposure. But what's happening at the back end is that these vouchers are all NFTs minted on a custom layer 1. And what's more interesting is that the moment they mint this NFT, a Web3 wallet on Avalanche is automatically created for that particular Alipay Plus account. So, and that account is mapped directly to a unique ID on Alipay Plus. So that means that allows them to have KYC for all the users just like that. And the best part of this is we extracted away all the complexities to the end user that they don't even know that this is happening on Web3. So talking about loyalty program, we have similar things going on in Korea and in Japan. In Japan, we work with this company called Loyalty Marketing, which is a consortium owned by Japan Airlines, Nissin, Mitsubishi, and Lawson, one of the top 2 convenience store chains. And they have 100 million users in Japan currently that are migrating over onto this new Web3 platform called Ponta. Next to Japan, we have Korea with 30 million users on a platform called OK Cashback, which is basically owned by SK, the second largest Korean conglomerate. And this has been in the market live since 2023. And what's happening here is basically, once again, vouchers given out to the whole entire user base as NFTs. And why I'm zeroing on these 2 use cases is because every single layer 1 and all these enterprises, they have their own Avalanche layer 1. It's natively interoperable with one another. So in this case of these 2 companies, any NFT vouchers they issue to their users, the 100 million users or 30 million users in Korea, it is natively interoperable and is transferable from one to another, allowing for cross-border, cross-loyalty program with these 2 partners, which is something they have recently signed to do. So we talked about big numbers in terms of users. Let's talk about some big numbers on chain. So Off the Grid is a game by Godzilla Studios, a true-blood AAA gaming experience. And it's available right now on PS5, Xbox, on PC. So when I say PC, it's available on Epic Store, it's available on Steam. And in just the first few months of its early release, we're already seeing on-chain more than 500 million transactions, more than 14 million wallets, aka gamers, playing this game without even knowing that it is blockchain powered. The marketplace, the assets in the game, it's all NFTs on and custom Avalanche layer 1. So talking about games, another legendary game that anyone here would know, I think if you know games, is MapleStory. Just to dial in about creating your own custom environment on Avalanche. So MapleStory Universe launched their new MapleStory game on Avalanche on their own MapleStory Universe chain with their own marketplace, with their own blockchain explorer, all powered by Avalanche. So the marketplace is basically where the players are trading with one another, their in-game assets, their in-game characters, or their in-game items, and their own branded explorer is there to make sure everything is transparent. So another name that anyone here will recognize, right? FIFA. The FIFA blockchain is a blockchain powered by Avalanche Layer 1 as well. So they have just launched this together with FIFA Collect, their digital collectible. So what FIFA Collect is basically a digital collectible assets minted on-chain that includes RTB NFTs. What is an RTB NFT? It's basically rights to buy. Because one of the biggest pain points when it comes to the FIFA World Cup is getting tickets for the very exciting matches, especially if it's like the 2 big countries clashing, right? So what's happening is right now already, all these RTB NFTs are available in the market on a marketplace that they control, so that for people who are interested to watch those matches next year, you can already start collecting these RTB NFTs that guarantee you a right to buy the ticket during the FIFA World Cup next year on Avalanche. So the previous panel talked about use cases on, in terms of local currency stablecoins. So let's talk about that. In Singapore, there is XSGD, right? The regulatory approved and stablecoin. So that is native on Avalanche. But more interesting than that is what's happening with this native stablecoin on Avalanche. So right now, any of the 1.6 billion users in the Alipay Plus network, so we're talking about Alipay China, we're talking about Alipay Hong Kong, we're talking about True Money Thailand or Gcash in Philippines. When you scan at any Grab merchant or any Grab QR in the entire Singapore, that transaction is actually being settled on Avalanche through XSJG. So this is something that we launched during Singapore FinTech Festival in November last year, and it's remained in production till this day. And what made this possible is basically our solution for our partners to be able to create their own L1, making us truly an L1 of L1s. So talk about the previous use case I mentioned with Alipay Plus and StraightSex and Grab in Singapore. How this is possible is because StraightSex has their own Avalanche Layer 1 where every single Grab merchant is listed as a whitelisted wallet. And they have a smart contract layer where only Alipay Plus KYC wallets, when they scan the Grab QR merchant, they can, and only when the transaction amount is within a certain limit, depending on what type of merchant it is, once these three conditions are met, and only when these three conditions are met, the transaction will go through. Otherwise, it will be failed, right? This is to adhere to the local regulations. What's also important is the fact that for this Avalanche Layer 1 that StraightSex has with all the Grab merchants, all the nodes, all the validators are geofenced to this region to keep to regulatory compliance. So local currency stablecoins is definitely the hardest topic as per the previous panel just now. And it is also something that Avalanche has gained a lot of traction in. So in Japan, just announced, I think in the past month, is two big things. SMBC, the second biggest banking group in the whole of Japan, has announced that their stablecoin and their stablecoin payment infrastructure will be on Avalanche. And more than that, they've already started testing this in POC with different payment POS providers in Japan, like Densan, which has 65,000 outlets across Japan. JPYC is the first regulatory approved Japanese-backed stablecoin. And that they have also announced that they will be on Avalanche. And for this, we even did testing already with Simplex, which is the holding company behind JPYC, and they actually published the results that every single payment transaction end-to-end was done in less than 500 milliseconds on Avalanche. So that gave the Bank of Japan, the regulator, a lot of confidence in the Avalanche infrastructure when it comes to payments using stablecoin. Similarly, in Korea, just announced last week at Korea Blockchain Week, the first Korean won-backed stablecoin is KRW1, is on Avalanche and only on Avalanche. And Mirai Asset. So the other hot thing that everyone's talking about this part of the world is also tokenization, right? So Mirai Asset, basically known as the BlackRock of Korea, with more than $320 million in AUM, has also announced that they'll be working with Avalanche to tokenize the AUM and their funds. So talking about tokenization, it's something that Avalanche has been doing for the past 4 years. Even in 2022, we already tokenized KKR's $4 billion PE fund. So today, with BlackRock, JP Morgan, Citi, Franklin Templeton, T. Rowe Price, Wellington, and all these guys, they all have tokenized their funds, multiple assets on Avalanche. But I'm just going to zero in into some more interesting ones, because the TradFi ones, I think everyone's already talking about it. So Suntory. If you don't know Suntory, basically they are the company that owns Yamazaki, Hibiki, the most popular Japanese whiskeys in the world. They also own Okentoshan, Bowmore. So what's happening is all these bottles of whiskey, moving forward, it's going to be tokenized on Avalanche for two reasons. One is to prove authenticity, because there's a lot of fake bottles going out, as you know. But what's more interesting is all these bottles will feature this NFC hardware seal on it. So why? It's because what's happening right now at Yamazaki, for example, is I flew in from Hong Kong, and at Changi Airport, I pick up a 15-year-old or 18-year-old Yamazaki. So right now, existingly in the current setup, Suntory thinks that I am the one that's drinking this 18-year-old bottle of Yamazaki, so that, oh, Leroy is a big fan of Yamazaki. But actually, I'm buying it to give it to someone who is staying in Thailand, for example. So now, moving forward, when this person, my friend, opens it in Thailand, by breaking the NFC chip, Suntory actually knows that, oh, this person in Thailand is the one drinking it, and he is the true connoisseur. So moving forward, what happens is when they release any new bottles, limited edition bottles, they go directly to the end user, the person who's drinking it, because they want to skip the problem of how everyone right now is hoarding all the 18-year-olds or 15-year-olds and reselling it at premium. They don't want that for their drinkers. They don't want that for their fans. They want to go directly to their end consumers. We also work with different governments when it comes to tokenization. In US, for example, it's not here, but we are working with the state of New Jersey to tokenize, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe it's 20 billion worth of real estate on chain. In California, we're working with the DMV to put all 42 million car titles on blockchain, which makes vehicle title transfers way faster. Today, it takes, I think, a week or two when you buy a car and resell it to someone else. Through this, it now takes a few seconds. That same thinking is what we're doing in India, in the state of Dandawa, where we registered 700,000 land records on it. And what happens when we combine tokenization and stablecoin and Avalanche L1 together? So Denari, if you don't know it, is basically a platform that tokenizes US stocks. And right now, more than 150 US stocks, from Apple to Tesla to NVIDIA, to Google, it's all tokenized on this platform. It's available in 80 plus countries. And what they've done is basically they've created their own layer one, their own Avalanche layer one called the Denari Financial Network. Why? It's because right now their assets are fragmented across all the different chains, on Avalanche, on Arbitrum, on Base, on Plume, on Solana. So this Denari Financial Network powered by Avalanche is going to be the coordination layer for all the assets across all multiple blockchains. So their users can just use the Denari Financial Network to buy and sell any asset on any other blockchain through the Denari Financial Network. And something very exciting as well is this announced by Toyota a couple of weeks ago. So Toyota is basically putting every single Toyota car in the world on blockchain on Avalanche. So that is the vision that they have. They have published a 80-page research paper on how they're going to do this and why they chose Avalanche for this. Yeah, so if you just Google MON Toyota, you're going to find this. But I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. So basically, it's an architecture that combines 4 different Avalanche layer 1s. One of it is for a tokenized representation of every single Toyota car in the world. So at any single point in time, they will know how much a particular Toyota in any particular country is worth because they have access to the service logs, they have access to the ownership, they have access to the insurance claims. Secondly, there's a utility network. So what a utility network is basically the service usage and permissions, service logs, or even when you go to EV charging stations, how can you pay for your EV charging across the globe? And then there's also the mobility orchestration network. So essentially what this is for every Toyota car to be registered and transferred, and more than that, this is applicable to like fleet management. For example, certain countries that might operate 1,000 Toyota EVs as a taxi fleet, right? So what happens is now the entire portfolio is on-chain, and another company, for example, wants to buy it from company A. It can all go across at the click of a button, along with every single one of that 1,000 cars, service records, and the value on-chain. And underpinning all this is a network of transaction powered by local currency stablecoins to allow people to transact and buy cars using stablecoin on-chain. Yeah. So just to round things up, this example of some of our partners in Asia, deploying the use case. So let's talk about how can Avalanche help you to do the same? How can we help you scale? Firstly, we have 3 solutions. Firstly, AvaCloud. AvaCloud is a self-serve platform, right, that allows you to go in, poke a few buttons, and launch your own Avalanche Layer 1, customized to your need in less than 7 minutes. Yeah, so try it if you don't believe it. Yeah. It's also our blockchain managed service. So all the banks, all the FSIs working with us, we have a team of dedicated engineers and Web3 solution architects that will service you and help you in terms of deploying your use case. And if you are a builder, you are a project, we have at any single point in time, we have multiple grants available. And especially, we have all the vertical specific grants. For example, Avalanche Vista here is specifically for FSIs tokenizing financial assets. And lastly, what if you simply just have an MVP, or what if you simply just have an idea, or you just want to try to come into Web3? We have this thing called Codebase, which is basically Avalanche's answer to Y Combinator. And this right now, it's not updated. Right now, we are doing season 5 already, and we do 2 cohorts a year. And this is what we offer to teams. We offer you a 50K SD plan. we give you mentorship, we give you dedicated support from the whole Avalanche ecosystem. So the biggest challenge, I think, when it comes to entering Web3 is finding the product market fit. And that's where a program like Codebase really helps you, because we inject you into our global ecosystem of users and partners. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you very much for listening. My name is Leroy from Avalanche.
All right, thank you very much, Leroy. I think that was a really wonderful presentation. I think we learned a lot about Avalanche, its capabilities, and what it can actually do. So yeah, I think you guys got the alpha from that. So moving on, we have 2 more panels to go. First up, we're going to have a panel on RWA, a very hot topic. It's going to be about the new global tokenization replacing ICO. Once upon a time, ICO sparked crypto's first boom, but without asset backing. The bubble burst. Real-world assets, or RWA, are now seen as a healthier evolution, bridging tangible assets with blockchain innovation. Today's panel will actually explore how RWA could reshape global finance. Let's welcome onto stage Warren Burke, co-founder of NX Market, to moderate the discussion, along with the panelists Jeremy from BlockDAG, Walter Wong from Plume Network, Yuan Che Chang from Conflux, and lastly, Bobby from Dato Durian. Without further ado, please put your hands together for the panelists.
Thanks. Good to meet you. It's okay. No. Hello. How is everyone doing? I see the beer's kicked in. For you, those at the back, if you're not interested, come forward. It's been a long day. I think my age is showing. Normally, I'm not normally this tired until like the 3rd day of the event. It's only the 2nd. So let us start off with a quick introduction. My name's Warren Burke, co-founder of NX Market. What we aim to be is the home of securities. When we launched our own security token, Binance weren't interested, OKX weren't interested, so we decided to launch our own launchpad and subsequent exchange. So if you guys have a security token and you don't have a home, come speak to us. Alternatively, if you have company equity that you wish to tokenize, come speak to us. We'd love to talk about distribution. So please, off to Jeremy. Introduce yourself and what do you do?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy Harkness. I'm the CTO of BlockDAG. Mostly building blockchains, I suppose, from my perspective, and then working with the rest of our teams to ensure that we support the latest technology for our future blockchain, which will be launching soon.
Okay, this is Forgiven. So I'm from Conflux, where I call it China Ethereum. It's kind of an old project. We are out there for about 7 years. Now we are probably the only blockchain project operating in China, in Shanghai, in our real names, without getting caught by the policeman, which we are supported by the Shanghai local government, so we are fine. So my role is actually ecosystem growth. So I call myself like Chief Shilling Officer of Conflux. So I hope I show my project to the Maxim today. Thank you.
Yo, hello everyone. My name is Bobby. I'm the co-founder of Dato Durian. So in simple terms, we grow durian, we sell durian, and then we distribute the dividend back to the investors. I think Dato Durian was created because, right, I think in the RWA space right now, more than 90% of the token, RWA token right now is private credit or treasury bills, right? Like we believe that RWA is more than that. And durian being the king of the fruit, right, the most profitable fruit in the world, we believe that it makes a lot of sense for us to tokenize, right, because it delivers like a very, very high yield compared to the traditional industry. Yep.
Thank you, guys. We've got a good mix here, so I'm really looking forward to some insights we've got. I'll turn it into a bit of a fire chat, because I think there's a bit of a mix of interest from the room. So I want to ask you guys, is RWAs kind of like an evolution, or do you think it's kind of like a Wall Street and wolf's clothing kind of thing? Do you think it's just an excuse for institutes to kind of tap into a new trend, or do you think it's an essential need that we need for the industry?
Okay, I'll start. I think it's a need. I really think that the biggest market we're going to see in the future is the transition from merely digital assets to something more tangible, like real-world assets, and companies are going to start trading, interacting, and essentially running their businesses in decentralized, if you want to call them public networks, But what they'll do is they'll use it to make the investors or the participants in their project fully aware of how they run their enterprises and how they deliver their profits to the shareholders, in inverted commas. So yeah, I think it's not just a slight move that people are going to take advantage of. I think it's the future of crypto. Crypto's essentially what we're seeing is the experiment that was started with Bitcoin evolving into what we actually do with our assets, and managing those assets on chain is probably the evolution of business, probably society in general. Everything we ever do, I think, will eventually end up on crypto-based decentralized systems. So yeah.
Oh, good point. You, Angie?
Sure, I think, well, like RWA have been rebranded several times. We used to be called STO, right? Well, like people now forgot what's STO about, securitized tokens, right? But it's going nowhere. And then we got like RWAs. At RWA, I think it's actually picked up like probably 2 years ago. I think tokenized US Treasury really found the PMF, the product market fit in our industry. And then people say, okay, US Treasury is not only like underlying assets, could be tokenized, it could be stocks, could be gold. So, and then people kind of invent a new word for that, it's called RWAs. So the real RWA, like real world assets. Well, I have to say, it's actually why the demand all of a sudden it show up itself, the demand, right? It's actually because the crypto industry itself, the stablecoin circulation has been growing tremendously. It's growing from like $22 billion, $3 billion back in 2019 to today you have like about $260 billion, right? That's like 100 times, right? And for stablecoin owners, they don't want to off-ramp their money. For the reason being, you don't want the bank to ask you where the fuck your money is from. Why all of a sudden you have so much money? You cannot tell him, oh, I just own some Bitcoins and sell it, right? And the bank say, hey, fuck you, right? And the tax issue say, hey, give me your money because you haven't, give any tax for your capital gains. And then the AML says, ew, do you do some like, unaware of like, dirty business, stuff like that. So the people tend not to actually off-ramp their money to the bank, right? Unless, they are super wealthy to the level of, a private banking client. Otherwise, it's kind of difficult. So for them, they also have a demand for yield hunting for their stablecoins. So on-chain, right? Well, like if everybody is kind of a leverage up buying Bitcoin or Ethereum, okay, that's good because the free flow yield on Binance or OKAN is good enough. But what about the bear market? In bear markets, the interest rate is very low. On Aave, on Compound, it's very low. So you need something to actually provide yields. So that's why people are bringing on like US Treasury on chain. And people feel, okay, this yield is like too low, maybe more. Okay, let's do like real estate, let's do private bond, let's also do gold. That's how I see it evolve. So it's actually, there's true demand and it's evolving very fast. Thanks.
Yeah, I actually believe that like RWA is meant for all, right? Like coming from a financial background for more than 10 years, there's actually a lot of good investment product, like there's capital guarantee that offer like double-digit returns for the high net worth individual, whether it's AI and PI. It wasn't made available for the public, right, for many whatever reason, right? But I think RWA is gonna change this to a certain extent. Like some example, right? Like has someone from Singaporean, I would never imagine buying a stock in Thailand or other countries, right? Which potentially can do well as well. And another good example is that I think a lot of like small to medium-sized businesses, they do not have the resources to gain access to any capital in the traditional business. But RWA allow us to really like tokenize all these like stocks and put it there and gain global access. So in my opinion, RWA is like the natural progression between DeFi and TradFi, right? Like in DeFi, there's a lot of DD, there's a lot of asset backing, right? However, the pain point is that, the liquidity is lower. And second thing, the most important thing is it's not 24-hour trading, right? If I'm a Singaporean, I want to buy a US stock, I got to wake up like 2 or 3 a.m. just to talk to sometime reminder or whatever, just to get the stock going, right? I think it's a very big hassle. Whereas for crypto, I think most of the, a lot of projects are failing more than succeeding because it's easier to fail than to succeed in my opinion, right? Like because like most founder, I would say, in my opinion, are incentivized to fail actually, because it's so much easier to give up than to really make it a big thing, right? So, like, but the good thing about Crypto is that it's like 24-hour liquidity, it's seamless transaction, it's almost instant, right? So I think with RWA right now, I think it's a good progression combining of both. Most of the RWA project right now, they have like a good asset backing, they also have like a good due diligence process, and they allow 24-hour trading, right? So I think it's gonna be a natural progression, yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm not trying to ask you tough questions, it's just because we have various different insights. So I want to ask, what do you guys think is the hardest problem for RWAs today?
I think secondary markets probably. Like, how do we get real-world assets tradable so that that everyone on the street, all of you people, are actually able to trade them between you? So the main barrier is getting enough liquidity and enough secondary markets that allow people to use these things, because at the moment it's very sporadic. There's a few things going on here and there. I think Nextdoor's doing a good job at this point creating that market, but I think we need that to grow considerably before I think society is going to accept this as a standard way to trade real-world assets that have been tokenized.
Thank you.
The question is, what's the biggest challenge, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I think the biggest challenge for RWA is to have its place in crypto is actually their competitiveness. So by saying that, it's actually crypto people has this extreme hunger for liquidity. They're like, okay, now it's bear market. I want some yield, right? Maybe it's from like US Treasury or it's from like private credit. Oh, tomorrow Bitcoin's on fire. The Bitcoin's like surging. Now I want my money back and ape into Bitcoins. What? You tell me I cannot get my money back from your RWAs? No, fuck your RWA, okay. So that's the problem. A lot of people come to me and say, hey, I have a land. Like, forgive, I have a land. I want to RWA tokenize it, right? I have a plant. I have like, I don't know, I have like a green energy. I have like wind turbines. I have like solar panels. Okay, I want RWAs. And then I have like a decent yield, 10%, sometimes 8%. Like, sometimes they come to me like 6%. I'm like, 6%? Okay, get out of here, okay? You have like USDE, like SUSDE, give you all time like higher than 6%, and sometimes like 10, 12%. Now you got 12% on Binance Exchange. They're just subsidized, right? You give me 6%, I cannot get my money back anytime. What's your competitiveness here, right? So RWA, I think the people who invented this word really make this a very attractive thing, and the traditional finance people get this word and they go to, they kind of into that banker style. They go to their clients and say, hey, now I got this RWA magic thing. I can help you raise money. Okay, just give me some like advisory fee. I'll help you help you with all the legal structure, the accountant, like the license of like issuing RWA and also custodian stuff like that. So people come to me and say, hey, forgive me, I want to do like RWA like on Conflux chain, and I want to raise the money. I'll give the yield. I'm like, sorry, you're not competitive at all. Okay, so that's I think is the biggest challenge. People like feel like crypto is all dumb money. It's actually crypto money is actually probably the world's smartest money. They're ready to risk on, risk off anytime. The risk off they play very liquid RWA assets. Risk on, they get their money back and back into cryptos, right? They're always looking for yield. Let's say like Plasma just got on just mainnet live, right? Everybody's like depositing their stable coins onto Plasma AVE. Wave just saw like about like, I don't know, 7 billion or something in 2 days. $7 billion just move on to Plasma mainnet in 2 days. That's the velocity and the liquidity like the crypto people is after. So if you give me something that I cannot get my money back, and your yield is lower than like 4%, which is probably the bottom line of the US Treasury rate, then you got no place here. So I think a lot of traditional finance people just think, too ideal of this world, and they feel like, okay, there's some dumb money we can get out of here. So I think that's the biggest challenge we are facing right now.
Great insights. Bobby, I just want to rephrase the question for you. What has been your biggest challenge as kind of a security token issuer yourself? Has it been education? Has it been regulation?
Yeah, I think two parts, right? The first part, I would think that is the regulatory compliance of things. Like what Forgiven mentioned just now, like STO was the past. What was like the name of the past? Like when you call yourself a security token, there will be like boundaries, compliance, rules that you have to follow in each different country. And right now the framework is very unclear in each different country, right? I went to another RWA panel yesterday as well. I heard a lot of panel discussion. Like everybody have different opinion on how to tokenize their stocks, how to tokenize their business, right? And I think this is something that RWA businesses and exchange got to get it right, because like, you know, the retail are very different from like accredited investors, right? All they care about is like having a platform that's safe and secure, and most importantly is licensed by their own country. So I think that's the first part, which is the regulatory part. And luckily, Dato Durian itself, we took like more than 1 year to launch our private sales. Why? Because like we have to figure out with the authority in Malaysia, Labuan. I'm glad to say that we at least figure out some of the point, right? And this is a good point. And I think the second part, which is the most blocker for RWA, is definitely like retail. Right now, I think more than 90% are institutional RWA sales, like BlackRock, like every big institution. But I think retail needs to come in, because if there's no retail, the RWA narrative doesn't work, right? Because institutional money cannot go on forever. The most important thing is that how can we attract liquidity from everybody in not just in Web3, right? Like for example, I tell my father about Dato Durian. I say, hey, Dato, invest in Bitcoin, right? Like not Dato Durian. I tell him, please invest in Bitcoin, please invest in Ethereum. They don't understand, right? They don't understand. They won't invest in something they don't understand, right? But if I tell them, hey, you invest in durian farm, you buy durian, and then we distribute the money back to you. For the retail investors, it's easy to understand, and you'll be surprised. Like retail investors is even easier to sell than AI, right? Because AI will ask you for data room, they will ask you for like financial statement, but retail just need to understand what is the business about. Yeah, so I think overall, this is the two things that is in the RWA space right now.
So I don't want to ask the age-old question of regulation versus innovation, but UNJ, I want to ask about the focus with conflicts and China. Do you think that opens up to the world, or do you think there's some kind of invisible barrier with that?
Is that specific to RWA, or is it
just
overall?
Yeah.
Overall crypto, overall, right? Okay, I feel like because there's one thing that in China that's a strict hard line, which is capital control. So each individuals only have up to $50,000 of money in and out for free capital flow. Beyond that, you're not, as an individual, you're not allowed to actually get your money out of China or even get your money into China. So that's the capital control thing. The logic behind that is actually if everybody got rich and then moved their money out, the property markets and the stock market, especially the property market in China, will collapse. If the property market collapses in China, and that's the end game for the party, right? So it will never allow, unless one day you see capital control that got lifted. Otherwise, the crypto ban will be there, like for the majority of the time. But like Hong Kong, it's actually a capital free city. So that's why like China used Hong Kong to experiment with Web3. So I think like Hong Kong now have exchange policies. You have like stablecoin policies, you have RWA sandbox, so that's where you can try. And and also I would say in China there are also a lot of people who are not just crypto speculators, like work on crypto by themselves. There are just too many of them. The Chinese policemen cannot just like put everybody of them in jail. So they kind of haunt them, say, hey, if I caught you like off-ramp your money through like a C2C way, if I caught you, I would say, okay, you have to give me your money or share part of it, I'll let you go. But I would not put it in jail because the jail will be overcrowded, okay? But in the meantime, there are other people who are not crypto speculations. They are trade merchants. They are also using USDT for cross-border settlements. That's simply because their clients request them to accept USDT. So there are so many like merchants. It's starting from state, like small and medium enterprises, but gradually moves to state-owned enterprises, because they have to deal with Russians, Iranians, right? So they don't have access to banks, so they are using USDTs. So that becomes a situation, but USDT is actually beyond the control of China government, or they even not talk to China government. Now they choose to the side of US, right? Because like Trump administration, right? So I guess now this also become a priority and the focus, say, hey, if things go south, just like China and the US run into conflicts, and China fall into the situation of Russia, so what can they do? So that's why I feel like, so there will be some room for flexibility that, some part of the people in China mainland will be able to use it, and in China, Hong Kong, that's like all in, right? Because that's gonna be the Web3 hub and also like a bridge for China and the world. So that's where I see it.
So do you think that Do you think that there could be potentially a financial arms race, let's say, with each country trying to tokenize assets and then drain liquidity from other countries? Could this be a possibility?
Yeah, of course. I think like crypto liquidity is like liquidity worldwide. It's global liquidity, right? But RWA is always something attached to a local jurisdiction. Let's say Durian Farm, that's based in Malaysia, right? If you raise money from crypto world, that's like everybody in the world actually are funding a factory in Malaysia, right? Yeah. China want to do the same thing, right? US want to do the same thing. Everybody wants to raise money from somebody else to help their economy and their business to grow. So that's definitely something, I mean, going forward, it will be a countrywide fight.
Yeah. I can see Jeremy twitching. You got some insight?
Well, hopefully sometime in the future, we'll develop a concept called outer world assets, and we won't have to worry about this. But essentially what I'm seeing is that I think it's going to open markets up. I don't think liquidity in each particular jurisdiction is going to hold sway, because it just frees us up. In crypto, anyone who's been in crypto for at least a few years realizes how fluid your access to your funds are. And if you follow regional regulations, you can work with your money pretty easily. So I don't think having, let's say, regional real-world asset laws or regulations is necessarily going to inhibit people's ability to interface with those markets. I think it's actually going to free them. So I would be able to invest, for instance, in data Durian, whereas in the past I would have no ability to do that. I can invest in US stocks and bonds without having to be a US citizen. It's already proving that the borders are melting away to some degree, and I think it's a good thing. I think we're gonna get a
So let me pose a new question. Sorry to interrupt. Let me pose a new question. Do you think that we could face potentially a liquidity crunch if we start to tokenize and put so many assets on chain too quickly? Do you think that this is also a possibility? And I'd like to open this up to all.
Okay, so that's a complex question, because essentially real-world assets have to generate real-world value, and because real-world value is in an economy, you have to have some return for that liquidity to be available, and there should be essentially not just a hype around these real-world assets. So you're going to find that liquidity is going to be constrained to some degree, but because you now have a more open market, when you have some important or valuable product, let's say in your region, you're going to attract liquidity to your region for that period of time. There might be hype around it in some cases, but that I don't think it's going to be. It's like I said, it's a complicated answer, because now you've got access to other types of real-world assets that have been tokenized that could serve as liquidity through borrowing. So you could then stake and then take part. So you get leverage inadvertently that way, but it does open up liquidity. So, it's a complicated question. I think someone else can try and add to that and see if they can.
I thought it was a good question. Bobby, let me come back to you. Do you think there's enough liquidity globally for tokenized Durian?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, right? Like, many people ask, how do you get liquidity? How do you ensure that there's trading system? I think let's look at overall picture. Like the biggest, I would say, asset right now is real estate, like hundreds of trillions. Right? The second is fixed income, hundreds of trillions. Like you never hear them saying that is there a liquidity crunch, right? And crypto is like less than 10% of the whole asset class right now, right? It's still, it's not even 10%, it's less than 1% right now of the whole asset class. There's tons of potential of growth, right? I think the most important question to ask ourselves is that, how can we get user to use crypto? Like, I give you an example, like my father don't even know how to convert Singapore dollar into USDT. Like, I have friends from Hong Kong don't even know how to convert their money into that, and they don't even know how to use wallet, because the infrastructure of the whole crypto is, I would say, pretty new, right? So I think the liquidity crunch will be solved if there's user coming in. So I think a lot of effort got to be made is that letting people understand that crypto is there. And people used to think that crypto is a scam, right? Like 99% crypto is a scam. But crypto is definitely here to stay. I think JP Morgan just launched their own stable coins. PayPal just announced hundreds over of payment system, right? So I think right now It's more like who is able to really attract people onto their platform, right? Because the money is sitting there. It's how are we going to get it?
Yuanja, I'd love any insight into cross-border liquidity. Do you think there's enough to go around, or are we all fighting over the same cake, so to speak?
Sorry, the question is like cross-border what?
Cross-border liquidity. Do you think that there is potentially a liquidity crunch if we try to tokenize so many things so fast?
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't think liquidity will actually get into those illiquid things in the first place. So there won't be a liquidity crunch. But I would say there will be a deleveraging process that happened many times in crypto, because like every time like crypto is hyped, people just try to leverage up, right? People leverage up. Like last cycle, I feel like like you have seen like 3 arrows, right? That's actually in Singapore, and also you see FTX, right? They kind of use their clients' assets to do something else. So every time like people kind of leverage up, and then they got a deleverage process. That's where you see the liquidity actually condense. When liquidity condense, all the token price actually drop significantly. But still, there's liquidity, because our world, I feel like especially in DeFi, it's so transparent. Once your price drop, the liquidation just start, and once the liquidation starts, and then your price just like start to fall. I think the most classic example in our industry is actually Luna, UST. UST have about like $16 billion, and it collapsed in 2 days to zero, right? That's Luna, UST. You know the case, right? But during that collapse, actually, I think people suck out about true liquidity to like $6 to $7 billion. That means like from the 16 billion market cap of UST, during the collapse in 2 days, 6 to 7 billion of true dollars got sucked out. Well, like a lot of people lost money for sure, but also like real liquidity in that process. But that's the deleveraging process, like just unfold, right? So I feel like the credit crunch, yes, but it's actually a deleveraging process happening very fast, just because our industry is so transparent, and the liquidation will happen just like that. And then it's not like, okay, the things got stuck, right? I would say the only thing got stuck is actually with the centralized exchange. You look at a FTX like thing, it's still not paying out to their debtors, right? The FTX like repayment still ongoing. They announced they're gonna like repay a little bit more probably in the following week or something. So that's actually the bad part of the centralized stuff. That also happened in the financial industry. It actually take years to actually recover the whole wound. But in decentralized world, it's just happened like in that like 2 days. You're set, and then we are ready to to pump again, right? That's like how the cycles kind of. So I would say the liquidity is crunch. Yes, it may happen if like our world become more and more centralized. But if our world becomes more decentralized and transparent, and a lot more actually built on chain, I feel like the liquidity crunch is actually okay. And also, actually, the liquidity won't even go into those illiquid things in the first place. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I guess it shows how fast the world is moving, right, and how small it really is. I think another question I want to ask you guys is, what kind of innovation gaps do you guys see within the industry?
Are we allowed to ask a question?
We can have 2 minutes at the end to ask questions. Yeah, sure. I guess the final question one is, what kind of innovation gaps do you think is missing from RWAs right now?
Okay, that's a fantastic question, and I'm going to try and answer it with some observations, if I can put it that way. We're currently, I'd say, in an evolutionary cycle with the technology we're using, and one of the things I'm seeing is this trend towards higher resolution liquidity pools, higher resolution access between, if you want to call it, at this point in time, we're talking about crypto, but in the future, when you've tokenized real-world assets, along with these liquidity pools, you're going to get things, I'm not sure if anyone here has heard of intent. Now, with intent protocol, you can essentially broadcast your willingness to sell anything. And when it comes to real-world assets, that could be very valuable, because when you have low liquidity in, let's say, for instance, one project, by broadcasting your intent, you don't necessarily have to interface with an exchange where the protocol can actually take care of the matching. And that could be done by bots or people running their own AI matching engines. So, I think one of the things I'm seeing is this trend towards automation, and I think automatic matching between people with different assets in low liquidity markets. So that's where, one of the things I think might be coming.
Very cool, very cool. You, NJ, is there anything that you've noticed that there's lacking in the RWA space right now?
Yes, so I'd say because the liquidity is actually global liquidity, but RWA assets actually attached to certain jurisdiction, right? It has like a law specifically to that area, but the investor is actually globally, right? But what if, let's say things go south and the underlying assets go into liquidation? How the investors globally are, well protected? Although probably that's not innovation, like highly related, but I think there should be some innovation about like how to make this a global jurisdiction thing, right? There's a kind of a certain organization will actually process the liquidation if things go south. Because RWA is actually kind of a new things or newly invented word for this cycle. We are still in the bull market. Well, what if the bull comes? What if the deleveraging process happens? And if all the deleveraging happens, the liquidity disappeared, and what about the RWAs? How about the dispute got resolved? Resolved at where? At which court? Or that on chain? Or like who are actually the judges, right? And how the investors are protected. Like for the FTX thing, the FTX basically say, okay, Chinese users, you're fucked. Sorry, you cannot get your money back because basically in your country, you are not legal to own crypto. So we own you zero. We own you nothing, right? Let's call that the FTX debt or RWA thing. If that's an RWA thing, that jurisdiction thing is actually now handled by a US liquidator, right? And then like, what about like Chinese investors' rights? Who's gonna protect them? So I feel this part is actually a missing part. I wouldn't say it's an innovation thing, but I feel like if you want RWA to be trusted with truly global investors, there gotta be a kind of a jurisdiction system that go beyond region, protect investor from all over the place and from all on-chain. Especially on-chain, it's not like fully KYC'd. If it's not KYC'd, can you still get protected? So that's the question. Thanks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, personally, I think fundamental of RWA is like like making illiquid asset like liquid, right? So I would like to see more of like project like Dato Durian or creative projects, because like fundamentally RWA are created to help a lot of like businesses, right? And all these businesses, some of them are very profitable, and they actually deserve fundings and capital raise as well. So what I would like to see is really like business getting more created, of course within the legal framework, to really tokenize their business and giving like investors more opportunity to invest in product that is like outperforming any of the traditional fixed income product out in the market.
Thank you very much, guys. The time has actually run out, but we did have an emergency question.
I did have an emergency question. My name is Lisa. I'm part of BlockDAG. So I want to join Bobby in what he said, is the fact that crypto is designed for people that know about crypto. It's not designed for people that don't know about crypto. And I know for a year ago, before I joined BlockDAG, I met Jeremy. I'm a single mom of 2 kids, knew nothing, head or ass about crypto. And Jeremy started teaching me, and it is digital wallets and re.pay, and oh my goodness, it takes 5 minutes for a transaction, and my whole world changed. So you can have as many themes as you want on RWA. What you want is world adoption. And if you don't actually start designing applications that's usable by non-crypto people, how can they adapt? So it's like the Marco brothers that said, I won't join any club that will have me as a member. It's exactly the same thing. So crypto becomes such a cliquey, niche club that me as a single mom with 2 kids, if it wasn't for Jeremy, would never have known even about something like re.pay. So how do you actually solve all these problems? Because you want the whole world, you want my money, right? You actually want my money. You want me to move from a bank system to yours. But you make your app so complicated that unless I've done a master's degree in crypto, I don't even know what button to push. Right? Is it the pink one or the red one? We found out today, do not push the red one. If anyone has scanned a QR scan, do not push the red button. So,
Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but thank you very much for the insight.
So just a question for Jeremy, because he's taught me so much, and we have the academy and the hackathons and the BlockDAG. What is your thoughts on teaching the world about what we do?
Well, I suppose the easiest way to do it is to do it in a way that they already know how. And one of the problems with crypto up to now, and I say up to now because I think we've solved or are solving that problem, is the fact that people don't like to interact with blockchains because they have to manage their private keys, and they're scared they're going to lose their assets. They don't know how to recover them if they lose them. What we're seeing now is a trend towards using account abstractions that allow for, I suppose, the shared responsibility for the management of keys. And with that comes the ease of use, which means it becomes very familiar to people who come from the Web2, Facebook, like all the things that people do now. You want to be able to design applications that behave the same way. We abstract away the whole layer, the Web3 layer, so that they don't even know they're on Web3, which is essentially what some people here today have spoken about. So there's that, and then obviously that would solve part of the education problem, because then you don't have to re-educate people. They just work the same way they've always have.
Fantastic, yeah. Sometimes it's about re-education, not just education, right? Or vice versa. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much,
Get a
guys.
quick photo.
Could you, just stay on the stage for a quick photo. Yeah, I guess what we've learned is that RWA isn't just about tokenization. It's about building trust by combining on-chain transparency with real-world assets. RWA could very well be the entry point for institutions into crypto and the bridge for retail investors to traditional finance. Next up, we have one final panel discussion, so don't leave just yet. The next one's going to be a really exciting one. It's going to be on AI optimization for digital infrastructure. We all know AI's role in blockchain is no longer optional. From node operations to risk management, AI is transforming the efficiency and intelligence of our infrastructure. Today's panel will explore this exciting frontier. Please welcome onto stage Trevor from Sapien, Hal from Rilla, David Johnston from Morpheus AI, and lastly, Dominic from Hevelo.
Hey guys.
Welcome. You're doing great. Organize according to pictures. Yep. Trevor, you're next to the moderator. Hal's in the middle. Then me. Then you. Yeah. That don't. There you go.
Everyone got a mic, yeah?
Who needs a mic? I think we're missing a chair. Ah, one more chair. And there's Iago.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
G'day, man. How are you?
Good, man. Now we're all set.
What's up, dude? Yeah, good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah. Now we'll grab one. Oh, there it comes. All right. Who's ready to nerd out about AI? Let's go.
Better?
We'll get a little closer.
Check, check.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Last panel of the day, so bear with us. Definitely going to be an exciting one. Yeah, so welcome to our panel, Future of AI Optimization for Digital Infrastructure. So we are really here today to dive into one of the most pressing questions in tech, right? How AI will shape and optimize the infrastructure of tomorrow. I'm actually joined by a powerhouse panel here. I'll let them introduce themselves. But rather than just introducing yourselves, I wanted you guys to just warm up, right? In one sentence as well, while you're introducing yourself, describe the role of AI in digital infrastructure right now.
In what?
In one sentence, describe the role of AI in digital infrastructure in the next 5 years.
I think what we see with the application of AI is the ability to allow collaboration modes where before it was too expensive or infeasible to actually collaborate as a group. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Trevor from Sapien. So the one-liner is we're an open protocol for training data. And I think, to answer your question, the future of AI infrastructure is human. It's going to be ground source, highly specialized human data that's going to power the next generation of AI models.
Hey, everybody. David Johnston from Morpheus. I think the key is actually AI is the ultimate UI for crypto, and it solves the problem she was talking about. You're just going to tell your agent what you want to accomplish. It'll understand and go find those agents. So that's, I think, the benefit here is how we get to billions of people.
G'day, it's Dominic here from Hevelo.
We're a deep in aggregation platform, and my view is the future is decentralized for the most part.
So I think the future of AI and digital infrastructure in general is obviously everything. The question I want to ask is, how does it connect with crypto more than any other piece of the digital ecosystem? Because right now I'm hoping that as a skeptic I can be convinced that it is important in a special way to crypto.
We didn't get to introduce ourselves, though, me or you. So why don't you go and introduce yourselves, and I'll jump in after.
Sure. So my name's Iago. I work on Bitcoin OS. I've been working in the Bitcoin space and building in it for 14 years now. And what Bitcoin OS does is it allows for verifiable compute, in other words, smart contracts on Bitcoin.
So my name's Houseman Stevens. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rilla Network. We're currently working on essentially reducing the cost of video streaming by 60 to 90% while improving the quality. And the way to unlock that is collaboration amongst the audience. And the only way to optimize that so it actually works for the things we care about, like sport, is to apply reinforcement learning and optimization techniques.
Right. So I think natural point, I want to ask you guys, right? We're talking about optimizing infrastructure here, right? So what does that really mean? Because all of you guys do something different. You guys use AI for different purposes, and I think everyone out there as well, they use AI for different things, AI agents and all sorts of different things. So what really is optimization? Are we talking efficiency, decentralization, cost, intelligence? What exactly does that mean?
I'll start. 30% of data centers sit idle. And effectively, the value of something like Bitcoin was to use underutilized or waste energy. And I think the opportunity for decentralized AI is to use underutilized GPUs. So you look at Venice or Akash or these different GPU networks, a lot of what Morpheus does is just connect the user to an underutilized resource. So we're seeing $3 an hour for an H100, where you would pay literally $10 or $12 an hour for that same H100 if you got it off Google Cloud or Azure or something like that. So, you know, that's, I think, the key here is we have this huge dynamic load, and when it's not being used for something else, all of a sudden you can put it into these decentralized AI systems. That's extremely powerful and something that immediately monetizes something for somebody that they already paid the capital cost for, and it's not being used right now.
I love the utilization play because it's exactly where we go as well. You're talking about the lack of utilization of GPU, right? We actually run mostly on bandwidth and storage. And so all of those GPUs are online, right? And being utilized at a very low percentage. But additionally, they've got big pipes, bandwidth, and a bunch of redundant storage sitting around. And so we can do that too, is essentially provide a utilization play that allows all of this infrastructure to come online and provide video and content delivery at a much lower cost.
I know when everyone thinks of infrastructure, they think of compute, and compute is obviously a key pillar of AI. But right now, the bottleneck for progress, like step change progress in the new generation of models coming out, is not compute. Compute has become commoditized. If you have money, you can get more compute. And Jensen is doing, 5 years of chips is getting pre-announced. We kind of know what's up. But the other half of this is data, and data infrastructure is just as, if not more important than compute infrastructure. And the way I explain it is there's just one giant bottleneck in AI, and that's the access to high quality data. So all of these labs right now are in an arms race for more and higher quality data because that's how you win. If you don't have access to proprietary data, if you can't either license new data off somebody else's repository or access your own proprietary data set, you're not going to improve. And so we think that the best way to win the data wars is to create data yourself, to become a foundry. And to do that, you have to do it in one of two ways. You either have to get a lot of humans to do reinforcement learning with human feedback, which is basically getting humans to produce data or structure existing data sets, or you can build synthetic algorithms that produce data sans humans. So it's a really interesting dynamic happening right now, and we happen to believe that, ironically, humans are actually becoming more important and human-produced data is the most expensive, like that's the way that you can stand out, is you can get not just like regular average humans, you need like specialists, like the big labs like Meta and Gemini and OpenAI, they're all hiring like grad students now, and they're like getting them to train like pancreatic cancer models and label data to like structure it for the highest quality of human. Because you've seen these models, they started out like high school level, and then they went to grad level, and now they're at like post-grad, PhD level. So long story short, I think you're gonna hear a lot of the chatter in Silicon Valley move from who has the best access to chips from Jensen and Elon versus this, to who's got a data edge and what's your strategy?
Dominic, Hivalo is about incentivizing idle compute, right? So do you have anything to say about this?
Yeah, I don't disagree with the data part, but I think one of the big issues globally is just the lack of energy, cheap energy. And I think this is one of the big challenges. I think in one of Trump's recent discussions around AI, over the next 10 years, the requirement just in the US is double the amount of power just to basically be able to deal with the requirement around AI. And I think there's got to be some further work around how to optimize electrical networks, because a lot of the infrastructure is still very 1940s, 1950s. There hasn't been significant investment in the space. And I think one of the biggest opportunities over the next couple of years is basically securing energy or power, because ultimately AI is getting, from a power perspective, a couple of years ago you had a container with AI, it maybe run 1 megawatt. Now a container's about 7 to 10 megawatts. So that from an energy footprint perspective, it's much greater now than what it was in the past, and it's only accelerating. And so I know we're sort of all techies and nerds, and so we're focused on the infrastructure and the data side, but we've got to kind of go back in terms of the value chain. It's the electricity network.
I want to jump in on that, because I'm fully agreeing with what you're saying. The optimization problem, when you look at the different sources of energy, you've got solar, and we can all actually contribute to a grid, which could be actually a powerful way to start to solve some of that. But when you step back from that problem and look at it through an abstract lens, it's just a graph theory optimization problem, actually. And it's exactly the problem that we're solving when we're helping audience members to collaborate together to provide bandwidth to reduce the cost. You can actually apply the same reinforcement learning models to solve smart energy grids. I think it's worth stepping back and also trying to clarify the definition of AI as well, because there's a whole bunch of different areas here. And you're talking about human data driving the LLM end of the spectrum and trying to bring more expert knowledge into these. What we're talking about is reinforcement learning, where we're training these models on data sets that are the network exhaust of internet infrastructure, essentially. And those are two very different problems and very different things. And so, you can talk about AI, but actually when you get down to the nuts and bolts, these are totally different problem spaces.
I think everything you guys have said is completely correct and extremely valuable, right? The necessity to have reinforcement learning, the requirement for human beings to be involved in order to be able to effectively educate, to train these LLMs, the necessity to have access to huge amounts of compute in various ways, and obviously the energy problem. But the one thing that I haven't heard here is how this has anything to do with crypto. And as far as I can see, there is no reason. The largest companies in the world which are doing training via humans have nothing to do with crypto. Hive is worth more than Solana. The largest energy companies, right? You mentioned solar, right? You can have edge participants, people who have solar on their roofs, providing to the grid. This happens around the world. It is completely distributed, but it's not distributed via crypto.
Let's talk about what those collaboration modes actually are that we're talking about, right? And so when you have an entire audience weighing in and providing bandwidth to reduce the cost, wouldn't you want to be able to reward them for that contribution? And
Sure.
If you were trying to do that through fiat, you'd have a hell of a problem on your hands.
So you're saying like you can use stable coins to pay people?
Having a way to programmatically distribute at a granular basis based on contribution in any of these systems is an obvious way to build these systems.
Well, and let me take it from another angle. I believe not your keys, not your AI. I don't want to rent intelligence. I want to own intelligence. If AI is going to be 99% of intelligence in the future, I want to push that power out to the individual. And the only way I have to do that is to give them a cryptographic key. And so if I can connect the user's wallet to their ownership of the prompts, the output, the data, the connection to their agents, then I have a real way to give anybody who has that Web3 credential ownership of that AI. Otherwise, you're stuck with it being owned by Google or ChatGPT or some third party. For me, that's the motivation, and I don't see any other technical solution to achieve that other than having a cryptographic key that proves the ownership. Otherwise, we are handing away all of our intelligence and all the benefit to some third party, and the value is going to flow to them, just like it did in Web 2, not to the individual.
I think the problem that I have with this is not that I don't want AI to be deeply integrated in crypto. I want to see the economy be free, borderless, open to everyone, and based on ownership on the basis of cryptography. I think the point I'm making is that maybe there's a lesson to be learned here. AI, in my view, is a tragedy from the perspective of the crypto industry. It is an industry which emerged well after we already had, multiple different crypto infrastructures, chains, assets, and is a completely native. It is the sort of digital economy, right? Like the digital economy par excellence is going to be artificial intelligence, and yet, outside of utilizing crypto for the purposes of payment rails, like in the form of USDT, there is no intrinsic advantage that crypto has developed. So we have, to me, the fact that AI has managed to develop as the most important, most hyped industry, hyped so much that it is, in fact, pulled away a great deal of the hype that is in crypto, is perhaps the strongest indicator we have so far that the real importance in crypto is just digital scarcity, just BTC, and all of the rest of the stuff, right? I can have keys. We've had, PGP long before we had, or RSA long before we had Bitcoin.
And a few thousand engineers know how to use them. Right,
Sure,
but now we have 700 million people that have crypto wallets.
Yeah, but that's not true. Every single person in this room, even without their MetaMask, uses cryptography every single day. Every time you're doing a Google or Apple login, you're using cryptography, right? You're using asymmetric cryptography. So, if I just log into my ChatGPT, which is password gated, that's cryptography.
Trevor,
Sure.
you look
I'm
like
just counting on them to have the root password.
Trevor, you look like you had something to add on early on. Do you want to go for it?
I was marveling at David coining a new. David coined everything that can be decentralized will be decentralized, Johnston's law, and now not your keys, not your AI. I just wanted to point that out. That was that's very important insight. But for me, also just another angle is on a more optimistic side, because it is very scary where AI is going. It's exciting, but it's scary because it's getting more and more centralized, and it's getting more and more opaque, and you have no idea what data is being trained on in these models, and you have no idea how to disambiguate it. And so back to my little data side of things, we think the positive of this is AI models need humans more than the other way around. And what do I mean by that? Well, these models can't get better without new data, and we have data that they want. And so these like disembodied beings of AI models will actually, in the near future, pay you for your knowledge. So if you're, someone in the Philippines and you have the option of like being a equivalent of Uber there or a DoorDasher equivalency there, or you could just like pull out your Android phone and like answer questions at a bus stop while you're waiting for 5 minutes, and you can earn. And this could be like, honestly, an empowering job, because you're not just doing something that a robot can do, you're actually contributing to the corpus of human knowledge and building these sentient being machine thingies that are actually helping society. And so I think that's kind of an interesting world where it's easy to be dystopian, but I don't know, I see a world where this is the biggest form of gig work, is humans contributing their knowledge. And it's not going to be equality, if you have certain skills, just like the real world of the free market economy. If you're a doctor, you're going to make more than a janitor. But I think, even on our platform, it's like better than minimum wage. As long as you're human, you don't need a college degree, you don't need to speak English even, and these models are still demanding your skills. So we're envisioning a world where like this is the newest, biggest form of literal gig work, where you get paid to work on your own time, on your own schedule. And regardless of where you are in the world, it doesn't matter, because you just need the internet and an Android phone.
Yeah, it's really bringing on the fourth wall there. But you want to go, Hel?
No, I wanted to ask a question because, integrity of data and being able to trace the source and understand what the data is that's actually contributing to these models that are the outcome of training. Does Sapien do that too?
So there's who's paying for the model or for the data? And so the other side of the business, just like Uber, right? There's passengers and there's riders. In our case, there's companies. So like I thought it was going to be long tail companies, but it's turned out to be large enterprises that need this data, and they're willing to pay for it. And right now, the way they do it is they hire companies like Scale AI. If you guys know, they just got acquired by Meta. And they have these like data farms. So I don't want to say sweatshop, but like in India or whatever, and everyone's just like clicking stuff, the click farms. So there's the AI equivalency of that. And it's kind of under the radar because Silicon Valley got in trouble a little bit. The New York Times did an expose. There's these kind of like Kenyan kind of farms where people get treated really poorly. But I think that's missing the point a little bit, because these models need humans. And that's like, and yes, there's more work to be done, but to answer your question on the data, it's very, for these enterprises, it's very strict. So it's anonymized, it's aggregated, and yeah.
I actually wanted to get to that because, just to speak to the skepticism a little bit more, what you have around the world is these massive silos of data, right? And they're siloed in between these enormous organizations. And for them to collaborate and bring those data sets together right now, they would have to trust one another with their data, which is absolutely not going to happen. And what we have in the cryptographic tool set is the ability to build trustless and opaque environments where people can actually put their data together and the outcome can be shared without this level of trust in terms of sharing data with one another between these organizations. And that's something that people are not talking about so much. I think we were talking about FHE before the jumping on stage before, and that's got a big role in this picture. And I think it's a very important part of the conversation.
Yeah, just to build on that, I don't think people appreciate how much of the world's data is private data, to your point, right? The models have already scraped all the public feeds available, but maybe I've put a few hundred photos online, a few thousand. I have 100,000 photos in my private collection that I've ever taken, right? And so the amount of private data I have dwarfs the amount of public data that I've produced. And that is true of most people and most enterprises, to your point. And so if I want a world where I hold the key, I can give access then to that data based on my choice. Not because some Web 2 company is mining it without my knowledge and I don't understand it has value, but all of a sudden, these companies can start bidding on that information. And I might not care if they know which restaurants I frequent, and if they want to pay me $100 a year for that information, to a lot of people, that might be a good trade, right? And all of a sudden, that ownership and that value starts flowing back to the individual. And so much of what Morpheus has been focused on is if I have a personal AI, then I have the ability to go and enter that marketplace and for it to work on my behalf. I don't know if you guys have been following my Twitter, but I've been setting up new agents every single day. And I now have over 100 agents that execute daily and are just doing all these tasks for me. And all the value is flowing to me. It's not going to some company. It's not going to some government. I'm getting the benefit, right? So that's my big motivator is like, how do we push that benefit out to the individual?
The private data comment is very interesting. It's called the data iceberg in colloquial terms because the open internet data, which you think is endless, it's just an insane amount of YouTube videos and every syllable that's been written on the web. It's actually like just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath the iceberg is private data. There's a stat I read that if you take, ChatGPT 5, the data that it was trained on, if you compress that, which it is, it's in like the petabytes. This is not like a crazy, insane amount of data. In fact, if you compare it to the amount of private data that hasn't been trained on, it's like over 100x. And that's just that one data set. And so I'm just thinking from a business standpoint here, we're not waxing philosophical. If you're a lab and you're trying to like knife fight your way to have better benchmark performance, you're like scanning the world for these little repositories of private data that you can access. So I think OpenAI recently worked out a deal with Reddit for $60 million a quarter. They get access to Reddit data to train on it, and no one else has access to that data. So you're gonna see a lot more of these deals where data is the oil that companies have to, they have a very existential decision to make. Do I sell it to OpenAI, or do I build a vertical enterprise model and monetize it myself? And it's not an easy question because if you're Reddit, yeah, maybe it makes sense. You're not gonna, that's not your expertise to build models. Maybe you're just gonna like cash flow it out. It's actually a kind of interesting new business model if you have a lot of data. But if you're JP Morgan, which is, by the way, the one company that has 100 times more data than ChatGPT 5 was trained on, one company, to give you an idea of scale, they're never gonna, are you kidding me? You think they're gonna sell their data to, it would be suicide. Like, it's a service-oriented business. If the models can do JP Morgan, if they have like a century worth of financial data and customer data, they're literally dead. Like, they can literally automate their entire business in the next 5 to 10 years. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna leverage that data. They're gonna build their own models. And I don't know, I kind of find it interesting, kind of like the capitalistic dynamics going on between like, he who has the best quality data wins. And now it's like a whole new game because it's shifting from mobile, the cloud, to SaaS, to crypto, and now everything's kind of converging here in the AI world.
Right, I'd like to recast the conversation a little bit onto the whole argument between decentralized and centralized AI, right? So some argue decentralized AI infra is slower, less reliable, and too fragmented. Others argue that centralized infra is too costly and prone to control. So where do you guys stand on this, and how do you realistically balance decentralization versus efficiency?
What is decentralized AI? I don't think we've seen such a thing, right? So every single model gets crystallized and then ultimately compressed, and you can run it on your own machine. I run my own AI. You run your own AI, right? But it's not even open source. The very concept of open source doesn't exist in AI. The best we have is open weight. And the difference is that open source code is, the code is available to everyone. A human being can read it and understand what is in it. But AI, what makes it AI is that we have all of these weights, and we look at it and we don't know how it works. We don't know what it means. In the same way that if I walk over to you, pop out your brain with a can opener and slice your brain into little pieces, I will know nothing about your personality. We have no interpretability. And so, to me, the concept of decentralized AI sounds like the conjunction of two very exciting words, but what's the meaning?
So just to hone in on that a little bit and just clarify it, you can have open source AI, but you'd need to open source the data, you'd need to open source the training pipeline, you'd need to open source everything to allow people to come and do it end to end, the whole cookbook, right? And that does not exist today for the big models, I agree. We've got open weights from the likes of Meta.
Even for OpenAI, they cannot interpret their own AI systems. Their system isn't even open to them.
So they, sure, but I mean, let's not tarnish open source with OpenAI, because those are two different things. And the fact is that Meta could turn around today and go, okay, here's all the data that we did for Llama, here's the actual pipeline, go away, run it yourself, right? They could. And that would be open source AI. And so we could actually, as a community, come together and build open source AI, and I dearly hope that that's the future that we're walking towards.
To my knowledge, I think Grok is one of the first ones to do that with some of their models.
To a certain degree, I think.
Yep.
Is everything there? Have you jumped through it?
It looked pretty robust to me, but they're only doing Grok 2.5 so far. But they're basically open sourcing the data, the training, the techniques, all of that, but a model after their current state of the art. But go ahead.
Like, can the entire AI stack be decentralized from data to structuring to pre-training, fine-tuning, inference? Can it be decentralized? Like, what do you guys think?
Well, I mean, Noose has done some really good research on doing decentralized training of models. They've gotten up to, I think, 40 billion parameters now, as far as like the size of the models they can do distributed training on. So there is some good work to sort of, I mean, it's not the biggest models yet, but it's getting there. But I want to point out, most people are not training models. 90% of the compute now is prompting existing models that have already been created. So the game has really shifted from, training to actually using them, right? And agents are unlocking that. And I wouldn't be too dismissive of the payment rail use case.
I'm not dismissive. I think it's super important.
Yeah, and we're seeing all these standards being released with both Google and Coinbase and others around integrating stablecoins directly into the payment mechanism for AI, right? The AI is not going to get a bank account. It can't pay us KYC, right? They're all getting crypto wallets, and I think that is one of the primary ways it's going to get integrated.
Dominic, this is an area that you should be good in. So how does distributed networks actually compete against, these centralized giants in a sense?
So I didn't fully understand.
No worries, yeah. I was just saying that, how do distributed networks actually compete with this?
I guess my view from a Havelo perspective is decentralization to a degree is the future for certain kind of activities. And I think ultimately what blockchain has brought to the table and crypto is allowing people to earn for sharing their computer resource, whether it's their storage, their GPU, their CPU. So to a degree it's democratizing, but I don't see decentralized GPUs replacing the big data centers purely because I think there's certainly a latency issue. There's a major cost benefit in going decentralized, but for a lot of the big companies, they're prepared to wear that particular cost. And just coming back to my comment around energy, just putting my hat on of one of the other companies I'm involved in the Bitcoin mining space, power is really, really important in terms of how cheap you can buy power, and you want to buy at 3-4 cents. When you're talking about AI, because the margins are much thicker in the centralized route, whether you're paying 5 cents or you're paying 7 or 8 cents, they don't really care. There's enough fat in that model, which this is why I come back to, I think one of the big issues for the whole industry is energy and getting access to energy. And I know one of the questions is, if I had $1 billion, where would I spend it? I'd actually go and buy land right next to all the substations around the world, because once that land is gone, next to those substations, it's basically all over. So that's how I'd spend $1 billion.
And the other big thing is access to global networks, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, stablecoins, there's $2 trillion there that you can access globally, and now that's getting integrated with these agents. Morpheus just announced an integration with Aave that will add Bitcoin yield, Ethereum, and stablecoins, and that opens it up to everybody globally. Like, how is a centralized company in one little jurisdiction going to compete with those types of massive network effects that you can get from global capital? For me, that's the big answer.
Hal, do you have something to add on to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to pull it back from the edge a little bit, because we ended on talking about the hardest problem here, which is, verifiable execution and decentralized training, and I just don't think that's where the value is right now. You're running into a brick wall where that's not a solved problem. And I just want to point out that we're applying AI to solving problems that allow whole communities to collaborate and come together through decentralized protocols to achieve things like the reduction of cost of video by 90%. And so you don't have to run into these big brick wall problems in terms of verifiable execution to look at where AI is having impact in digital infrastructure.
It doesn't have to be perfect to be a huge improvement. Yeah.
All right, I think time's about up, so I just want to wrap this up with one final question for everyone, right? In one sentence, just what's the most overlooked piece of infrastructure that AI will make mission critical in the next decade?
So for us, it would be all of the bandwidth that is in between all of your devices right now.
I think it's data, more high quality data. That's what we need.
For me, it's your personal AI is going to do thousands and then millions of jobs on your behalf, and that value flows to the individual.
Super exciting. I'm going to come back to the energy point.
The most important piece of infrastructure that is overlooked in the AI space is antibodies or vaccines, because we are rapidly getting to a place where, in a very decentralized way, people are going to be able to create in their home kitchen the most terrible diseases that we've ever seen, and we're going to need to be able to react extremely quickly.
All right, guys, thank you so much.
Great discussion. Appreciate you spicing it up.
All right, guys. With that, we come to the end of the panel discussions today and most of the agenda. Up next, I think we're going to have a little bit of a closing speech from our main host, BlockDAG. Who's giving the closing speech? Anyone? All right, I guess I'll wrap it up for everyone then. So I think, yeah, we've learned a lot today. We've had a bunch of different panel discussions, really, really insightful keynotes, and a lot of things going on. So appreciate everyone for taking the time out to come here today. I know there's a bunch of different side events, and everyone has been busy hopping from one to the other. So we really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your busy schedules to come by here. So yeah, we hope to see you guys later on as well. We have an after party going on at 8 p.m., so do drop by for that. You guys know Raffles Hotel in Singapore has an iconic Singapore sling. We're going to be serving that as well during the after party. So make sure you guys pop by, enjoy some good music and some good networking. Thanks, guys. See you guys.